the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
8 minutes past the hour. It's a brand new day. We thank you so much for joining us. If you're listening live, we are rolling for a brand new day with you. It's the kickoff hour. The Good Time Gang's here. Alapuka, he's your early intern. He'll be joined by Cam Solo shortly, and they're your Rick and Bubba University interns getting their degree in common sense. You ought to see Alapuka. He's walking around with so much common sense now. You can't believe it. We have got a lot going on. Former Vice President and current presidential candidate Mike Pence will join the show in a couple of hours from now. We've got a Bubba update and a whole lot more. We just come on the air, live life together, and there we are. Doing it again. Greg's yawning, but he's okay. He's all right. Been up a little early, got puppies, but you know what? They're getting adopted. Let's bring them in. To my left, it is Greg. To my right is Helmsy. What's up, guys?
Hey. Gentlemen.
How are y'all?
I'm good.
Fired up? Let's
Fired
go.
up. Excited
Let
to be
go.
here. No other place I'd rather be.
Watch out. Watch
See
out.
Greg's face.
Yeah, I know.
I got carried away, Greg.
Yeah.
Sorry.
How was your first day with no AC
I didn't
in
like
the truck?
it. I didn't like it. It was
Did you have the windows down?
Take me back to the 80s.
a lot of cloud cover yesterday, so it get extremely hot.
Mm-hmm.
But I had a lunch, and when I left the lunch, that was the first time that kind of been in the heat, and I didn't like that at all. And I'm doing this thing like I roll the windows down a little bit when I get out, but I don't like. Yesterday I was like, "Was it gonna rain?" And I'm gonna be in here eating, and I'm gonna come out, and I'm gonna have a wet car. And I park in a garage at home, so in the mornings it's not a big deal. I get in, it's comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, on the way in this morning, I thought I had rolled two. I don't like rolling the. I don't know where y'all are on this, but when I roll the back windows down of any vehicle, the sound gets on my nerves.
It sucks. It's a weird it's deep.
I don't like it. I'm sensitive to it, so I never roll those down really. Now they're cracked right now because it's sitting, but I will roll the front all the way down.
Yeah.
And this morning, for some reason, I got halfway here, and I'm like, why is the air not flowing? And I looked over, and I was like, well, idiot, you don't have the window down.
Yeah.
Like
Come on!
one side's all the way up.
Yeah.
Now, how long you got to do this?
I
weeks,
think 9 days from here.
I believe
So it was 10 days yesterday.
if things go well, you won't have any puppies left, and he'll still have his windows
That's
down.
a good point.
How about that?
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
That's
If
possible.
things go the way they're supposed to, and
There's a chance
that's
of
their
that.
right.
There's a chance.
Or y'all keep a couple. I don't know, but I'm just saying the ones that need to be given away, adopted, they're gone.
Yeah.
No, I put it that way.
If every day is like it was yesterday, it'll be easily manageable. But that's not happening. It's going to be heat. And I didn't have to do anything yesterday afternoon when it was like really hot, those kind of things. So there's going to be days where I'm like, good night.
I can remember I had old truck I used to drive back and forth to work, and the air didn't have any air conditioning.
Yeah.
And I'd roll the window down, but it wasn't that bad because I was hot from work anyway. And plus, at that time, at the power company, the big vehicles didn't have air in them.
Yeah.
And we drove to Miami with the windows down, and it was, but we didn't know. But then I remember the first ones I got that had air in them. We were like, "Wow, this is
Something
crazy."
else." Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, I was used to riding around with the windows down in the summer and just dealing with it.
Yeah. If we're sharing no air in car stories, I got one. So I'm at Jacksonville State, and I have a summer internship over at CNN. All right, we've talked about Larry King and me peeling his peaches. I didn't peel his peaches. That was done in D.C. That was done in D.C. But it was a weird situation, and now I feel like I was probably a bip to the guy I was staying with that I knew from Mississippi State. But he allowed me to sleep on his couch because he had he had already graduated, and so I slept on his couch. And the little hanging things you can put in the back of your car that you can hang clothes on.
Yeah,
I had a little Honda Prelude, and all my clothes were in there, so that was my closet. Okay, so I'd go out and I'd pick what I needed, and then I would drive.
That looked good, right?
I would drive. I would drive back and forth and work part time at a station that we used to be on, and do weekends there. Yeah. So I was back and forth.
Ooh, Calvin Calloway.
But my air conditioner went out, and so I tried a couple of times because he lived around Roswell or whatever. It was a 25 or so, just depending on traffic, trip in. And
with no air.
I tried a couple because you had to wear a tie and everything, to go in.
That's fine.
and I would show up, and I just have sweat stains all over the, so I was like, well, I can't do that anymore. So I would
Red rump.
So I would drive in a t-shirt and shorts with my clothes I was going to change into hanging
on that thing.
And when I got there, I would change and go in. It was in the CNN World Congress Center or whatever.
Yeah, that's exactly where
that's where I would have to drive into and
around Olympic Park.
And so and the whole time my prelude, Don't Let's Not Forget It, had one eye open, so it was like I was winking at everybody.
You had that and a bunch of clothes hanging in the back.
Yeah,
I bet you. I bet everybody looked at you and went, "What is?"
But think about it. Now that I think about it, and the bipness and stuff, I had to be a bip too.
So you think you stayed a little longer?
Well, I mean,
there he is on the couch.
I slept on his couch.
You got some junky car parked out front.
I didn't bring my clothes in. They stayed in the car, and so. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I was. I have no idea. But, and I would take all my dirty clothes back, on the weekends and wash them and stuff. But
that was
fun. There's my no AC.
Living on somebody's couch, driving around with no AC and one headlight popped up.
Yeah, but it was just a couple months.
Yeah, well, maybe I can do anything.
Sure. Yeah.
You can see that light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah. That's why I claim, of course, that my kids probably get tired of it, about, me telling them that's how I really learned how to drive, going into downtown Atlanta all the time.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Oh, you got all those lanes and people cutting. Every morning I'd see some
it's horrible.
Crazy wreck and some bizarre story I'd have coming in.
Oh, yeah. And don't get backed up at the off-ramp because then here comes the Walking Dead out. They all want money.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they did. When you backed up, here they come.
Right.
I
know we were calling them that. But
I'm just saying, that's kind of insensitive. What I meant was they look like the Walking Dead at the movie when they come walking out.
All right, let me ask you.
All of a sudden, they just appear from everywhere.
Speaking of the Walking Dead,
I guess I'm trying to fix it, but
I think we've talked about this more off air. I'm trying to help. Have you heard about, and shouldn't do this, it's got a name, and I'm looking to Alapuca, not suggesting you do this, but you're young, so you might know the name. Have you seen these people that have taking these drugs in these big cities, and it's like their body's frozen and they're collapsed, almost like they're not falling down, but they're bent over, like they're going to pick something up and they can't move, and it's a combination between fentanyl and horse tranquilizer.
Yeah, I saw that. So
it's like a mixture, and it's got a name, and I don't know the name of it. But it's bizarre. It's like it freezes them.
I saw a bunch of food. They're like, first of all, you got all them tents and crap everywhere. And you got people in
and it's like these influencers. Some of these people are walking through the streets.
The Walking Dead.
Of some of these big cities, and it looks like they're all actors and actresses. That's like, okay, bend over or get in some weird position and hold it. I'm going to walk through you. That's what it looks like, but it's actually people's reaction to something they've taken.
Yeah.
Golly.
Ain't that miserable?
Boy, we've covered a lot here in this first segment.
Well, that's it. We're done.
Yeah.
See you later.
Greg's called the homeless Walking Dead. But
I didn't mean it like that. But
I know what you're saying.
I mean, there's nobody there. You stop, all of a sudden, here everybody comes.
Yeah, here they come. And Greg, they're not.
Well, they don't make that noise.
They don't go.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
Right.
It likes them to be a little harder to kill, though. You ever notice that?
Oh, the light turned red.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Folks, our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association have an amazing new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. There's so much to do in that area, and on the Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, you hear conversations with a lot of interesting people about all kinds of cool things to do and see in North Alabama. So just go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen and find out how you can subscribe. You can also listen on Apple or Spotify. Again, that's northalabama.org/podcast today. Whether you're hosting the crew or just looking to bring a little summer to your table, HelloFresh has just what you need, from seasonal recipes to crowd-pleasing eats like a bratwurst bar and s'mores bundle for the kids. HelloFresh makes summer entertaining a cinch. Relax and enjoy summer with America's #1 meal kit. Join today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Got you a free silver bar? Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before, whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles. Plus, they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Our friends at Simply Safe were recently named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So they're probably resting on their laurels, right? Definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's hazard detection. It distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke, so you get fewer false alarms. Get 20% off at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off your new system, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without 'em, brother.
All right, we're rolling back. Alapuka, your intern today, early. Cam Solo will join him soon. Alabama, Auburn, yes, they've learned how to get along. I think they're doing well. It's our Iron Bowl of interns.
There it is.
Yeah.
I think they get along great, matter of fact. So that's there for you. They're your interns today. Bubba off today. We'll update during the main show. We have an update on that. All is pointing to good. So that's there for you. I know there's been a lot of prayers and those of you asking about how he's doing. We have a great report, so we think, today from last night. So we got that for you. Former Vice President and current presidential candidate Mike Pence will join us in about 2 hours from now. You know, he's going to be at the Gridiron Men's Conference with Rick in Huntsville. We'll talk about that, his new campaign that's started since he's announced that he's running for president in 2024. A lot happening. And that will be a little bit later today. All right, so we've updated that first segment. We covered a lot. Last night, Terry and I were leaving, one of many ballparks as I was backing out, and I saw one of our neighbors walking last night. She said, "What y'all up to?" I said, "Oh, we just headed to another ballpark. That's kind of what we do. We just go from ballpark to ballpark. We have little stadium chair, or not stadium chairs, but little." The rocker chairs, fold-out chairs in the back of our car, and we just move them from truck to car, and whatever car we're driving, they're in.
Bring your dog.
And last night, Terry and I will have a little bit of fun with each other. We'll rib on each other a little bit, and
a little bit of that at our house.
Yeah. And so we're leaving, and we're walking to the car. It's probably 8:45 or so. And we're walking to the car, and I'm on her about something, not knowing something that I had told her, and I'm just we're having fun, not arguing, we're just having a good time. And she was holding her chair that we were sitting in, and I've got mine, and she's holding her chair. And she said, if I wasn't holding this chair, I'd race you to the car right now. Like she just had this energy because I was messing with her. And I said, "You'd race me to the car? What are you talking about? You'd race me I would race you to the car right now. If I was not carrying this chair, I'd race you to the car." And I said, "Well, there ain't nothing but opportunity.
Opportunity.
I mean, if that's what you want, Phil Froggy, let's go." And then all of a sudden, now understand, she's got her purse, and she's carrying her chair because I think this is how they get you when you get these chairs and you have those little carrying pouches that rip. After about the fourth time, the chair goes through the bottom of them. Yeah. So we've ended up throwing one of those away. So we basically just squish our chair together and carry it up under our arm or over our shoulder. So she's carrying hers up under her arm. And next thing I know, she's got this chair and she's got her purse and she starts digging. She's just a running.
Well, so you didn't have a purse, so you
I'm like,
you had an advantage.
I'm like, what are you doing? And she's like, I'm racing you to the car. I said, "You're what?" And now she's getting on down. She's like where the production room is, which is, I don't know, 10 yards, 15 yards from me. And I'm like, well, my gosh, what do I do? If I don't, I got to answer the challenge.
Do you?
So I've got my chair. And so I start digging. Of course, now we're in a dark parking lot where we're running down a little hill that meets another parking lot.
That's good.
So here I come, and she's laughing. She's laughing, and I'm going to beat you, or whatever. And I'm like, well, here I come. Watch out. And of course, cars coming through. And all of a sudden, these two crazy people are running through the parking lot with chairs.
Yeah.
It probably looks like I'm chasing her.
Probably does.
Probably does. Which I kind of am.
Yeah.
Well, I saw an opportunity as we crossed one little road to get to a parking lot that was lower. I saw an opportunity in a shortcut between two cars, which I thought were parked a little close with me dragging a chair on my shoulder. But I thought, if I could turn a little bit and take that one jump, I cut off some ground, because she went around it. And the next thing I know, I'm through there smoothly, and I start going down this dark, I guess, I don't know, this little section of grass that has roots that grass really it can grow and they wish it grew better, but it never does. And so now you got roots. And so I'm going, buddy, please don't go head over heels. And I kind of twisted my ankle a little bit, but I wasn't going to deny me. I was coming through. Then all of a sudden she starts screaming, "That's not fair! That's not fair!" And I said, hey, it's all on. And we're, of course, to understand, we're breathing heavy and screaming, running with two chairs.
In public.
Yes. And because I did that, I got ahead of her. And I got to the car first, right? She starts screaming, "Well, that's not fair. You cheated." And I said, what are you talking about? Was there a design course that I was supposed to run? You're the one that called me out. Yeah. She said, "Well, if I wasn't holding my chair, I would have beat you." And I said, "Well, I was holding a chair too, though. It's not like Well, that's
didn't
true,
have a
but she did the purse
Or did he?
over
Or
the,
did you have a purse?
she did the over the head,
Yeah.
strap it across you, so the purse really wasn't in her way.
Well, let's not forget we had a head start. Now I'm getting competitive.
Yeah, well, no, she had a head start, right? She was carrying a chair and I was carrying a chair, so we start debating it out of breath, of course. That's not fair, extremely out of breath because we ran a lot further than we thought holding a chair. So she started saying it didn't count because I took a shortcut, and she had a chair. But I was trying to tell her I have a chair, and I didn't know there was a design course. Don't you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree.
So I let her have it all the way home, telling her that I beat her.
Well,
She's the one that said race to the car. She didn't say, here's the track.
Yeah.
Stay within this particular area.
Yeah.
She also had a
I'm
head
just
start.
glad you didn't get hurt. You remember last time you was racing somebody. You
Well,
ripped
that
you.
True,
I think that's
true.
the reason we're even bringing this up. You said your ankle's hurting a little bit.
Yeah, I woke up this morning and I was walking to the car and my right ankle, I was like, well, that's a little weird. Why is my right ankle
Tell
bothering me
you
a little
why,
bit?
banging it off a root.
Then I realized, I remember now.
Probably
You
stepped in a hole when I was
race your wife
sprinting
in
to the car.
a parking lot with a chair on your shoulder
Yeah, look.
like an idiot. What's wrong with us?
Well, you won though.
She called me out though.
You won
You
though.
won.
Right?
Yeah, and I think
Gold medal goes to
I mean, it's
Calvin.
contested, but you
Yeah,
won.
and you know what she did? She did the classic. I'm running and I'm in the lead, but I keep looking over my shoulder, which is
Yeah.
slowing me down.
Mistake, yeah.
And so I kept trying to distract her, like, here I come, and she's like, I'm gonna beat you, She kept looking over her shoulder, but I thought it was a good move on my part. Unfortunately, my ankles. I'm not like limping; it didn't pop or anything, but it's just.
But it was sore
It's
this
a little
morning.
twist.
I get it.
Yeah,
Ended
a little
badly.
outside and top, if you want to be specific on where it is.
You want to zero in on it?
But I guess when you're 54, you can't do stuff like that.
Probably not.
But I did beat her, even though
Well,
she
in
claimed
the
it
end.
wasn't fair.
In the
So that was my night last night. How was y'all's?
Relaxing. No racing.
No racing,
involved.
How about
at
her
all.
just saying that if I wouldn't hold my chair, I'd race you to the car?
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Summer is calling our name, and this year you can actually get the free time to enjoy it like we will with HelloFresh. Figuring out what's for dinner, not the top of anyone's summer activity wish list, but with delicious HelloFresh recipes delivered right to your door, pre-portioned and ready to cook, you can skip the planning and shopping and get back to what you were doing, which is whatever you want. And it tastes so fresh. In fact, HelloFresh's ingredients are picked at peak ripeness and travel from the farm to your doorstep in just 7 days. Plus, It's 25% less expensive than takeout, and HelloFresh isn't just for dinner. They have finger food, snack board, kid-friendly s'mores bundles, new summer selections available from HelloFresh Market. They're a hit at parties. How about this? It'll be a cinch to serve them, so why not take it easy this summer with America's #1 meal kit? Sign up today for 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Or find that link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button.
Did you know that Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association now has a new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama?
That's awesome, Bubba. As we all know, there's so much to do in that area of this great state. So what's it all about?
Well, on Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, they have conversations with a whole lot of interesting people about all the cool things and fun that you can do and see in North Alabama.
Well, Bubba, I definitely need to check out this podcast.
Yes, you do. And I'd recommend everyone checking it out. All you have to do is go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen, or you can go wherever you listen to podcasts. And make sure you subscribe so you never miss an episode. And of course, support our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourism.
Sounds great, Bubba. And again, it's called The Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. And you can also hear it on Apple Podcasts or Spotify if you're on those platforms.
You sure can. We're subscribing right now.
Folks, to learn more about how you can subscribe, go to northalabama.org/podcast or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. 2 words, junk science. That's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science, because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables, and they have few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others support the immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and a healthy weight loss. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that the next time we get a physical, the doctor says, whatever you're doing, just keep on doing it. Now, this wonderful product is powered by a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. Join us and take Field of Greens too. Now, if you want to get started, we've got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA.
The gravy, please.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Congratulations to Stanford and Tennessee, the last two to punch their ticket to Omaha. The Texas-Stanford game, wow, the way it ended. The 2 Texas outfielders losing the ball in the twilight sky that allowed the Stanford player to score from second. What a way to finish. Wow. Good night alive. But
they couldn't believe it.
Those are the last 2 teams. Tennessee and USM went down to that final 3, that last game, and Tennessee ended up winning last night, shutting out USM. So the Omaha field is set. And speaking of the Omaha field, you know, Alabama was playing at Wake Forest, and we have some different ties to the Alabama baseball team, with JC still playing and kids his age. And then there's some friends of the family. Their kid played for Alabama last year. And so we you know, keep up a little bit. And I noticed that we've had tons of weather delays. My gracious, that's, you know, the USM-Tennessee series, I didn't think that ever going to finish, but it was because of weather. And I saw that the Wake Forest-Alabama game was pushed back. And then the little Swag Mom group that I tell y'all about, that Terry's part of, one of the moms on that is still really tied to a lot of the parents of Alabama players that were there at the Wake Forest Winston-Salem, North Carolina tournament they were hosting. And she said, hey, we've got a problem. It's a medical emergency, has nothing to do with the game. They have told all the fans they have to leave where they are, go down to a holding area, and they've closed the gates, and the game's been pushed back like hours. And rumor is that the ESPN announcer that was supposed to call the game had a heart attack or some kind of medical emergency, and they had to like pause everything. But today I see where it was actually an ESPN director and longtime staffer, Kyle Brown, who was there working. He did have a medical emergency and unfortunately has passed away at the age of 42. Yeah, he suffered a medical emergency at just the age of 42. So the only reason I'm announcing that is because I know we have a lot of Alabama fans, the people that were paying attention to that game, and you know what I'm talking about the long delay. And
Dad was talking about it.
Yeah.
He's like, can you figure out what's going on with this? I pulled up Twitter, and it kept saying medical emergency, but it wasn't the players and coaches. And then I saw where it was an ESPN staffer, but they weren't sure if that was correct.
Right.
It was strange circumstances.
Very, very confusing because it was an emergency. They cleared the stadium, even to play. Everybody had to get away, and so. Obviously, a serious situation, and unfortunately, he passed away. But that's just a quick update on that. Helmsy, you said that the car wash. I want to hear about this.
Well, this is a story.
You didn't have to leave the windows down since you don't have air conditioning.
No, this was Amanda's car. This was a story of patience, perseverance, or I just have nothing better to do.
Okay.
And
perseverance.
I took Amanda's car. This is when I was truckless. And it was selfish reasons. It sounds like I'm doing a good husbandly thing by taking her car and cleaning inside out. But the fact of the matter is I knew that I was going to have to drive her car, and I wasn't going to drive it in the shape that it was in. Let's just be honest, okay?
All right.
Now, as a twofer, she was like, oh, you cleaned up my car. Now, yeah, I had to.
Right.
Don't know what y'all's wives do with their cars, but my goodness, I get in ours sometimes, and I'm like, really? Wow, it's something in here, you know? How's this even possible?
Yeah.
I spend as much time throwing things away at the garbage can at the car wash as I do vacuuming it out. Okay, but I pulled in. I pay. You know the little car wash where the vacuuming's free, and there's like $10, $20, $30 washes.
Right.
And so
go through it and
And by the way, there is a different. I know there's people that's like, oh, that's how they get you. They get you to spend $30, you get the same wash. No, they're different. They're different. You're getting different wash every time. I can tell.
Go with the mid-range.
I always do go with the mid-range.
Yeah.
So I'm the second car in line, and this little small SUV is in front of me. And I could tell the kid's concerned. He hits the button and the car goes through, but the wash never starts. And I thought, oh, that stinks. Because now there's like 3 cars behind me, and they're going to have to come back around. And so he runs over and gets one of the guys, and they go ahead and run me through it. And I'm in there, go right through, whatever. Well, then I go to vacuum. And I'm vacuuming, and it's taking me a while.
Those vacuums don't have the suction you want.
They don't. And it depends
really
a lot of times where you pull. Like some of them are stopped up, and some of them not. And some of the handles are coming off.
You want good suction on those.
You do.
I've never been to any of those type, and it had a good vacuum.
Yeah.
Never.
And
you know why? That's why it's free.
And so all of a sudden, I see the car coming. I can see the outlet where you come out.
Yeah.
It comes out. It's dry again. And I thought, have they gone through twice now and it not worked on their car? Because cars are coming in, and it's like you had my car and 3 others went through fine, and all of a sudden, here's this one coming out the second time, and it hadn't been cleaned. And I thought, do you just give up and go home at this point?
You can't even have a clean car.
And by this time, I'm getting close to being done with what I'm doing, but I had to see. Like I was like, I can't leave here not knowing if they actually got that car washed or not. So they pulled back around, and I thought, God love you. Are you getting a refund at this point? Or are you just getting at it? I mean, are you just leaving, or are you going to try to go again? Third time's a charm. And they finally got their car wash on a third time.
Finally.
And I bet they had to wait between I bet it was probably 25, 30 minutes and like 9 cars that they had to wait.
No.
So my question is,
at what point
would you have abandoned the situation?
I would have said, give me a credit for my next one when I come, and I'm out of here.
Yeah, probably so.
After the first time
Probably
it didn't go through, or the second?
If I went through one and it didn't go through and it was a big line, then I wouldn't be done.
They obviously needed a clean car, though.
Yeah.
I don't know where they were going, but they really needed a clean car.
It did need a washing.
A clean car doesn't mean that much to me.
No, it doesn't.
I would like for it to
It
be
doesn't.
clean, but I'm not going through all
Right.
Yeah.
Do you ever, when your kids were little, take them through those and watch it panic them?
Oh, yeah.
They
Hey.
hated it.
Yeah. None of my kids liked them.
They'd be in their little seats. I was on their face, be like,
mine were never really scared of that, but when we had that Jeep for a while, it got stuck. Do you remember that story where it got stuck in it where the little wiper that comes on top of the hood and then up and over? it got stuck, and it's like the rollers wouldn't go anymore. So we were like, and it was just, I had to start like honking the horn, like, hey, help me, whatever.
Somebody help me.
Yeah, and I think it was, was JC, might have been Reese. He was just screaming, Daddy, what's going on? It was shaking. It was shaking the Jeep and everything. I'm like, oh my gosh, what are we doing? Well, how about when you having to honk the horn? Hey! And you having to roll the window down? Somebody help me! So he was just he was like tore up.
I went through, and this was actually when Rick tells the story. This was actually that car wash in Oxford.
Car Wash Joe.
Yeah, and I went through it. I come up, and me and Lisa, we just got married. Had been married long. We had this one GMC Jimmy's, and they, how they'll take the brush and well, they had messed up and put something in the soap, and it took the paint off of it.
What?
When I come out the other side of the hood, it was just they had to fix it and everything.
Oh wow! How did that happen?
Somebody, I don't know. They put something in the suds that got me.
I've always wondered these.
I got me and I was like,
did Joe say?
These car washes, they got to have some big time insurance.
Oh, I got
because things get.
I had a friend of mine. Not the big ones. Every gas station you fill up, you used to have that little Quicken. You go in there and move.
Yeah.
He went in one, and all of a sudden he's in there, and all of a sudden the roof something just banging. A chain had got hung in, like come out of the back of a truck.
Was just wearing it out,
and the chain was just beating the crap out
You're
of the car.
kidding me.
Like
he was whipping the car.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh my goodness!
Have y'all ever done any? I shouldn't say this. Have y'all ever gotten like in the back of a truck and gone through one?
No, Helmsy. No.
I have not either, but I have friends that did that
just
back
a dare.
in the, just
maybe
a dare.
Yeah, I could see us doing.
Put
it.
goggles or stuff on
I may
and
do
like
that
a
today.
helmet, and then get in there and just.
How
see
much for you to
goes.
do
go
it?
do it.
How much for you to do
I'll
it?
do it for free.
For free?
Yeah,
Greg,
let's go do
buddy, give me 20.
$20.
Yeah.
Buy me a combo meal. That'd run you about $11
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why some of them go, hey, you can't have a trailer hitch ball on, or the light racks.
Yeah, they run me. When I had Dale Jr., remember that truck I had? They wouldn't let me go through.
Boy, you love Dale Jr.
Yeah, I had him a while. I see him driving in Anston now.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Do you ever see any of your old cars? I know you see that one.
Yeah.
It stands out, buddy.
It does.
I mean, it is
it's hard to
fire
hide
engine
that.
red.
Deal with Dale and Earnhardt Jr. special.
Oh, my
I like
goodness.
a good car wash.
Yeah, who doesn't?
Well, they popping up everywhere, too.
Yeah. Boy,
Watch a
so
lot of
convenient.
cars.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. But, yeah, to your question, Helmsy, I mean, unless I'm going somewhere where, like, I'm in a parade and I got to have a clean car, or I'm, somewhere the wife.
You're going to be in a lot of parades?
No, I'm just saying it has to be that bad for me to go third time through the car wash, and hopefully it works now.
No. Maybe twice.
I would have went back the second time, but not the third.
If there wasn't a long line.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster. No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing.
But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
I mean, if you like crisp nacho fries covered in bold Mexican spices, then you have to try steak chili verde fries. They're like nacho fries, but with grilled steak topped with spicy verde sauce with kicks of jalapeno and lime. They're basically the younger brother of nacho fries, who's better looking, smarter, makes more money. But nacho fries has like 53 more followers, so it evens out. Steak chili verde fries are here. Get them today, only at Taco Bell.
At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation which vary.
I mean, if you like crisp nacho fries covered in bold Mexican spices, then you have to try steak chili verde fries. They're like nacho fries, but with grilled steak topped with spicy verde sauce with kicks of jalapeno and lime. They're basically the younger brother of nacho fries, who's better looking, smarter, makes more money. But nacho fries has like 53 more followers, so it evens out. Steak chili verde fries are here. Get them today, only at Taco Bell.
At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation which vary.
Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
All right, we are back. It is about 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. This portion of the show brought to you by HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Look, if you're like our house, what's for dinner will break out, and hey. And when you got, you got teenagers, you got people driving, you got busy schedules, both working. It's everybody's a lot of moving parts, and so a lot of times what's for dinner, what are we eating is a conversation. Now you got to go in the grocery store. We're stopping. Let HelloFresh.com/Bubba take care of this for you this year. How about making sure you actually have the free time to enjoy the summer? HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Figuring out what's for dinner is not it's not a big deal, folks. Let them help you. Matter of fact, all their ingredients that come straight to your door are packed at peak ripeness and travel from their farm to your doorstep in just 7 days or less. Plus, it's 25% cheaper than takeout, and that isn't just something they're go. No, seriously, it's 25% cheaper than takeout. From finger food snacks to kid-friendly s'mores bundles to new summer selections, they're all available at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. And go there right now, America's #1 meal kit. Sign up today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with code Bubba. That's 16 free meals plus free shipping with code Bubba. Sign up today at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
What is y'all's favorite smell?
Huh?
Favorite smell?
Yeah. Favorite smell.
Like, are you talking about like food?
I'm talking about what is your favorite smell?
Something good cooking, but
yeah.
This is a QFTA. They just want to know what is our that was one of the first things I thought about, Greg.
Or hayfield. You ever smelled good fresh hayfield?
I thought about that,
Really?
and I thought, is that just a nostalgia thing that takes me back to good places and good times, or do I truly like the smell of fresh cut
walking
grass?
in and cookies or brownies being made?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
I love that. Or you remember we used to work out down there at Go's Gym, and that restaurant would start cooking.
Oh, Cracker Barrel. That restaurant was Cracker Barrel. Yeah.
Like I guess beef or whatever.
Yeah, we had to run, touch the curb, and come back, and it was cruel. We worked out during lunch.
I like smell somebody barbecue.
And we literally, there was a Cracker Barrel we ran around.
Yeah.
And that was very cruel.
But somebody barbecuing, and
Yeah.
I like that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you like smelling one of your
Speedy
neighbors,
likes
they
to smell
crank up the grill.
Speedy likes to smell his own wind. Some people do. I don't know what it is.
Hey,
got him doing the wave up.
You got me enjoying my own win. Does your own win bother you? Only if somebody else? Who asked that? By the way, never mind. I thought we were off air.
this is why we do these questions
on
right
me.
here.
That's on
We
me.
get off.
Totally
on
forgot we were on.
tangents.
Totally forgot we were on.
Oh, man.
All right, go ahead, buddy.
This
You going fishing today? By the way, what time you hitting the water?
No, listen.
MLS.
I was. It's not MLS. that's soccer,
yeah.
Greg.
Buddy.
Hey,
you
I
gotta
was
play-
I'd
actually,
rather watch fishing.
I was actually moving some laundry around in my closet last night, and
Ooh, I got
I
fingers.
found 2 fishing shirts I hadn't worn a while, and I
said,
thought,
so
well,
today's ugly shirt day.
I'm wearing one tomorrow.
All right.
When is the last time you guys have asked for an autograph?
I can't even remember.
Ask for an autograph. Boy.
Yeah, I can't remember. I really don't know. I mean, I had to be early 20s, if not in my teens, when I asked for an last time.
I'm trying. I don't even remember. I really
All right.
don't.
So,
I
I'm
can't-
going back.
I don't know if I've ever got an autograph my whole life.
I'm going back to Pell City, Alabama.
I mean, I'm not
As a
sure.
kid, I asked for them all the time.
No,
at
I just
baseball
don't, I'm not saying I
games and-
wouldn't if I just don't think I had opportunity.
We would always go to spring training as a kid.
Okay, well, I
to like
wasn't
Major
there,
League Baseball.
obviously.
So I always asked those
Yeah.
players for autographs and got some pretty good stuff back then. But I guess probably late teens, early 20s. I don't think I've asked for one since.
Yeah, I think the only thing, all right, so Pell City, Alabama, at that little civic center
Yeah, I know where it
complex right there on the water.
Yeah.
Todd Jones was having an auction for his
Yeah.
charity,
Yeah, they
and Dale
should.
Jarrett was there.
Okay.
And we had gotten those. Somebody had given me not a Matchbox, but one of those.
Diecast.
Yeah, thank you. And it was Dale Jarrett's car, and I
Yeah,
think he was
those
there,
are
and we
nice.
were hanging out. And he signed the top of it.
Okay, I can see that.
Yeah, I think that's it.
I
Gosh,
can't
how long
remember.
ago was that? That's a long time
Long
ago.
time ago.
15 years. Maybe? I got it.
I mean,
15.
Dale Jarrett ain't raced in years.
I know.
So think about it.
Yeah.
He was top of his game.
Yeah,
Then.
he was my favorite.
He was good.
Where are y'all at on clever bathroom signs?
What's that mean?
So
I don't
like,
know.
like when you go in and it said
Oh,
there's
my
a sign above the urinal that says "potty like a rock star," or
I'm not into that.
I'm not either.
I'm
I
not
don't-
anti. I just haven't been experiencing a lot of it. Trying to be cute.
Mhm.
Some of them are funny. When you got these little funny.
If you
phrases.
first don't
I get a little chuckle.
succeed, keep flushing. You know, those
Okay.
kind of
Yeah,
things.
I kind of like it. Just saying.
I have a terrible bathroom story.
It makes me. It makes
It
me
has to do
grin.
with the sign.
It has to do with us. Yeah. No, it has just terrible.
Was it that
Terrible.
sign? What you laughing at? Oh no, I'll tell you that off air. I remember one of these. No, that was written on the wall. Some of them rhymes.
What's wrong with you? Huh?
You remember that one though? About what you're laughing at?
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't want to talk about it. But no, I don't have a problem with a funny little sign.
So y'all don't. So like, Never mind. I can't read that one. There's one that is at a golf course local here, and I laugh. I think they're corny, and I'm like, whatever. Probably a little silly for me. You know, I'm the serious guy. Whatever. But I
wear the fishing shirts.
But there's one at a golf course here, and every time I see it, I laugh
out loud.
What's it say?
I'm like, I can't say it on air. Greg.
Okay. Have you ever called the number?
No, number on the wall.
That's not what we're talking about.
Oh, okay.
That's not the signs we're talking about.
Okay, my bad.
Oh my God.
So you can't tell your bathroom story?
One time I put your phone number on there.
Thank you for that. I appreciate getting some weird calls.
Yeah, it's been a minute, and I've never told y'all this one, but it was one of those where you walk in and it's a one urinal, and then we got us a toilet, and that's it.
This is out in the open.
And
I never know whether I should lock the main door going in.
If it's
to
a one
hole with a urinal.
Mm-hmm.
So like if I'm going in for number 2 and gonna go to that other one, I'll lock the main door. You know what I'm saying?
And it has to be an emergency, or that ain't happening.
Wish this one would have been locked.
Oh no.
So I had a lunch appointment, and it wasn't locked, and I go to open up to get to where the toilet is.
There they are.
And the guy I'm supposed to meet and have lunch with is sitting
Oh no.
Hey, I'm a little early.
Oh my gosh. It scared me to death.
See you in a minute.
I was like, oh no. And he's like, just give me a second, please.
Yeah. And would you mix a little water with that? Thank you.
And how about that conversation? Comes back out to the table. Hey, man, that's on me.
Sorry about that.
That's on me.
Sorry we made eye contact during that.
It's so awkward. You know how I hate that. I wanted to run off and leave. I literally wanted to run to my car and go home. And I had to sit there and have lunch with him.
The whole time you were having lunch with
It
you.
scared me, too. You know what I mean?
Oh, goodness.
Oh, my bad.
Sorry, pal.
How about this sign?
He didn't lock it, though. It was kind of open.
How do you not
I
lock
didn't
that?
know. I didn't see his feet or anything.
Never mind. Can't read that either.
Oh, boy.
I'm glad I just didn't read it out loud. I found a golf sign I thought I could read.
Oh.
And then I got towards the end of it, and I'm like, well, you can't read that. Don't end the hour like that.
Right. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Rick joins us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You can play a character that is a different race than you are, but you can't color your skin to match it.
Yeah, correct.
Now, did y'all hear
So
this?
you can change your hair color.
Right.
You can change your hair color. You can change anything else. You can change what you're wearing. You can change your height with certain shoes, but you can't change your skin color.
No.
See, I know. It seems like, and I understand.
Unless
the
you're Jimmy
historical
Kimmel
part
or
of
Jimmy
this.
Fallon.
Yeah, unless you have privilege based on your being a progressive.
Right.
Progressive
And how about
privilege.
this? Al don't look like Doc because I'm sorry, Doc wasn't black.
No, he wasn't.
I'm sorry, Al. You don't.
No,
look
but
like
now looking at it, I got who he was.
Yeah,
because I saw it, but
he doesn't look like Doc.
No.
Would you have known who he was if the other Back to the Future characters weren't around?
Yeah,
him in
because
ensemble?
of the hair, the wig he was wearing with the hair going all crazy and all that.
I wouldn't have known.
If you're
if I didn't know it was a theme, if he just walked up in that outfit, I would have no idea.
Because it was Halloween and the way, I mean, I kind of got it, but no, any other day, no.
You're
going, okay, what are you doing?
I'm looking at it right now. If I didn't
What
know
we were just
they
showing
were doing,
on TV, it
yeah,
looked
I'm
like
looking
him.
at that. That's
Yeah.
but if I didn't know there was a Back to the Future theme, if he just walked out of the door and said, "Who am I?" I'd go, "I have no idea. You're a black man with white hair." And I'm trying to think of a celebrity that's a black man with long white hair. That's what I would be trying to do.
Let me ask you this. So we talked about this yesterday. You can put on a mask that changes your skin color. You just can't paint it.
I don't know about that because remember the rodeo
clown.
Well,
got
that was
fired.
about the rodeo clown.
No.
I mean, that was about the fact that they had Obama getting hit by a bullet.
Can I put an Obama?
Right, but he had a Obama mask on.
I know, but it wasn't
right.
the mask. It's because it was Obama being hit by a bullet.
But can I take?
But in the before Obama went in, the same rodeo clowns wore masks of Reagan
Absolutely,
and Bush. And
I
all
agree.
that.
No, I agree with you. I'm not saying they're not being silly, but yes.
Can I
bring a point.
Can I put on rubber dark skin and cover my regular white skin?
Because that's not blackface, really.
I don't think so.
Well, they got.
I
a lot
can't.
No, because intent and what you're trying to do, and that now
I'm trying to be President Obama,
but it doesn't play. Well, you can't be.
Guys, that was super when Al Roker wore the fat suit. You remember?
No,
that was
But he looked like Sherman on the clump.
Let's say like Adler, and he'd be the only one that really would be believable as an Oompa Loompa. He can't make your skin orange?
Yeah, he can't because there's not an orange race of people.
Okay.
Right.
I got you. Well, that we know of. What if another planet has orange people?
Then we'll have to change it.
Yeah, they'll be offended.
Okay. So will they be offended because we tell them they should be, or will they really be offended?
Rick and Bubba,
Because
Rick and
they
Bubba.
should be.
Thank you, sir. You love it. So be sure and catch the Rick and Bubba show. A number of ways to do it. America's greatest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba radio network. Go to rickandbubba.com. Click on Listen if you're looking for those. The TuneIn app is a free download. You can stream the Rick and Bubba show live. If you don't have an affiliate, or you get to a place where you're outside of the coverage of your affiliate, or you just like having that in your arsenal, you get the live show streaming there to your wireless device, and then you get best of bits until another show comes back. So you get to go back into a lot of Rick and Bubba history. Just go to TuneIn, search Rick and Bubba Show, and download that. If you haven't subscribed to our podcast channel, go to your podcast app and search Rick and Bubba. Subscribe. You'll get the daily archives, all 5 hours of the show, including the kickoff hour. Some best of bits find their way there as well, and you get the Wednesday Bible study all for free. Or you can watch us on CRTV live or on demand. If you don't have CRTV, that's streaming TV in HD quality to any of your devices. You can get that by going to rickandbubba.com, click on the landing page there, and subscribe to CRTV. So we are now moving into a time that if you don't get the Rick and Bubba show, it's because you just don't want it, not because you can't get it. Bubba, we need an update from you, sir. The last time we left, your house was being pummeled by woodpeckers, tearing up some of the wood part of the house. People were calling in, I hate to say it, at some point with a little bit of despair, it sounded like, of what kind of response can you even have against woodpeckers? Why are they pecking the house? The various theories on that. And, Bubba, I would like, if you would, to give us a woodpecker update.
Well, Rick, beautiful, beautiful birds. We all admit that. Just love that sound effect, by the way. So as we inspected yesterday, we found where they were attacking another part of the house, too. Uh-oh.
What?
Can you believe that?
Are they flanking?
Are you serious?
Where are they attacking?
I know. So we have like cedar siding shingles type things.
I love that cedar.
That's what I call it. I don't know if that's really what it is, but that's what I call it.
It looks like
And-
the color,
shape.
looks like the color of cedar. Now that I can see it, now the woodpeckers have pecked through the whatever covering you had.
And
there.
we, they really, that's a lot of work right there. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of pecking. To get to that
you
part.
from Cedar Springs?
Right.
All right, go ahead.
So as we were looking at this and discussing options yesterday, and nobody wants to hurt the little woodpeckers. We just want them to go somewhere else to do whatever they're doing.
May I ask you, who do you call in for woodpecker wars?
Well, Rick, that's a good question. I started with the pest control people in the area.
What is that?
That's what a woodpecker bird call.
Okay.
Is it?
You heard of that?
So as we were looking at this, they actually had a spray that was supposed to discourage woodpeckers. So
sprayed over the whole house?
We sprayed a little bit in the infected area.
Well, they just don't go to the others.
Just slide on down.
They just go to others.
But, we were worried about the water.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. How are you today? Ready for another one? Who's ready for another one? It's another hour on another day, and we start this baby with the national anthem. is 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you guys for being here. We'll unpack another one on the Rick and Bubba Show today. You want to go right here, little baby brother? Coming up on the program today, we'll talk with Mike Pence. Mike Pence has announced he's running for president, but really probably more importantly, in our humble opinion, he's also speaking at Gridiron Men's Conference this weekend in Huntsville. I'm honored to be there with him with a great lineup at Gridiron, and we'll talk to Mike Pence about that and other things coming up next hour on a brand new Rick and Bubba Show. Oh, come on with this. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have been giving you a kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler now joins the team for the YouTube experience. You can watch us on YouTube. Over 100,000 subscribers now. Thank you very much. Watching the show live and or archived. Also catch a best of Rick and Bubba Hour as far as our video options. 2 of those you can see us on Blaze TV, or maybe one of your local TV stations may carry that every day. But so that's available to you. Also, you get an hour of audio best of on our podcast archives, and the entire show is archived on our podcast channel. Helmsy, make sure you get that every day as well. And, of course, you can hear us on America's boldest radio stations, on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Or, if you don't have that, you can catch us live on the TuneIn app. That's a 24/7 Rick and Bubba app that is available on TuneIn, which is a free download. You get the live show every day, and then you get full shows replayed for you until another live show comes your way. iHeart also, if you have your station has the iHeart option, you also can catch us on the iHeart app as well if your affiliate carries the program, and they are part of the iHeart family. So there's a lot of ways to get the program. And when I say our podcast archives, that means they're also available wherever you get podcasts on any of those platforms as well. All right, so I guess, men, as we get ready to update, the first thing a lot of you are thinking about is how's Bubba? And that's on everybody's mind. I wish we had a clearer update for you today, but we just don't. It's really kind of, it's good news, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Now the bad news is we don't know what's wrong with Bubba. I mean, that's I guess that's the bad news.
There's that.
All right, so here, let's go good news, because I love good news. Good news is Bubba did not need a heart stent. All the symptoms, and I agree, because I'm a cardiologist. Everybody knows that.
Everybody knows that.
But no, just having a lot of friends, and of course having heart disease in our family, but Speedy, you got it in your family. It all looked like, which is really not that uncommon, that sometimes people, once they start struggling with heart disease, if they have one stent, they'll go on throughout the rest of their lives having multiples. Mm-hmm. Every so often they have to have another one. And I kind of thought that's where we were headed.
Right.
And again, that's not that uncommon. Now, the good news on that is normally when they get in there and give you another stent, you go right back to the business and feel better. Yeah. But they checked his heart, and it didn't have any additional blockage, so that wasn't the problem, right?
Right.
Anybody interrupt me if I say
they ruled that out.
Yeah. They ruled that out. So that's the good news, I guess, even though that would have been a quick fix.
Right.
The bad news is they don't know what's wrong with him. Right?
Correct.
Yeah. And then he said after the procedure that he was feeling better, but some of that, as he and Betty said, could have been related to the fact that I guess he was relieved his heart was not any worse and hadn't digressed. And I guess that is good news. But now they're going to have to today kind of try to figure out, why did he feel the way he felt over the weekend? Is that pretty much
it? Yeah, they're trying to get to the bottom of that.
Is that the update?
Yeah. But from the hospital's point of view, and the heart doctors and stuff like that, they've gone through a number of exams and procedures and have ruled out any kind of blockage or any kind of ongoing heart attack or something like that.
Are you having one right now?
I don't know what was going on.
Buddy?
Getting a little emotional about it, but so that is good news.
Now I will say this, and of course I texted him this, and he claimed that it owned him, and I said, you're not here, so I will do it, and he's like, no, it's a very helpless feeling. Now a lot of you out there know probably what might have something to do with this. Is that Bubba's a big Trumper, and he ain't gonna come in here and interview Mike Pence.
That's right.
So
that's
good.
You know why? Because he didn't do what he should have done.
That's right. He didn't do what he should have done, and he has the audacity to be running against Trump. And I think he said one thing negative.
Or insinuated maybe he didn't agree with.
By the way, I've never seen such a reaction to us interviewing Mike Pence today. The Trumpers can Trumpers, and look, if Donald Trump is the nominee, I'm gonna vote for him again. And I thought he did a good job as a president. I mean, now as a human being, he can be.
Now, the fact he may be in jail during it,
going
to hurt his chances.
But I'm just talking about as a human being, you can get, especially if you really care about the things in life that are really, really important. He can fatigue you. Constantly having to defend something he's done. But as far as him running this country, he did a good job. I acknowledge that, and I would take him all day over what we have now. But I want to just caution some of you that are in the Trump trance, and I dealt with this back before. Be careful that you don't turn into just a version of the left that you can't stand.
Exactly.
Okay, by the way some of you act. And some of the emails and comments on social media from y'all about us interviewing Mike Pence today, I thought was just ridiculous, honestly. I mean, if I can just tell you straight up. And that doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with supporting Trump. I'm not saying that at all. But the way that you go after people and walk out these narratives that somehow, it's a sellout to interview Mike Pence, and I'm not listening to the show today because Pence is running against Trump now, and
that's silly.
And that's just, I mean, I don't understand that. And I will credit one guy who pontificated yesterday, and I couldn't stand it. I said, no, actually, I said probably most of my interview with Mike Pence tomorrow will be about how we're going to get together this weekend and try to see if we can't reach and disciple some men and maybe really change this society by people being redeemed by Christ. That's going to be most of my conversation. And, of course, he took all his comments down after that.
Gridiron, y'all are at that event this weekend. And pretty much see where this interview is going.
The thing Mike Pence is going to be talking about today and what we're going to be doing this weekend, I hate to break this to all of y'all, it's a lot more important than the presidential election.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it is. Hey, this country, I'm studying the Revelation right now. I can't find it anywhere in there. This country doesn't make it. I hate to break that to you. I mean, but
I think it's pretty obvious why as we're looking at what's going on now.
It's probably actually be a refreshing interview for Mike Pence if he could just focus on that.
Yeah, I'm not some masochist or whatever or doom and gloom or that it's all over. I think that look through Scripture, God will give us times of grace and mercy, and even though ultimately it's going to all go down, and I certainly hope that happens for our children and grandchildren. But I'm also a realist, and I do find it, as Peter said in 2 Peter. That I know what I believe, and then I really get upset with myself when then I live my life as if I don't really believe it. Yeah. Like Peter says, knowing what's going to happen and knowing what's coming, you'd really think we live lives that were godly and holy.
Right.
I mean, if we believe what we say we believe.
Yeah.
So anyway, we will interview Mike Pence today, and if some of y'all need to take one segment off on the show, then you can certainly do that.
I'll show you.
But I would, like I do, even if I wasn't going to vote for Mike Pence for president, I still would find an interview with Mike Pence on a radio show I like to be still pretty intriguing.
Yeah, sure.
It doesn't mean that you have to walk around wearing a Mike Pence T-shirt today, but it still might be interesting. He's been in a pretty high position, he's
former governor, vice president, presidential candidate.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you probably wouldn't mind having a liner from him, that kind of stuff. But so that's the update on the interview coming up today. We can talk about that a little more. Also, that's your Bubba health update, and I will say this. Now, I'm not a doctor. Y'all know that. You got one more thing, Helms?
Well, I was just going to say I will. We have not, I don't think, brought this up, but y'all do realize that we talked to Skinwalker, brought that up again last week, and had an interview.
Oh, you're going to go there?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, and 2 days later he's in the hospital.
There you go again.
I mean, at what point are we not going to learn our lesson?
Can I say?
I blame Mike Pence.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Can I just tell you, Helmsy?
We haven't talked about
remember,
that.
I have said to him, I wish you'd quit tampering around with Skinwalker.
Right. Yeah.
And, and thank goodness this thing with the show being part of it, that fell through. I thought that was going to be a disaster.
Yeah.
I mean, that had Ghostbusters written all over it.
Sure. Haint City.
What have you done?
Haint City.
What have you two done? You're right. He's got to quit messing around with Travis.
Travis Taylor, he texted with last week. And then had him on the show.
I didn't think about that.
And 2 days later, he's in the hospital.
Wow.
I don't know why we're not talking about that more.
As a matter of fact, this rough patch Bubba's in, can it be tied directly to him starting to hang out with Travis and the Skinwalker gang? A couple of podcasts, all that?
The fact that they can't figure out what's going on with Bubba adds another element to that.
It does. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Image there, so they were just as kind of a temporary fix going to put a little caulk in those spots. Well, caulk is really not set up to cover a wide area like that.
Wow.
Pond 5. What is that?
That's a woodpecker just taking his time.
That's
Well,
one.
who's that whispering in the background?
What was that?
What was that?
Was that not one of y'all?
No, I thought that was in the audio. That was in the audio.
Was it? I'm going
That
back.
wasn't me.
Please go
I
back.
thought it was
going
a
back.
ghost.
Said something about bonfire, did it?
I can't remember. Let's see. Was it this?
I
one
thought it
played?
was you. I thought it was you, Rick.
Pond 5.
That sounds like
That's
you,
none
Rick.
of us?
No.
Okay.
That's weird.
I thought to myself, I don't get the joke. Why somebody saying bonfire? I didn't get it. Y'all gonna burn Bubba's house down? I didn't get it. You know why you didn't get it,
I
Rick?
know
It was
why.
in the audio.
I get it now.
Okay.
Bond 5 is the one that puts out the sound effects.
Oh.
So for you to buy the sound effects, they put
Bond
that
5.
Bond 5.
Okay. I thought saying bonfire.
I thought it said, "Where's Bubba?
They've got it
Where's
marked.
Bubba?
So,
Where's Bubba?"
All right, go ahead.
so we didn't have any caulk the color of the cedar
Unbelievable.
siding shingles.
I want the bees.
So all we had was brown caulk to put on there
You've got
temporarily.
Well, that looks just like the air's been exposed.
Doo-doo brown.
Well, it looks like now the woodpeckers have crapped on the house too. So, but thank goodness, hopefully we have protected the spot temporarily. But Rick, I got all kind of,
Rick, do it again.
You know,
do it again. Hold on.
from
Doo-doo. There was a jalapeno on a stick.
Okay.
from spraying to using sound effects to it's just all over the road.
Bubba, I know.
There's a thing that's supposed to run them off, but it's a sound effect of a dying woodpecker.
My goodness.
I see dead
And
birds.
apparently that bothers them. Now I did put out a plastic owl yesterday.
Did you?
You're trying the owl?
That ain't gonna fool me.
Well, that's all I had.
Bubba,
That's all I could do.
let me be clear.
Plastic owls are hard. They're not as easy. I mean,
Now you got a plastic owl.
they come with that hole in the bottom. I guess you're supposed to put sand in them or something. But I want something with screws on it so I can attach it to something. You know.
I know.
Doo-doo.
Right. All right.
Hey, see, if we had that sound effect, all that, the woodpecker would leave. Who wants to be around all that?
Bubba, if you're going to be a baggage handler, do not be drunk on the job.
Rick, there's a few places you do not want to fall asleep.
That's right. Line tamer?
Line tamer's one of them.
Yep.
Guy who operates a chipper machine.
Yep.
I'd say that one. And people who are putting bags in airplanes.
Police say a baggage handler told them he was drunk when he fell asleep in the cargo hold, and I know we're all thrilled to know our baggage is being handled by a drunk.
Mm-hmm.
And he passed out in the cargo hold and flew inside the cargo hold from Kansas City to Chicago. American Airlines says the Piedmont Airlines employee, I didn't even know Piedmont was still in that action anywhere, was working American Flight 363 on Saturday when 0737 left Kansas City. And it says that he found himself, I didn't know they had this, in a heated and pressurized cargo hold.
Well, he's lucky.
He's lucky. And
I didn't think they pressurized him either.
I didn't either. And it said that he landed about an hour later at Chicago's O'Hare Airport. The handler said, "Look, I was intoxicated and I fell asleep and passed out in the cargo hold." And then he flew from Kansas City to Chicago.
You know, a lot of times after you fly, you'll take the top off your toothpaste and it about explodes, because it's been in that non-pressurized.
Right. Yeah.
Well, he's lucky. He would have been a gone goose if he hadn't have been, probably.
They say American Airlines says they're
Gone goose.
they're grateful the handler wasn't injured.
It's the ice cream talking.
And they're now reviewing what happened. I kind of think the handler's name has not been released. They said they're going to review what happened. They're thankful he's not injured, but I kind of think when you walk in there and they say, so let's talk about how this happened. It wasn't anything.
His defense is I showed up to the work drunk, working around jet engines.
Yeah.
Not good.
And
not
handling
good.
people's baggage.
Well,
I think
have
the
you ever
review-
noticed your bags just don't make it very long if you fly much? Have you noticed? I mean, you don't get too many trips. It looks like it has been.
That's why you got to buy a sure enough good one.
Can I tell you why? Have you ever been in that seat where you can watch it being loaded outside the window?
It's like it's like a volleyball game.
You ever looked and saw yours get grabbed?
Yeah.
And you go, whoa.
End over end, right into the hole.
Easy, Hoss. Take the headphones off. Easy. But I think they should be gracious with this guy.
I bet the review will come back maybe not drinking at work. That's probably going to be part of the
Well,
review.
I mean, sometimes people get sleepy and they fall asleep on the job.
They sure do, don't they, Rick?
They do. It is 22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today. And we'll walk through another one. Bubba's still out. Hopefully be back with us sooner than later. We gave you the health update, which really isn't much of an update. They haven't found the issue, and they did rule out the heart yesterday, so I guess that's good news. And we'll update you if we find out anything else. So. But I think they even checked his kidneys, and that checked out too yesterday, if I saw that right. So, so we'll see. When we get an update, we will certainly pass that along to you. Now, this is a tough transition, but I do want to share this too because this news came down yesterday as well. That really, I mean, it's good news in the fact that the legacy of this man and the fact that he finished well, which so few people do. A lot of you probably, you may or may not know the name Michael Catt. When I say Michael Catt, probably a lot of you will go, now what now? When over in Albany, Georgia, of course you know him very well, but he was the pastor for Sherwood Church from 1989 all the way up to 2021. When he retired to one of his favorite places on earth, and that was Gatlinburg, Tennessee, and went and lived up in the Tennessee mountains for the last 2 years of his life. You probably, though, also, some of you say, okay, I got that. And then somebody might say, I'm still not there yet. Well, I think you'll come on in now. He also oversaw the great ministry that came out of Sherwood Church called Sherwood Pictures. And really, he was quite the pioneer in Christian movies. Some of the people right now that are cranking out these really high-quality Christian movies, they're standing on the foundation built by Michael Catt and Sherwood Pictures out of Sherwood Church in Albany, Georgia. I remember, I forget where we were, Speedy. Either somebody was in the golden ticket seats or we were out on location somewhere, because this came out in 2003, so we wouldn't have been in the broadcast plaza yet, right? We would have been somewhere out on location. And someone gave me a DVD of Flywheel and said, hey, you need to watch this movie. And I gave it nothing. I was like, I don't know about that. And they said, well, our church made this movie and, whatever, and you need to watch it. I think they did it for $20,000 and it made $37,000. Yeah. And so then of course became the one that brought them a little more on the national scene, and that was Facing the Giants. Yeah. In 2006. And then I remember seeing that. And then they did Fireproof with Kirk Cameron in 2008, Courageous in 2011. And I did not know this, but now I remember it, is that Michael Catt was also executive producer for Woodlawn. Really? Yeah, because, again, a lot of people, the Irwin brothers, he was one of their big influences, trying to use, the talents and gifts that were there in the church to start producing movies that would compete with all the stuff out there that we either have to justify watching or don't watch at all. Also, this was extremely interesting, and I don't know that I didn't know this till I started seeing him posting stuff about it, that he found out that he was adopted when he was 38 years old.
What?
Yeah, and then he found out that his birth mother had no idea that she was watching some of these movies, that it was actually her son that was producing them, because she just had put the baby up for adoption, never knew what happened to the baby, and then had like a grandchild appearing in one of the movies, and so finally they actually connected, and he would post stuff even at her grave saying, I thank her for giving me life, and I thank her for not aborting me, and I thank her for giving me a better life. And so anyway, but unfortunately, Michael Catt developed prostate cancer that was not detected until it was pretty advanced. And yesterday he passed away. So Michael Catt stepped, and I love what Pastor Dean and Sarah out of Tallahassee put, because he was so well respected by so many other men of God and women of God. And Dean and Sarah put out something just a few words, but it was so good. and he said, "Hey, Pastor, enjoy Jesus. This is the Jesus you've been serving.
Yeah.
This is the Jesus you've been talking about."
That's good.
You know, and then Matt Brunson, who was on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, he and Michael Catt had this ongoing thing, who had the biggest library, because they were both really, and they would post pictures of like famous libraries that had, and they would go, a nice shot of Michael Catt's library, and then he would do one, just saw Matt Brunson's new library, and they did that back and forth forever. So Matt Brunson just posted the stairway going into heaven and said, "Well, I have to say that Cat has finally stepped into the ultimate library."
Amen.
You know, and so anyway, he also was a great influence on my life. He was so encouraging to me. He would send me text. He would call me. He and I had a hilarious story about the movie Courageous. He wanted me to come to a screening of that, and I was running to get there on time. And Scott Dawson was supposed to be there, and Scott Dawson came in late, and that became the running joke, because the reason Scott was late is a woman was on the side of the road with trouble with a flat tire, and Scott stopped to help her, and I blew past her to get to go see Courageous.
I remember that best of, but I didn't know this was tied to it.
And Michael Catt's like,
wow.
He's going, "Wait a minute, Burgess, did you go past the same person?"
That's funny.
I said, well, he said, "So you went past a woman who needed help so you could come learn to be courageous?" And I said, "I thought I'd supposed to be on time."
Right.
And he goes, I'm telling you, as Jesus would say to you today, Dawson did the better thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yeah, you're right." So anyway, so he held that over my head forever. But he had a great sense of humor, and was just, and so many people were encouraged by him. He was one of these people that when the denominational stuff, and kind of like what we're having now, when people start acting foolish, he was always just that voice of wisdom that was like, "Hey, don't forget what this is all about," you know. And so let me tell you this: Michael Catt finished well, and Michael Catt heard the ultimate goal from the Lord that he served so faithfully. "Well done, good and faithful servant." Michael Catt, thank you for the legacy that you lived out and leave behind. And may we all finish as well as you did.
Amen.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How about that?
Yeah, they do. They do. Look, at that time in my life, I shouldn't have taken a job that required me to be at work at 3:45 a.m.
It just wasn't your gig, was it?
That was not a gig. It did not coincide with at my time. The current, at that time, the life choices of that era did not lend itself to a preloading job for UPS that I was supposed to be at work at 3:45 a.m.
Yeah, not a good combo.
It just did not lend itself to that. And they give you a little 15-minute break, and so if you go back in there on some boxes and get your head just right, like kind of a cardboard pillow, you can go on to sleep pretty quick.
It's real dark.
Real comfortable. And then you awake to people screaming about boxes that belong on the trucks you're supposed to load and throwing them back up the line. Boxes falling everywhere, people screaming. Where's Burgess?
Your hair everywhere.
And then you wake up and you think, how long have I been out? Supervisor will be upset.
Yeah. That's hard to get a promotion there.
Yep. He said he wasn't sure where I was going to work next, but he knew that my time there was over.
Right.
Good luck with it.
All right, so I got to ask, if you
That's it.
If you're this guy and you wake up and you're in this,
and you're in Chicago,
in this area, do you tell anybody? You're like, "Man, let's see if I can get back home." I mean, do you think it's
because he parked his car back in Kansas City?
Because you know some
He's
of these
gonna have to get a ride back.
Some of these flights they just go back and forth, back all day long. And I wonder if that was going back to Kansas City or if it was going like from Chicago to somewhere else. If it's going back, do you just go?
Oh, I definitely try it. Let's go back to this. First of all,
where you been?
You ain't gonna believe what happened.
First of all, let's do
You ain't gonna believe it.
So first of all, let's do a meanwhile back in Kansas City.
Yeah.
Hey, has anybody seen Billy?
Right.
I mean,
Billy was just loading this plane with me, but I don't see him.
Then there was that person that said he must not have come to work. They said, "No, yeah, he did. I was just working with him. He's here." Well, where is he? I don't know. Chicago wasn't an option. I bet nobody said that.
Nobody.
Is it possible he's in Chicago? Because that's where he is now. But no, to your point, Speedy, because I don't know how savvy I am on the flight schedule. I'm probably pretty savvy on if I'm a baggage handler, right?
Yeah, you probably know it because you deal with it all.
So I immediately find some way. First of all, the people who are going to unload me are my brothers and sisters in baggage handling, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I first of all say, hey, man, come on, take care of me now. we got one day you may need me.
Are you talking from underneath the luggage? Like, shh.
Hey, don't panic.
You know what he should have done?
I'm a baggage handler from Kansas City.
You know what he should have done, Rick? He should have claimed that he hit his head on something.
Yeah.
And that knocked him out. And he not only did he go to sleep then because he had a concussion, he may need a few days off to recover.
How about I'm loading luggage, trying to take care of our customers. The plane shifted. I hit my head.
Ooh.
I fell down.
I woke up in Kansas City, or where'd he go?
Chicago.
I was knocked unconscious. I played youth football, so that may be to blame. And
I've got a history here.
Yeah, I've got a history here, and please don't judge me. Please show me compassion. Can somebody get me back to Kansas City?
And good news, I'm not going to sue y'all.
I'm not going to sue y'all for what happened.
I'm not interested in a lawsuit. I just want to get back home.
I'm not suing anybody who shut the door on me and trapped me in here. I hollered, help me.
Yep.
I must have hollered help numerous times.
Or I could have been dreaming because I was out.
Thank the Lord I'm safe.
Yeah.
I hold no grudge. I'm just glad I'm alive. And I'll just be back at work tomorrow after I take a weekend off to kind of gather myself, probably a 3-day weekend.
Yeah, get everything back together.
Yeah. Now, on the security side, if you're American Airlines, you're like, hey, this isn't good. So we just had somebody in the little hold compartment there and stayed there during the flight. If he had wanted to do something,
and we heated it and pressurized it, so he's really kind of okay.
If he wanted to do
something,
something,
the scary thing
good,
about it, the bean counters at the airline may suggest they put a few seats down.
Well, I mean, come on.
All right, so this happens a lot. Yep, almost 30 years now we've been doing that. Still here. The show that has survived by under-promising and over-delivering. Yep, kind of a lost start. Let's talk about where the show originates. Of course, we come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama. And North Alabama is saying, you ever thought about a nice little getaway to beautiful North Alabama? Yeah. If you'd like to find out more, Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association, teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show, they have actually put together a new podcast because I know you probably were like me. Sometimes I lay awake at night saying we need more podcasts out there. But this one is one that actually is worthy of your time because it helps you to kind of find out about North Alabama. You may not be that familiar with it, and you're like, you know what, I might want to go there, but I'd like to know what's available to me. Well, why don't you go to wherever you get podcasts and look for the Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. That's the name of it. And you can get it wherever you get podcasts, or you can go to northalabama.org/podcast and find it right there. Our sponsors button has it for you too. And then you can hear this podcast, find out some great opportunities for you to plan a trip to our home state of Sweet Home, Alabama. Y'all come see us and go check that out when you get a chance. All right, so some things to talk about today. This show has been pretty clear over the last, 29 years and 6 months. Anybody in here, I know Bubba's not, I'm not. Is there anybody on Team Rick and Bubba that is a fan of Wheel of Fortune? Anybody?
No. Love
Mm.
Pat, but I don't like anything about
I can't
that
ever
show.
solve the puzzles.
I don't.
And
I
I don't know.
There's something about I can't describe it, and we've talked about things in the past that do this, and I can't describe it. I cannot think of a time that I felt good about my day where I found myself in front of Wheel of Fortune. It's like if I was watching Wheel of Fortune, I don't know if it's the time that our local stations air it.
Yeah, because it's that last half hour before prime time.
There's just something about it. I'm like, I feel like I should be doing something more useful with my life right now. And I found myself in front of Wheel of Fortune, and it would depress me. And then, of course, back to the other thing, Greg, which you kind of touched on and Bubba touched on when he's here, is that we can't spell, and that also makes it miserable.
That hurts.
Yeah.
Then they throw vowels in there.
Yeah, and now you know how I feel about these people these people that buy so many vowels and then they solve the puzzle and they've got $10.
Yeah.
I'm like, why did you buy so many vowels? Try a little harder. Try harder. Wow, you went to that safety net fast.
What about when the bankrupt hits them?
Yeah. You went to vowels quick. Good gracious. Don't you know those cost? What are you, a person that thinks a credit card's not real money? They ask for that back. A vowel's not free, Alapuca. It's not free.
I saw it's his 41st season. I think.
Yeah. So Pat,
think about how many puzzles, phrases, whatever you want to call it.
If
The
you
people that have had to come up with those.
So what's
That's
happened?
a lot.
Pat Sajak.
How many repeats?
Has announced he's retiring. I didn't think he ever would. He's 76.
Yeah.
And he looks like he's like 56.
Well, think about it.
I know. But a lot of that's
He's
makeup.
had a good time.
He knocked down. They get together for a couple of months. They have to film a lot of shows, and then they're done.
But I think he got to the point, unless his health is starting to wane or whatever, but I think he got to the point, and you know that feeling. Because I will tell you this show right now, and I know all of us have been here at different lengths.
Yeah.
I am still doing this show because I want to. I'm not to the point that I'm doing the show because I have to.
There you go.
Now, so what is the Pat Sajak? Do you think he got to the point that he said, I have to say, if I see another puzzle, if I see another person miss a puzzle that's so obvious, I'm gonna choke somebody?
Yeah.
That he no longer.
That took 41 years.
Now he says, I'm coming here for the check only. Now I'm not enjoying this anymore.
Yep.
And
He's probably been doing that for the past 5 years. Or something.
And I will say this: I think
6.
Take the age away. I believe anyone who interacts with people, the way people have become, I think they're less desirable.
You're all over that.
That's true. There was a time when he probably enjoyed it.
He probably enjoyed people. People are hard to enjoy now.
They really are.
People,
we got too many things we got to keep up with.
Yeah, people are just—they've become weird.
I mean, we got to watch what we say. We got to watch what we.
They've become
expression.
they're just looking to be offended. They're in echo chambers now. People have become, as Scripture said they would. They're not reasonable
at all.
Have you noticed people being unreasonable is really shot through the roof? You know, you ever explained yourself to someone clearly, and they just act like what you said,
right?
And
I didn't even hear it,
and then they come right back and say, well, "Why are you doing so?" I just explained to you why I did that,
and why you're incorrect.
I thought that was the information you were looking for. I don't like you're doing that. Well, I just told you that's not what I'm doing. I just explained it. And so people are unreasonable. People are rude,
right?
And so I don't. He's probably just kind of done with people.
Yeah, and he didn't really say his full tweet. He didn't really say why. He just said, "Yeah, I've decided that our 41st season, which begins in September, will be my last. It's been a wonderful ride, and I'll have more to say in the coming months. Many thanks to you all."
Mm-hmm.
Have y'all noticed that his head's got bigger over the years? Compared to his,
no,
maybe he's lost weight, a lot of weight, and his body just got smaller.
At one point,
he looks like a cartoon.
No, you're right. I ended up in one of those depressing moments I talked about. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm watching Wheel of Fortune, and all of a sudden I thought, well, that's kind of cool. They've got a life-size bobblehead.
Right.
You know,
looks like a life-size bobblehead. Oh, that's really him.
He looks like a bobblehead.
He does.
Right.
I heard
I got a pretty big head.
I heard Vanna White had a big head too. Like if you see her in person.
Yeah.
That's who I always heard had the big head.
I heard
on
the
Wheel
same
of Fortune.
thing. I'm
just observing that over the years. I don't remember. The past few years, I've noticed it. Like Rick said, it looks like a human bobblehead.
Okay, well, you don't have to say it again.
Yeah.
Do you think? I think it's the hair starts to recede a little bit, so you get more
and
forehead.
he's probably got smaller. His body has.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, he seems like
Amanda's got a pretty good noggin on her.
She does.
Do you?
That's a good point.
Do you think that he would be fun to hang around?
Yes.
Rick Man's made millions of dollars doing this.
Good follow on.
Isn't he a threat?
That's what I was going to say. He is an excellent follower on Twitter.
Yeah,
He's pretty funny. Isn't he a threat to cut up a little bit?
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Now that's the thing. I hate the show, but I'd love to hang out with a man.
Does he cut up like that time the late Bob Saget? Remember when we found out where he was actually kind of nasty?
Oh,
he's not that. He's not low road.
Okay.
He's not low road.
Boy, you'll
nasty.
do that.
Yeah.
Well,
Bob Saget was.
He said,
a
if
dirty
nothing
comment.
else, I'll keep the clickbait sites busy. That's how he ended his tweet.
Thank you, Pat.
because he likes to mess with folks. But yeah, he doesn't seem
He's
that
funny.
way, Rick.
Yeah.
I don't know him, but
I don't.
From
that
what
was a
he
fair
puts
question.
out.
No, it was.
Yeah, because you know how
You never
sometimes
know
Gus
about
is like a
people.
psycho.
You never know about that. Caught us off.
You had him nasty.
Look,
Well,
I'm just.
everybody
I
thought.
said, is he like that? I didn't say he was. Look, I remember the first time I heard Cousin Cliff's adult show. I was like, good gracious.
Rick.
No.
Are you
Buddy,
serious?
you're on there just
Tell
throwing
it.
stuff
But
out.
Greg don't know about this.
No, I don't think
You don't
he
know
does.
about this?
No, I remember when we were kids seeing him at the Ritz.
Oh,
and
so you're about to ruin.
Remember that? And he
You-
did his little tricks.
Would you rather I just not talk about it?
Oh, I want to know.
This is what you did
He-
growing up.
he-
You ruined
he had
things.
So he had an adult.
He had a
version.
kid.
Oh, my.
He had a kid version, and he had an adult version.
That. Something
Yes.
about that was the fact that he had a kid version makes his adult version even funnier.
He would drop Cousin. He'd just be Cliff.
Oh, Cliffy.
Watch out.
That's
You
funny.
saw Cliff out.
Yeah.
Do you remember going to see him live at the Ritz?
Of course I
Aniston?
do. Not near as traumatizing as the time I heard the other show.
Wow, where were you?
Yeah, Greg, you don't remember that? We had a Cousin Cliff run here long before you came to the show.
Well, I remember his son being
Yeah,
around.
yeah, good guy.
Yeah, super nice.
He helped us with one. Cousin Cliff was a wonderful
Look at it.
children's entertainer, but
Look at that'd have been us.
he
right
had
there.
a show when he would come to the adult gatherings. It was a little bit different.
Well, look,
So he did magic
didn't
and
wanna be-
balloons,
Mhm.
but then he also did,
He didn't want to be painted into a corner.
did the
right?
balloons were the balloons in both the kid and the adult?
Let me tell you,
I see where you're going.
all I'll say is this, Adler, and this is the question you're asking, Adler.
Yeah.
When he brought out the balloons for a child's birthday party, it was one thing.
Okay.
When he brought out the balloons for the other show,
All right, cousin Cliff. Okay, buddy.
it went in a different direction.
Gotcha.
Rick, you just.
I'm just saying.
A lot of folks didn't know that.
Well, we talked about it on the show openly.
Y'all ruin something for folks.
I think even
Yeah.
Cliff talked
Look
about
what,
it.
look what you're doing to baby brother over
It
there.
ain't like he snuck. I mean,
Right.
He's all
He
tore
didn't
up
hide
about it.
this. It's time.
Look,
I'm not
the man
unearthing
was
this.
making a living,
I'm
and
not-
he didn't
I'm-
want Rick. You can only do so many children's shows a
Right.
year.
Yeah.
And he needed to, open his business up a little bit and cater to an adult crowd.
So we went yuck mouth.
I'll tell you some things in the break about Bozo you won't like either.
What?
Oh, he's out of control.
Y'all already
Rick, you
ruined.
ain't heard nothing about Sergeant Jack.
Hey, no. Hey, look, watch Bozo. Don't get him around the sauce.
Next thing you're gonna tell me is Pee Wee Herman's a weirdo.
Who would think that?
When we come back, we will take your phone calls at 866 We Be Big. Yesterday we had so much going on we didn't get to chat with you a whole lot, and so we'll take some phone calls next, and we got other things. Mike Pence coming up next hour, and we'll continue to update you. Also, we may get in a round today of the Rick and Bubba Giant Game of Knowledge. We'll find out how much you know about Rick and Bubba, maybe get a little prize. Your phone calls next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From time to time, people come out with all these what dreams mean, different kinds of dreams. The latest looks like it comes from Australia. Is that correct?
Yep, down under it.
Martina, you think that's what? Koshin?
Koshin will go with that.
Kosian? Better known, Bubba, as Dream Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed they say Australian psychology graduate. I mean, is that a degree? I mean, did she get her degree? What happened? Not an expert there, but she's got it broken down in all the categories here.
She specializes in therapy, analyst, and interpretation of dreams for over 10 years. She believes every dream contains a message to help us improve our life.
Oh, my God.
How about that?
Yeah.
She spoke with media about hidden meanings and symbols in dreams. And it's not as much the meaning of some of this stuff, but her breakdown of the dreams that kind of caught my eye here, okay?
Well, look, if Daniel from the Bible shows up and says, I want to tell you about your dream, I'm probably going to listen.
Yeah, I'm going to give her a
But
listen.
I don't know if I'm going to listen to the Australian psychology graduate.
Yeah,
But anyway.
she doesn't really look old enough to be wise enough to do all that yet.
Right.
But Rick, this is the part that caught my eye here. She says there's 4 common dreams that involve 4 things usually. 1 is falling, okay?
Mm-hmm.
2 is being chased by something.
Mm-hmm.
3 would be sexual in nature.
Mm-hmm.
And 4th is your teeth falling out.
What?
Never had that one.
Now, as I
think.
was reading this and I started to think, I don't think I've ever had a dream where my teeth fell out.
Have y'all? Anybody in the audience?
Anybody?
You have? You've had a dream your teeth fell out? Really?
Really?
Oh, wow. So and it must be common because it's in here.
Yeah,
You too?
it's in the top
Maddie
4.
says she's had that dream.
Their teeth falling out.
All the time.
All the time. And now in my mind, I feel like I've had it.
I have.
Yeah. I want to know about this dream.
I have not. I have never had a dream that my teeth fell
Oh,
out.
I have no teeth. I haven't had a dream falling in a long time.
Maddie, come here a second.
No,
I want
she's
to know
coming in.
how
I'm
this
always
dream
that
works.
I'm
Let
late
me
somewhere and
move.
I can't find it, or I got
Homework.
underwear on.
I got to turn in homework.
Yeah, I'm
and
at
I don't
school
have it.
and I hadn't been to class in forever. How did I show up?
Yeah, how did I get back in school and where have I been?
Or
Yeah.
I'm going like I got to be somewhere and I can't get there. I just can't get
Maddie,
Maddie, you have this dream of your teeth falling out?
I always have dreams of my teeth falling out.
Oh, man.
Really?
Yes.
So how would a dream like that go? Give us an example.
So basically, like in my dream, I wake up and then like I can't really talk and I like feel my mouth and there's nothing there.
Oh my God.
So I start to freak out.
Really?
Yes, and it's like super realistic.
And you wake up.
Yes, when I wake up in the morning, I have to like look in the mirror and check to make sure I
Have you
my
ever
teeth.
lost your teeth during a dream? No.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you ever have dentures? You just gum and everything, or
No, but I do have like 2 fake teeth, so I don't know if that's part of it.
No, but you got any fake teeth? You got any fake teeth? Going to ticket? No.
But I've heard it's like caused by stress, like if you're really stressed out.
Well, here's what she says.
Everything in here can be interpreted as stress to some degree, but she says for teeth falling out, particularly, it is related to repressed feelings or a sense of losing control. Do you feel like you're out of control?
She
in your
said
life?
yes. Look, Golden Tickle said yeah. That's
You got it all.
You got it. There you go.
So do you have? Can you eat in your dreams with no teeth, or do you have dentures? Or
Does it hurt?
It's really scary.
Wait a minute. What is it, ma'am? In the golden ticket seat.
Darlene.
Hey, Darlene.
Go ahead.
It's just like I feel like they're out and I can feel in my mouth and they're loose in there and I'm pulling them out.
Oh my goodness.
It's like I said, I have control issues, so that could be.
So in both cases, you check your mouth with your hands and find out your teeth's not in there.
You do have feelings or
Never had that.
You do have feelings and a sense of losing control in your life?
I have to be in control, you know.
Understood.
I'm just a control freak.
Well, now so far you're just a female. What else?
Thanks a lot.
I'm just messing.
But yeah, like I said, it's just that you can feel that they're loose in there, and you're freaking out, like
Right.
you said, because like you don't know what's going on, and your teeth are just falling out of your mouth. So.
I've never.
I don't think I have.
Yeah. I guess I don't have a sense of losing control.
It's really scary.
All right, so here's other one she talks
It could be
about.
worse.
So she says dreams related to water represent emotions and can indicate you feel overwhelmed or unsupported in some aspect of your life if you dream about water a lot.
I don't know.
Dreaming about vehicles or transportation systems usually means you're concerned about the direction that your life is taking.
Oh, crap.
Pretty straightforward there.
There we go.
Feeling trapped. Is she really saying that the feeling trapped means you feel trapped? Feeling trapped in a confined space signifies the need for a fresh outlook or a change. This can be minor or easily. Ten minutes now to the top of the hour. Phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Alapuca, Cam Solo, Rick and Bubba University interns taking your calls. All right, let's get started. Thomas is calling us, looks like out of Dothan, Alabama. Got us on News Talk 103.9. Thomas, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What's on your mind today, friend?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
We're good, man.
Hey, when I saw that Pat Sajak was trending last night, and the first thing I always assume is, oh, no, he died, like Treat Williams. But as soon as I figured out what was going on, the first thing that I thought of was that crazy character Ed Grimley from Saturday Night Live that was played by Martin Short. That fella he had a triangle, and he just loved Pat Sajak, remember?
Oh, I don't remember.
You know, I didn't know that was part of that character. He loved Pat Sajak.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't
Ed
remember
Grimley.
that.
You talking about Ed Grimley?
Yeah. the guy that he had the swirly thing on top of his head.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, there's an episode on YouTube where he is actually at NBC auditioning for Wheel of Fortune. It is hysterical.
Yeah, I've never seen that. I missed the whole. I know that character, and I remember the character. Didn't find him to be that funny. Didn't find it to be that funny. But I did not know. I will tell you, when it comes to Martin Short, it's either a big hit or a big. I don't think that's
put
funny.
him in the category with Robin Williams.
Greg, now watch
He's
out.
a great improv guy, but
Don't
he
do that
throws
to Robin
so many
Williams.
improv things at you. Maybe 2 out of 10 hit.
Greg, I will say that Robin Williams is 10 times funnier than Martin Short.
Thank you, Rick.
I don't think so.
Don't do that to Robin Williams.
No, I'm talking about I like him in movies and all that, but when he gets up there, or interviews are terrible.
Yeah.
And I can't just do an interview.
I like Martin Short in a certain
He's got to talk
situation.
in a Russian accent at some point.
Okay.
And then a feminine accent at some point.
Right.
It's
all right. I got you. But yeah, that particular character, I didn't find that funny.
I didn't either.
But I didn't know there was a
but now Martin Short's funny and stuff.
To Denise. Denise, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Rick hates him.
No, I mean, I like him in
good
certain
morning.
stages. Yeah, go ahead.
Rick, somebody's still talking. The guy that answered the phone was so nice. I just want to let you know I did go to the Paul Thorne concert Saturday night.
Here we go.
And I held up a big yellow sign. You could not miss it. Rick and Bubba says, "I'm sorry."
Oh, wow.
During the concert, he's playing his guitar. He looks and he reads and he smiles and gives me a nod. And then after the concert, I said something to him about it. And he said, this is what he said. He goes, I miss those guys. I am going to get back over there and talk to them. And I told him, I said, well, they said that they have called you and sent you text messages and you will not return their message. And he went, that is not true.
Well, look at Speedy's face.
I don't know. I don't know if y'all had the right number or if he changed it.
So he
or if
said Speedy's a liar.
Don't want to. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I will
But
say
tried.
this. Being accurate, because I know sometimes y'all hear bits and pieces of it. As far as I'm concerned, he does return my texts, and he acts like everything's good and that he's going to come see us, and then he doesn't. Now, when Speedy and all of them are trying to book him, now that goes nowhere. So I don't.
Okay. Y'all see all this blue here?
Yeah.
You see all this blue with no reply?
Yeah, Speedy's showing off.
I mean, I just want y'all to see all
which
that,
really that helps.
Well, he says he's going to come.
All
He
right.
says, I'm going to get back over there. I like that. So.
Good. I hope he does, because we love him.
Rick, you're going to think this is a bold
Yeah.
statement. A bold statement, but the album Mission Temple Fireworks Stand is I put it on the list of some of my top albums. I have a bunch, all of it downloaded. So I mean that is a great record.
He did reply on June 6, 2017 to me one time. That's good.
No,
And
I will say this with
Well, it's
Greg.
been a
you too.
minute.
Mission Temple Fireworks Stand. There are very few. I mean, very few.
Yeah.
In the modern,
I'm talking about
in
the
the
whole
modern
record.
Yeah, in the modern era of, because now back when all you could do was buy the album. Of course, I would have people's albums, but now you don't have to fool with that. You can just
No.
pick the songs you like. And he is one of the few people with Mission Temple Fireworks Stand. Every single song I downloaded.
I know it. That's right. Same
All of
thing.
it. The whole album. I just
album's
say,
good.
give me the album.
I did the same thing.
And I don't do that with many
No,
at all.
Very rare, but that's
Yeah.
and that's the only one that I do.
I did it with
Anyway.
Morgan Wallen.
Oh, good night. Where was Paul playing? Lyric?
I don't know. I should have asked her. I'm sorry. 866 We Be Big. Lines are available if you want to join us. And as you just heard, Alapuca is very kind when he answers the phone.
And I've heard him in there on
yeah,
his very kind.
Is he nice?
Yeah, yeah.
Nice
Very
guy.
nice
He
guy.
seems like a nice guy.
Very
Nice
mature
dude.
for his age.
Cusses a lot, but besides
No, he does not.
Gosh almighty.
Let's go to Sheila in Birmingham. Listen to ZZK. Sheila, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I just want to talk about dealing with the public. I have been working in healthcare for almost 25 years now. And, yeah, I get it about, wanting to go ahead and retire. But so the joke in my family is, hey, I'm Sheila. I like margaritas and 3 people. So
Yes.
I get it.
I've seen those. I've seen those shirts. They'll do it with coffee or
That's a good
whatever.
one.
Yeah. That's funny. No, I mean, I'm just going to tell you, in the times we're living in, there are some really good people out there, but they're no longer the rule. They're the exception. and that's sad. Most people, honestly, you are not very desirable. I mean, the way people behave.
It's trending that
Yeah,
way.
it really is. Now, they're still and they really stand out because they're such a breath of fresh air.
You're right.
These wonderful people. Let's go to Jack. Jack out of looks like Lowndes County, maybe. Jack, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
We're good.
Hey, this is kind of random, but Hell's Bells just came on the radio, and I was at the Auburn football game last year with my wife and kids when a 50-year-old-ish man in front of us on every third down defensive stand of Auburn, he pulled out a Bluetooth speaker and would begin to play Hell's Bells on it, stick it in his ears. How do I explain this to my children that
So he
I
had
have a
his
man
own
in front of me that acts more childick than they do?
That is
I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah,
since the PA wouldn't do it for him, he's just going to do it himself. Rick,
Did he get mad that the hot people took that out of the rotation at Jordan Hare?
Yeah.
Or did he take it on the road with him?
Is
that what
third and short, he gets it out. Third down.
All right, so I want to ask y'all, and you know I have a high level of sensitivity to this that borderlines on mental health problems. Okay, so I acknowledge that, but I'm very, very quirky about people that are doing things and they're like maybe the 8th person down the line. They weren't the first to do it, and they just copy what other people have done.
Yeah.
And
but now own it like they came up.
Yeah, like the taking like Little Mermaid and just doing it again. Stuff like that drives me crazy. Can you not think up an original idea?
Mm-hmm.
So do you find like when a stadium that does that on third down for their defense that they should be the only ones who do it? I don't like that now.
And I don't know who the original was.
Yeah, and now every team plays the exact same thing for their defense when it's on third down, even to the point the guy puts it on his own phone. I kind of like the idea that you come to our stadium and the things we do are uniquely our team.
Yeah.
I don't like that we just do the same things that all the other teams do in the same situation.
Like how now every crowd has to sing "Sweet Caroline."
Yeah, I say that should have never happened. And I want you to come to my stadium, and I like going to other people's stadium where the experience is uniquely them.
Yeah.
Or when you come to our stadium, our experience is uniquely us. Not we all do the same things no matter what stadium you're in. You know. And just like those things, now everybody's got to turn the lights on and off. No, the first person that done that should be the only people who get to do it.
Yeah, that really gets on my nerves.
Oh yeah, I do too. Well, it's that sheeple mentality. I mean, does anybody think of anything original anymore, or do anything original anymore?
I agree.
866 We Be Big is the number. We'll come back. More stories to cover. Now, next hour, also, we will talk to Mike Pence. So that's coming up next hour. Some of you seem to be thrilled by that. So top of the hour.
Some of you excited.
Speaking of people being more and more difficult to get along with, top of the hour and unreasonable.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Something like going for a rejuvenating weekend getaway.
Being chased almost always means feeling stressed or under pressure. Seems like that's a common theme in all
I
of
used
these.
to have that chase dream because I told you I just lay down in it and I'd wake up.
Yeah, I've had a lot of chase dreams.
When you're running
I've had
from
a
the
lot
law,
of
Greg.
Well, I have before, and I learned to do this. If you're in a situation that's kind of scary in your dream and you realize it's a dream, you just announced to everybody, this is a dream, you can't get me, and it changed everything.
I just lay down.
All right,
Out I went.
We got demonic.
You need to just declare, this is a dream, I know I got teeth, and I bet they'll pop
I
right
bet they
back
pop
in.
right back in.
Yeah, there you go.
If you're chased by monsters or demon-like creatures, she said you need to.
I don't
read
got
this.
that.
You'd like to change certain aspects of your life.
What about in public in your
About
underwear?
yourself.
Is that in there? Out in public in your underwear
You know
naked?
what? Why is that not in here? Because that one, I've had that one myself.
I'm always that
dream?
one that, like we were talking about earlier, when I'm late for class, or I
Always.
can't get somewhere, in my
Always.
locker, I don't know my combination. I'm in a classroom, I realize I've missed like 2 months, and are they going to notice that I hadn't been here?
How about when you're in a
but
dream?
I have my teeth during it, though.
How about when you're in your dream, and in your dream you wake up and go, hey, it was a dream, but you're still asleep.
Yeah, I've had that happen. That's
Yeah.
terrible. That's horrible.
That's
I woke
and you
up
wake up all confused.
from a
Well,
good
it depends
dream,
on what the dream was.
and want to go back to sleep and get back in the dream.
Yeah.
Go, I'm going back to sleep.
Oh yeah.
I think I felt myself fading, waking up, and close my eyes real tight and go back into the dream.
Yeah, I think I have.
I've
too.
done that.
Falling indicates you're thinking of letting something
normal.
go or feeling overwhelmed by life situations.
We're all looking at you again.
I
Sorry.
have falling dreams all the time too.
Well, it says you're thinking of letting something go. If you fall toothless,
okay,
you really got
that
problems.
could happen.
Brian Kilmeade joins us again. Brian's been on the program a number of times, and now Brian Kilmeade and Don Yeager, their latest book, Andrew Jackson and the Miracle of New Orleans, the battle that shaped America's destiny, was a New York Times bestseller in hardback, and now it's out in paperback and is a New York Times bestseller again. Brian Kilmeade, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, guys, thanks to guys like you. We just found out last night it's number 5, so it opens up number 5 on the paperback list.
Number 5, baby.
Well, that's just on the way to number 1.
Hold up your 5. You know what's great about it going to paperback, Brian Kilmeade?
Bendable, cheaper?
No. Well, yeah, you hit the last one. Now Speedy will buy one. It's finally cheaper.
Well, plus, guys, I have a brand new afterword, which looks at what other presidents thought of Jackson, because everyone's now got a problem with Andrew Jackson, it seems. They want to get him off the 20. They defiled his grave because Donald Trump likes him. 50% of the country doesn't. So I went and found out what Reagan, FDR, Teddy Roosevelt, Harry Truman, and Lincoln had in common, and they all, for different reasons, really respected Andrew Jackson. I didn't think we'd be in a war in history, but it seems like we are.
And, Brian, I happen to be from the town, Jacksonville, Alabama, named after Andrew Jackson.
Isn't that a reason of pride? It was the Jackson era, the Jacksonian era. You know, I didn't think we were going to be judging everybody through the 2018 lens. So
yeah, that's tough. That's a tough shot to look back in history that far, isn't it?
I mean, who do we think he is? Brett Kavanaugh? I mean, so let's.
Rick Burgess.
All right, Kilmeade. Now, the last time we talked to you when it was coming out in the hard copy, we went through this, but people may be hearing it for the first time. What is so wonderful about the miracle of New Orleans, and why is this so important in American history?
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll talk about the midterms whenever you want, but
sure.
I appreciate the question. And what I found out is I know I can't do what David McCullough does and Ron Chernow does. I can't look at someone from a comprehensive perspective, spend years doing it, and think I could do it better than John Meacham or Douglas Brinkley. What I wanted to do is focus on a period of time in America, an incident that happened that doesn't get enough attention. And when they told us we were in school in the Battle of New Orleans, they said, well, it was a big American win. It was shocking, but we didn't have to fight it because the Treaty of Ghent was signed. Thanks to Ron Drez, a decorated Marine, a respected historian, he found paperwork that showed the British planned on, they said to Commander Packingham, if you hear word of a peace treaty, keep fighting, keep driving, because we are going to overturn the New Orleans Purchase, we now know as the Louisiana Purchase. They thought it was illegal for Napoleon to do it. America would have looked totally different. But out of nowhere, this 41-year-old self-trained militia general takes an army of 1,200, makes it an army of 5,500, and beat an army of 9,000 in 45 minutes. And I chronicle how we went about doing it. And people look back and they say it was a miracle. And I actually spent last Saturday with the Ursuline nuns, who were dominant in that area from 1726 on, just a real positive force. And the Ursuline nuns said, we want the Americans to win. When they met Andrew Jackson, they were convinced they would be protected. They said, we will pray for your victory. And despite the fact that they just defeated Napoleon, it was Wellington's Invincibles, they made a series of dumb mistakes. Jackson made some brilliant moves, and we just crushed them. And we would never be invaded again, and America would grow past the Mississippi. We weren't going to grow past the Mississippi. It would have taken generations.
Right now, you can get an And here we go. 6 minutes past the hour. No Bubba today. Hopefully he'll be back with us sooner than later. We gave you that update last hour. But in case you missed it, good news is yesterday Bubba's heart checked out okay. Kidneys checked out okay. So that's good news. The other news that is, I'm not saying it's bad, but we don't really have any answers on why he was feeling the way he was feeling. So hopefully some other testing today might at least show something. But the good news is the heart did not need another stent, and everything with the kidneys checked out as well. So that's good news. So we'll see if we get other news. We'll pass that along to you. Speedy's here, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Alapuka, and Cam Solo, the interns. All right, so we will talk with Mike Pence coming up this hour. So is that next segment?
It should be bottom of the hour.
Bottom of the hour. All right, so we'll talk to him. But we do have, I know these are not fun looks, but we'll take a look-see. It's almost like you've heard there's a crash and you're afraid to look.
Yeah.
Don't look. Don't look. Blinders. And that's the state of the OUSA. Of course, it is. I don't know if y'all may not know this or not, but it's Pride Month. Y'all may not be aware of that. I know that no one. You don't see it anywhere. What in the world?
Tennessee Pride.
It's I'm Greg. You made a statement during the break that we haven't really talked about publicly. No one be afraid. It's a good thing. I agree with you because I know people that we have an agreement to see the world differently on this topic, but they're not a mob. They're not activists. They honestly are just trying to live out their lives the way they think they want to live it, and that's their priority. Are they kind of embarrassed themselves of the presentation of the community in which they belong, going, I don't think our strategy is right? Do they ever look and go?
You're talking about flashing on the White House lawn? What we're doing right now?
When we see people flashing, body parts, acting nasty, the way these drag shows, they're nasty in front of children. Do you think there are members that maybe they're the kind of person they are so committed to living their life out the way they want to, and they have the live and let live mentality, which, remember, that's what we were sold in the beginning. Of course, that's not what it's turned into. Are they so committed to that they don't even call themselves a member of a community of the LGBT? Did they find this whole presentation to be embarrassing?
I say, look at what's going on.
There's no.
They showed at the White House where they brought. You got people flashing the cameras.
Oh, yeah.
You got. Don't forget, I just saw our president. He's out there.
Yeah. Now keep in mind, and what's happening now with our current president is he's been told that this is a voting block that they need to play to, and some of the things they're saying. Honestly, and I've got one coming up. I'm going to start with A anyway, Adler. Let's go through them in order. That probably works best because I really want to land on C.
Yeah.
Because C is another example of this fake world that's been created that has no basis on reality. Okay, so let's start first of all with Biden trying to talk to the Pride Month event that's going on that features things that honestly. If I was part of this community and I said, all right, this is where we want to show everybody who may even disagree with us that some of the ways that we are being treated or being cast are not correct. Let's show that we are just, people who are trying to live our lives the way we want to live it, and we certainly don't expect everybody else to agree with us, just like we don't agree with you. And then it turns into decadence. And I don't understand why that has to be the card that you continue to play. Right. So you're overplaying your card again. You're saying, not only do I want you to say that some people see life differently than you do, I want you to not just have to be okay with that. I want you to also be okay of all this decadence and debauchery that we're portraying as well. See, there may be people that say, I don't have a problem with people marrying who they want to marry or date who they want to date, but I got a problem with debauchery and decadence, no matter if it's heterosexual, homosexual, whatever. Right. But I don't understand it. Well, I guess I do understand it. You can't help but eventually, well, like I said before, we all produce the fruit of who we really are. We can't help it. There's no way to stop it. But here we go. Biden saying, I think of all the places he's been, all the military academies he's been to, and I want you to listen to this statement about what's going on the White House lawn. Here we go.
We all talk about courage. Well, I see more courage in this lawn than I've seen in any time in the recent past.
More courage on this lawn right now
So flashing your breast takes courage?
I see more courage on what's happening on this lawn right now than I have seen in the recent past. Now think about all the things he's seen, all the places he's been.
Remember when he fell just a few days ago? That was at a Naval Academy graduation.
It sure was.
Yeah. So, but unfortunately, even when he's trying to roll out something about the military and him banning, he overturned a ban on transgender military service. He can't quite get it out, but here we go.
As Commander-in-Chief, I was proud to have ended the ban on transgender Americans serving in the United States military.
Transgender.
Yeah,
Good night.
Yeah, those of you that are transgender, good news, the president's there for you. So if you don't gesture like the rest of us, you're kind of trans-gesturing. He's there for you.
If you occasionally,
if you gestured with your right hand, but you've transitioned and now gesture with your left hand, he's there with you.
His poor tongue.
Oh gosh.
If you entertain kings every once in a while as a jester.
Right. If you're a court gesture.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So here we go. Here comes the statement right out of the fake world. This is so maddening. And I'm having a good day so far, and I know I'm new into the day. I hate for my day to go so bad so quick, but this kind of stuff just infuriates me. So here we go.
When a person can be married in the morning and thrown out of a restaurant for being gay in the afternoon, something is still very wrong in America.
Any gay people being thrown out of restaurants?
Not happening. That is not happening.
Any gay people being thrown out of restaurants? What in the world is he talking about?
Does anyone even ask?
Has anybody married who they wanted to marry and are allowed to marry, and that is, if that's the choice you want to make, has anybody said, I married someone of my same gender, okay, and I am gay.
Morning time.
In the morning, and then you and your partner, husband, wife, whatever you call them, y'all went to a restaurant and someone walked in and said, let me tell you two gays something. Y'all are out of here.
Yeah. You know why? Because you're gay, you can't eat.
Is anybody gay in here?
Tell you one thing, any gays in here? Has
anybody, is that happening?
It's made up. Has anybody been thrown out of a restaurant in modern time because you are gay?
And if you got hairy legs, you're out.
You're out, hairy legs.
Anybody? That
needs to have to back that statement up. You can't just say that.
Walk it out.
Does anybody? Nobody, Democrat, Republican. Let's be bipartisan on this. We can't let anybody in leadership get up and say something like that when it's not true.
But now, correct me if I'm wrong, and I probably got the story wrong. But Huckabee, that used to be
Mike Huckabee,
his daughter.
Sarah.
Remember Sarah when they went to eat at a restaurant and was harassed so bad that they did have to get up and leave just based off their political views, nothing more.
Yeah.
Couldn't sit down and eat.
Yeah. No,
that's happened.
No, well, Greg, you're really talking about the whole thing that's going on. This is really, and this is what fake worlds do, it's a 180. The people in this country that get attacked for their beliefs now are not the LGBTQ community. They're not the one they're being celebrated. Mm-hmm. The people who are being attacked are the people who disagree, are the people who have a biblical worldview. Those are the people that are not being celebrated for their commitment to what they believe. Mm-hmm. They're being actually ostracized for what they believe, either politically or morally. No, right now you don't this thing about we got to be careful the way we treat these people in this community. Is everybody ever want to tell them they should maybe be careful how they treat people that disagree with them?
Yeah.
I mean, we're falling over backwards to be sure that a certain group of people are treated a certain way and elevated to more importance than anybody else. But on the same, we don't hold them to the same standard that we tell the world that we're holding the world to in the treatment of them. Shouldn't they treat everybody the way that they tell everybody that they should be treated? Right? Wouldn't that be showing the best example of let me show you how you but that doesn't happen. You can have a transgender woman come up and throw you down, punch you in the face. It is saying one thing and living another. But keep in mind, the president just told us a scenario that is completely false.
Yep.
Totally made up. No merit whatsoever.
Yep.
And
but if you say it, it must be true, Rick. If we say it enough.
Some people tried to kick some gay people out of a Waffle House with me one time, and I was like, "This is a family restaurant, and they love each other."
Thank you,
Joey.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
at all.
Well, I love how you use the term miracle, because there were a lot of things that at one time were taught in American history that you could draw the line that these were miraculous things through the sovereignty of God Almighty as a blessing on our country for a given time. And people have gone through the revisionists and have removed these things from history. So I think these type of books you're doing, they probably are more important now than they have been in our lifetime because of the attempt to revise history.
Do you notice that your listeners know the news, but they also are very patriotic?
Yeah.
I find that people are very patriotic that watch Fox and listen to me on the radio, and you have the most patriotic listeners on the planet. And if you tell them a story that's true in an accurate way that maybe got some of the detail, which I admit to I do. If you tell them it's true, and then if they want to go get more depth, it's out there. Go to New Orleans, see it. Go to the National Archives, read it. But I just think that we had trouble with a president that couldn't answer this question, are we an exceptional nation? And his answer was, yeah, but every nation thinks they're exceptional. Not really. There's a reason why people are trying to sneak in here. There's a reason why we're the number one economic and military power in the world and have been for almost 100 years now. And that is because we're not perfect, but we're trying to be. We're self-critical. We fight in front of people. We go at it. People think we're coming apart, but we're actually just getting better. If we understand where we came from, we're going to understand what we're going through.
No doubt.
And we got a little bit of rowdiness in our DNA.
Sure.
I mean, you had to be a little rowdy to set out in those boats for the New World.
Yeah. No doubt about it. So speaking of current day, and I know we got about 5 more minutes with you, and you're about to get on the plane for a book signing, and we'll run those down for you too. And Brian's website's and show notes, so you can find out where Brian's going to be if you want to go meet him. But let's talk about the midterms. You're right there on the front lines. How do you see this going on Tuesday? I know none of us can predict exactly what's going to happen, but what's your sense?
Now, I know you've been on Fox before, and when you were on earlier, it looked kind of grim for Republicans because of history, because this president is so unorthodox. People are having trouble. They were trying to marginalize him. And, he has not been perfect, but things have changed. And now we're no longer saying, are they going to lose the Senate? They're saying, how much will the margin grow? Now, there's a chance that Beto O'Rourke will pull up an upset. There's a chance that, Dean Heller will go down in Nevada. But for the most part, things are trending where they're going to have a 4 or 5 seat advantage, I believe, in the Senate. In the House, anyone who can tell you that they can figure out 435 races is lying. They're talking about regions and sections. So what I'm saying is the president's gotten a read that he can make the sale. And he has got 11 events in 6 days. He believes that he wants this thing nationalized. He wants people voting on him. And I do think that the Democrats, one message of health care is strong, but the other message of resist is not. And people are fed up with this whole the intramural fighting with Kavanaugh. The basics understanding is we're not afraid of the caravan, concerned about our border, and there's no order, and we're already at $700 billion in debt, and we have our own poor, our own people sleep on the streets that we have to take care of. We're not mad at those people. And when people bring up the caravan and talk irrationally about it and try to mock you because you're concerned that on the cap 5,000 a day are going to come steamrolling through our borders, and they have been for a while, then people get ticked off. They don't answer you. They don't answer the polls, and they go vote. If there is a quiet Trump vote again, Trump holds both. And if he does hold both, it'll be as big an upset as his victory in 2016.
Brian, that kind of got to something we were talking about earlier. Do you believe the polls right now, or do you think they're off?
Well, I think that I know in my life there's a lot of people that support Trump and don't tell anybody. More than Bush, more than Clinton, more than anybody else in my lifetime. Nixon, for a while people would be embarrassed to say they're voting for Nixon or, they voted for him. But, this is worse. Because people get such looks, they're looked at as like mutants if you say that you support President Trump. Yeah. They keep their mouth shut. So why would they ever answer a poll from Gallup? A stranger comes up to you with a clipboard. Why would you answer that question? So my thing is logic tells you that Trump is underpolled. Logic, because people aren't leveling with other people. They're not leveling with their family members.
Well, there's also precedent. He was underpolled in the presidential election to the point you just made. If that went the way it went, why would we think the midterm elections would not give us that same quiet? Here we go. 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show as we make our way back. So, a lot of times when you want to talk about a fake world, one of the things that we've been talking about a lot, and it's really been odd, when all of a sudden our society has become obsessed with drag queens. They've been around a long time, but our obsession with this and trying to somehow legitimize this as normal, even family entertainment is just bizarre. I mean, it really, and some of you that are trying to sell us on this, I honestly think there's something wrong with you because it's like you can't see something that's, I hate to say this, clearly right in front of your face. So examples of what Greg was just talking about the White House lawn thing yesterday. Babylon Bee has a little child holding a pride flag, and here is the headline. Child waves at his teacher and principal, acting out bondage scene on Pride Parade float. And so you're thinking, yeah, you Bible-thumping, fundamentalist, right-wing, but now why don't we just hear from a drag queen themselves who also can't believe that parents are taking kids to their shows. I mean, this drag queen can't believe it. So why don't you just hear from them, and that way you don't think it's some backward, hillbilly, antiquated, outdated point of view. Why don't you just hear from someone who is a drag queen and does these shows, and here it is. Just listen for yourself.
And I've just cut out just the very beginning. He's just said, what in the heck have drag queens done to earn y'all's respect? Like, why are they revered and honored? And this is coming from a man in full drag, everything. Okay.
Has a drag queen ever done to make you have so much respect for them and admire them so much, other than put on makeup and jump on the floor and writhe around and do sexual things on stage? I have absolutely no idea why you would want that to influence your child. Would you want a stripper or a porn star to influence your child?
We've made that point.
It makes no sense at all. A drag queen performs in a nightclub for adults. There is a lot of filth that goes on, a lot of sexual stuff that goes on. And backstage, there's a lot of nudity, sex, and drugs. Okay? So I don't think that this is an avenue you would want your child to explore.
And I'm going to jump ahead here to the end here, and they're going to address some of the parents that do this.
Okay.
That's, more common sense from this person, this man in makeup. Okay.
But to actually get them involved in drag is extremely, extremely irresponsible on your part. And I understand you might want to look like you're with it, that you're cool, that you're woke, that you're not a Nazi, that you're not a homophobe, whatever it may be. But you can raise your child to be just a normal, regular, everyday child without including them in gay, sexual things. And honestly, you're not doing the gay community any favors. In fact, you're hurting us, okay? We have already had a reputation of being pedophiles and being perverts and deviants. We don't need you to bring your children around. So you keep your kids at home or take them to Disneyland or take them to Chuck E. Cheese. But if you need your child to be entertained by a big human in a costume or in makeup, take them to the circus or something. When they turn 18, then why don't you take them to the clubs on their 18th birthday?
Well, I don't know about that. But
yeah, but still makes a point. I think that's still a valid point. I don't think that's a good decision. But the point that this drag queen is making is this is not family entertainment for children. And they're saying while you're trying to look so woke and so with it, you're actually, as a parent, doing something really, really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I like the point that they're making. I guess it goes back to my original thought. Yes, there are members of the community that go, I don't think this is our best approach.
Yeah.
And you heard this man in drag say, it really is not helping our cause either, because it makes us look like we are perverts and that we are pedophiles, because it does seem odd, and I'm not the person that's made this point. I've seen this point made probably a dozen times now. Have you ever wondered to this point, and I'm not saying it's on them because I think parents are doing it, said, have you ever wondered why drag queens desire to be children's entertainment? That why do they want our children to come and see this? And this drag queen is saying, we don't. The parents are doing it.
Yeah, well, I've said that before when somebody passing laws. I said you shouldn't have to pass laws because why are parents taking them?
Right.
Nobody, the kids can't drive themselves there.
No,
don't take them.
No,
they shouldn't have to be a law. You got to have enough sense.
Yeah, that's back to the James Gregory bit on. I'm upset that my kid eats junk food all the time, but the kid can't drive.
Yeah.
So why not let them have it?
Crazy.
And these drag shows, or these parades where you see people going down the road.
Oh my goodness!
And then you see kids on the sidelines, and the confusion.
Mm-hmm.
They're not even having fun. It's not a place for kids.
Yeah,
they're just confused.
There's no point in it.
And why are these adults why are these adults engaged in this behavior? I don't understand this. And they're coming from a place of confusion. They're not they're not having fun.
No, well, you go back to this too. I saw a little bit of this. I told Greg about it. Robert Downey Jr., his dad just died of Parkinson's here in the last few years, and he did a documentary where he went back through his life with a dad that was real hip and cool and did all these cutting edge movies that nobody was doing at the time. And his dad got into drugs and his mom got into drugs, and they would just let him have drugs. And so this led to him having drug addictions and alcohol problems. You remember his whole career nearly ended.
Woke up in somebody's house in their bed.
And so he was basically in this is trying to get an apology from his dad, which by the way he never gets. But we look at that and we go, I'll tell you what. How in the world did this mom and dad get all hip in their world of Hollywood and expose their children to drugs and alcohol, and even had the kid doing drugs with them, and look at the problems that it caused? But we're not saying the same thing to parents that are taking their kids to these shows.
Yeah.
I mean,
and the drag queen made the point. I mean, you wouldn't want them going with adult film stars or
no.
It ain't nothing to
This
do
is not
with
family.
heterosexual or not. It's
yeah.
Kids shouldn't be exposed.
There's heterosexual things that adults entertain themselves with that are not appropriate really for anyone, but they're not appropriate for children. Yeah. And we would never even remotely think. Well, we probably will at one time. We'll get there. But that's what this person is saying. I don't understand what y'all are doing, and taking children to this kind of entertainment doesn't really serve any community well, and it doesn't serve the child well. When the child becomes an adult, they decide they want to go see some of this, fine.
Yeah.
But I mean,
if people want to be weirdos as adults, great.
They're making their own decisions at that point.
Yeah. But that man in makeup and a wig is making some good points.
But isn't it? But isn't it?
Which I didn't think I'd ever say that.
Well, you know what's sad is that person makes more sense than a lot of parents out there.
Yeah.
Mike Pence is with us next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That was never spoken of.
And I'll add this, just in terms of tactics and techniques, their ground game, cyber ground game, what they have in terms of a mailing list and the way they can target, puts even President Obama's to shame. This guy, Brad Pascal, now in the tower from Texas, he has put together such a list of targets. That's the reason why he was winning by 10 and 20,000 votes in all these states. There wasn't a mistake. That wasn't a fluke. It wasn't the Russians. He knew exactly what districts to go to. Every time the president has a rally, these people are enlisted as captains. They're put on massive mailing lists, and his base continues to grow. They find out what's important, they change their message, and they reattack. Now they're siphoning out to all the congressmen and women running for office, telling them what their district is about, more than the people living in it. Do not underrate the president's cyber team and his ground game. And he spread it out the entire RNC.
Brian Kilmeade, thank you, brother, for spending time with us. 35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show coming up this weekend, the Gridiron Men's Conference. Tickets are still available, and excited to be at the Probst Arena there at the Von Braun Center, Huntsville, Alabama, and have enjoyed Huntsville hosting the Gridiron Men's Conference the last few years, and looking forward to going back. I'm honored to be with Robert Jeffress, Phil Waldrop, David Jeremiah, Mike Whitson, and also this weekend we'll get an opportunity to hear our next guest, Mike Pence, who joins us now on the Rick and Bubba Show. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm just great, Rick. Thanks for having me on the Rick and Bubba Show. And I guess I should say, long-time listener, first-time caller. Great to be on, man. Really, great show.
Thank you. I mean, are you just making us feel good? Are you familiar with the show at all?
Oh, are you kidding me? You guys are on all over. I mean, okay. I appreciate your values. I appreciate the way you carry yourself. And I was telling your producer beforehand, long before I had a 20-year career in politics through Congress as governor and as your vice president, I actually made a living in radio back in the 1990s here in Indiana, and never as big as Rick and Bubba, but I mean, we were on all over the state. Just loved it. But you guys are awesome.
Well, Mike, it's funny. Phil Waldrop, with the Gridiron, he told me that, and I was like, so I didn't know Pence had a background in radio. We may let you walk a song.
Yeah.
I mean, we may let you jock a little bit.
I could have brought you in. I'm a bumper music guy. I wish we would have had bumper music at the White House. You start a press conference, just a little bumper music, bring it in, and those were great years, and that's when I started. People would call the radio show and they'd say, I've been listening to you. I don't, trying to figure out where you're coming from, and that's when I started saying, I'm a Christian, a conservative, and a Republican in that order. Yeah. And and our show was carried. You guys, you share those same values, that same perspective, and you do it in such a winsome and entertaining way. I just really want to commend you.
Well, you're kind to say that, and also watching the way you have, when it comes to the faith, which, let's be honest, you listed that first because at the end of it all, that's all that's going to matter. But I do commend you because it is tough. I mean, when you deal with the current state of politics today, many people, I'm just going to be transparent with you. I've had these thoughts myself of going, I just don't know that I want to step into that world. And I've even kind of changed the way I operate on, people want you to endorse them as candidates and things like that because it's become so toxic is really the only word I can think of. And those people I know, like yourself, that have served that I know personally, they've come back and said, "Oh man, it's worse than you even think." And I don't want to have that attitude of giving up and going, there's just nothing we can do. And you obviously don't have that attitude because you've served as governor and you've served in Congress, and of course you've served as our vice president. And now you have decided to throw your hat in the ring for president. So tell me about that from you and I as followers of Christ. Tell me why you're doing this.
Well, first and foremost, it was a great privilege to serve this country in all those capacities. Yeah. And I had friends tell me years ago, Rick, that there's two kinds of people in politics. There's people that are called and people that are driven. Yeah. And, if you want to grab a copy of my book, I put a book out last fall, and I've tried to be transparent there. I've been both. Early in my career, I was one of these guys that let my political ambition get ahead of living out my faith in the public square. But the last 20 years, with my wife Karen at my side, we've sought to carry ourselves in a way that would honor God and stand for the values that we believe in while we serve the country. And the Lord's really blessed our path beyond anything that we could have imagined. But over the last 2 years, traveling the country and getting to know people like Phil Waldrop and others, we've just been listening and reflecting and praying. And I'm just convinced that the country's in a lot of trouble right now. I think the current administration, its policies, weaken America at home and abroad. I think in so many ways our culture, as your segment at the bottom of the last half hour was reflecting, our culture is just, in a state of confusion, at least in the popular culture. But I'm convinced that many more are with us than are with them. This is a great country of good, decent, faith-filled, freedom-loving people. And Karen and I just felt called at the end of the day to step forward and give voice to those values and hold up a candidacy and trust the American people and the good Lord for the way forward. In my announcement last week in Iowa, I said, we don't know what the future holds, but we know who holds the future.
Amen.
And we're going to carry ourselves forward and offer that candidacy. But I got to tell you, being at the Gridiron conference this week with you and with Phil Waldrop and Robert Jefferson and others, that's a joy for me, because that's just an opportunity to step away from the whole political process and just talk about what's most important in our life, which is the decision I made in 1978 to put my faith in Jesus Christ as my personal Lord and Savior, and the chance to come there and just reflect not on politics and policy, but just to reflect on the difference that our faith in Christ has meant to me and to my wife, to our marriage, to our family, and because ultimately, you and I both know that's the hope. That's the hope of the future.
Well, and I didn't know you were tied to the Asbury revival. Is that is that accurate? That's where God spoke to you?
Yeah. Good heavens! It's amazing what you can find with Google, isn't it? I mean,
actually, it was a text from Phil. It was a text from Phil. Yeah, but is that so? That tell us what happened.
Well, no. So I walked away from faith when I was in high school. I had a little bit of social success. I had to give to the gab, became popular. I just figured religion was a crutch I didn't need anymore. Right. And I went off to a little college in southern Indiana and started to meet some young men that just described themselves as Christian. And they talked about having a personal relationship with God. It was unfamiliar to me. And I ended up traveling in 1978 to a Christian music festival that took place at Asbury University, and it's called Ichthus. And I sat there on a hillside for 2 days and listened to the early days of contemporary Christian music. I listened to preaching, and as I love to tell people, it was like I heard the words for the very first time, that God so loved the world that He sent His only begotten Son, that whoever might believe in Him might not perish but have everlasting life. And I stood up as the light rain came down on a Saturday night and walked down and made a decision to put my faith in Jesus Christ. And my life has just changed my life forever. And I hope people know that whatever else they might know about the Pences, know about our family, that's where our strength and our hope comes from.
Yeah. Well, when this weekend, don't you think too? Obviously, government was allowed to kind of keep order. Romans 13, it's pretty clear what government is there for, and so we can do that. But coming up this weekend, and that is important, and like we say, we actually, unlike the men of the Bible, we can actually have a say on who we vote for and who's going to lead. Ultimately, God will allow either for a blessing or for punishment who gets into that office. But this weekend, and it's kind of been our passion here, is I kept hearing all my life, and we have similar testimonies, but that men had been given so much influence and headship, not inequality. Men and women are equal, but they're beautifully distinct, and the roles are distinct, both equally important but different. And I kept hearing this on Father's Day, but then I kind of noticed in most churches the effort to disciple men out of spiritual infancy really didn't exist. It was really only talked about on Father's Day, and me, because I'm a C student from Calhoun County, Alabama, but I'm gifted with a superpower of common sense, and I thought, well, shouldn't if these men have all this influence, and the family unit is under attack, and God has designed the man to be head of the family, shouldn't we be addressing him first? Isn't that one of the most important ministries, if not the most important in the church? Because it seems like if this guy would get under the authority of Christ, be transformed by the Holy Spirit, and take his proper role in the house, the church, and society, we would solve most of our problems. And so I think the kind of things like this weekend, for you and I and the other men to have access to speak into these men's life, if you can get men, this is what we say, we have a discipleship strategy at themanchurch.com, and we say disciple men, change everything. So I think one of the best gifts we could give our society and our country is for these men to get right with Christ.
Well, I'm very moved by your words. Couldn't agree more. That it's what is it? The Bible tells us to turn the hearts of the fathers to their children. I mean, when you look at the challenges that we face, the challenge of family in America faces today, the number of kids that are growing up in fatherless homes. I think it just ties so much to the challenges that we're facing in our society, and so I do think that conferences like this. In fact, my daughter and I'd be announced tomorrow, but I'll break the news on the Rick and Bubba show. Are you ready? Okay, news division is ready in all the stations. Look, I did a book last fall, my memoir entitled "So Help Me God," but we're going to announce tomorrow my second book coming out this fall. I'm writing it with my daughter, who's a best-selling author in her own right. And it's entitled "Go Home for Dinner." And it's just personal reflections on our life, our family. I had somebody tell me a couple of years ago. They said, I'd love to read the story about your life and your political career and stuff, but he said to me, and I say this with great humility. He said, the story I want to read is how do you have a family like yours living the life you've lived? Yeah. And God gets the glory for that. My wife is incredible. Yeah. We got great kids, but it's also been because we tried to live out that priority of, first and foremost, me being the husband and father that God called me to be. And so it's filled with anecdotes about how we did that. But I used to say that when I was in Congress, Rick. People would say, "Where do you see yourself in 5 years?" And I used to say, "Home for dinner," because I never need encouragement to work hard or to go after it. I mean, it's in my nature. But you got to decide you're going to put your family first.
True. So true.
And so our new book coming out reflects on that, and I hope it's a blessing to people.
Well, everything you've already done have been a blessing, and I cannot wait to get an opportunity to hang with you this weekend. I'm going to come in for the whole conference. I don't speak till Saturday, but I'm coming in Friday and wanting to hear the whole thing because I need to hear what you guys have to say as much as I need to say something. So look forward to seeing you this weekend, and thanks for taking time to be with us today.
Hey, great to be on the Rick and Bubba show, and thanks for having me. Did you want me to ride the bumper music out, or did you got that?
All right, Pence, can you hear it? Can you hear it on the phone?
I can.
Okay, just tell them we'll be right back with more Rick and Bubba.
What a great show.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate you, buddy. Mike Pence.
Hey, that was great. You're awesome. See you this weekend.
All right, man. See you this weekend. Mike Pence spending time with us today. What an honor to get to talk to him, and we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And fire, serpentine fire.
Found out there was a few more elements than that.
Oh, it's got a lot going on in there, baby.
But it looked good to begin with.
Man, they bring it, and I know they replaced a few people, whatever, and I think they're still keeping it going. But boy, man, when they brought the 15 to 18 different people on that stage, and there's just people everywhere. The Phoenix horns are going nuts.
Rick, let me just call party on.
Everybody playing live instruments.
Yep.
Not a sample in sight.
While dancing right on cue.
Right on cue. Bringing it. Costumes blazing.
Oh, yeah.
God,
party was on.
I mean, you had it all. Remember the big intro? Earth, wind, and fire.
Yeah.
Oh, well, they would. If you didn't want them to bring the funk, then call somebody else.
That's right. Get them out of the building. Rick.
All right, so we got things we got to do going forward on the program today. We inch ever closer politically to Tuesday. I know that can't get here quick enough for us. There's a lot of people that have already voted. Now they're trying to figure out what that indicates. So, good luck with that.
Nothing.
Nothing. We have that. We've got your phone calls. A lot of you are going to try to bring up daylight savings time ending this weekend. I will try not to spend much time on that. I've been very clear on that, and I dread it. I hate it. I crap on it if I could.
I'm just amazed. I'm amazed that we're still hung in this. It's just amazing to me. It messes up people's internal clocks. It messes up pets, animals. It's just there's no winner in this. No winner.
I just it's like somebody's sitting down. And like the food is set down in front of them, and they just bury their face in it, eat it like a dog. You say, we have Civil War.
Yeah.
They're just like, no, I don't want it. I want to eat it. I want to eat it just like this.
And Rick, of all the things that we have to tolerate that we have no choice over,
right.
Okay, like hurricanes, tornadoes, bad weather, snow, ice, all that. This is something we do to ourselves voluntarily.
Yeah. So
may I have another?
Right, I don't know. It's and that's a great fraternity deal when they paddle you and you scream, "May I have another, please?"
Yeah, I know.
So
drink the goat's blood, all that stuff.
Whatever it is. So we have that going on. I can't even get into one of the things that Bubba mentioned to me in the hall involving.
Well, there's a couple of them.
Well, the OJ thing, I can't even.
Rick, you can't even go there.
No, I can't.
No.
And I won't. No. I won't. And don't let Greg know about it.
No.
He'll say something.
Boy, I won't till the break. I won't till the break.
He'll say something about it. So we'll talk about this. I just had the weirdest thing happen a minute ago. Is one of our listeners actually emailed me and said, I don't know that if you're a Weather Channel person or not, which would be a no. And he said, but they're about to interview Nick Saban. And I was like, on the Weather Channel? What is he into the weather or
well,
something?
We love a good quote from a coach. And Nick Saban has given us many over the years.
He has. Another good one. But the Weather Channel?
I think we've got another one from his call-in show this week. So.
Yeah, you tell me about that one too.
Rick, Nick does everything so well. I think they're going to see if he can actually affect the weather.
Well,
Can he coach the weather?
Well, the first thing
we got a cold front moving in.
You know what I think it was? The first thing I thought of was, weather people miss the forecast so often that Nick Saban's tired of it.
Yeah.
He's going to go in there and say, by golly.
Accountability.
Do you think he's going to whoop them into shape?
Hey, this right here is unacceptable.
Yeah.
Now, I heard he was going to talk about a cold front through a tin horn.
That is moving pretty quick.
Yeah.
Da, 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 da. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We're back. It's 7 minutes now to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Bubba not with us today. Should be back soon. Everything, all the tests and stuff they're doing on really has not shown any real major problems. But so we're thankful for that. But hopefully they can get some sort of answer for him while he was feeling so poorly over the weekend. But anyway, so Bubba will be back as soon as he can. Now, this is a normal thing we do. Bubba and I do this every time, and that is to now go back and assess the interview process and how it went. And this is where we break down film.
Mm-hmm.
This is a part, and a lot of you have made sure that I was very aware of this. Is no matter how long you've been doing something, you're in error if you stop banging on your craft. If you ever stop trying to get better, then that's a mistake. Because then you'll become a parody of yourself, and people will lose interest in what you're doing. Okay, and when you have things that you don't do well, you must address those, and you must be honest about them. You must not be delusional about them. And in the world of what we do, just for me personally, one of the most difficult things is interviewing other people.
That's tough.
I'm always a little bit anxious about it. It drives Speedy crazy because he has to get the person actually on, so it's no fun for him. And honestly, I'm just speaking for me. I'm not a very good interviewer, and it was probably the weakest pitch that I throw in my little skill set. So I've heard some of those painful interviews that I've done in the past, and so I've tried to really work on it and do better. I sense some improvement, but I will tell you, Mike Pence, the guest has a lot to do with that.
Yes,
if you ever sense as an interviewer that the guest is going to give you yes and no answers, look, let me tell you, if you want to really struggle, especially in this new world of podcasts, have 45 minutes with a guest, and you ask the first question, you think they're going to give you like maybe tell us your story, and they talk for about 20 seconds.
Oh, boy.
And they go, and that's pretty much it. And you're just like,
And you look at the clock,
you look
go,
over at that clock and go, wow, so we have 41 minutes left. And,
Need you here.
Yeah, and so, or if there's nothing that ruins an interview more than there'd be a technical problem.
Yeah.
The phone's not very good. The Zoom's locking up. You talk about taking an interview and you're just dying.
That Zoom stuff.
Oh, it's just nerve wracking.
Zoom stuff.
But
Man,
I'm going to go this far. If I could give a pointer to the Pence campaign, I believe that this show is good for Pence.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Mike Pence I just talked to, is the guy that I want to hang with.
Mm-hmm.
He's loosened up.
engaging.
We're cutting up a little bit. He's wanting to walk the bed.
Mm-hmm.
He loves it. We're jockeying a little bit, and we're talking about things that really matter. And that was those of you out there that have been like acted foolish about us having him on today, and you're being unreasonable. If you decided not to hear the interview with him, you're the one that missed it.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
Yeah,
But we've already gotten emails from
Trump supporters.
Yeah, that said that they really enjoyed that.
yeah.
And
This
he was
interview
a class
today was
act.
not about Trump.
Yeah.
It was about Mike Pence.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Yeah.
And even
Yeah.
Pence's team has sent a text saying that he really enjoyed that. So I thought it went well. And setting up interviews,
he did his part too, like you said. He did his
yeah.
homework. He knew about the show.
It was just refreshing because we can talk politics. You see that every time you turn on the TV. But to talk about what's important and what's going on this weekend and hearing him and his story, I think was extremely important. And it had me listening. A lot of times setting up the interviews, I have so much anxiety about getting them on and them, being on time and stuff. Once the interview starts, it's all like, whew, okay. But on this one, I was glued into what he was saying because it was so intriguing, and it was such a great interview of what he had to talk about.
So let's go back to this now, and I know y'all are thinking it, and y'all are trying to be nice to me because I'm sitting here going, let Rick have his moment. It kind of went well.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have Bubba with him.
Oh,
He still did okay.
You think you're all friends?
No.
No, I really think you are in this one.
Greg, don't do this to me.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do this to me.
Mm-hmm.
This is time for y'all to
just
talk to
sells it
me.
really
This is
good.
time for y'all to love me enough to talk with me about reality. See, right now, I can hardly wait to get to Huntsville.
But here's the best part.
And I
Here's what's
can hardly wait to get to that area where the speakers hang out. I can hardly wait.
Well,
and I think he's going to send me, hey, Burgess,
No,
what's up, Burg? What's up, Burg?
Or Rick's gonna walk up and he'll go, Rick, oh, hey, nice to meet you, Rick.
Jerry, don't do
and
that.
have no idea who he
Right.
is.
I didn't say go that far that other way. I didn't say go that far.
Yeah,
I
Rick, I've
think
got
there
you
is
fishing.
a-
at
Now,
the
what
li-
do you do?
I've got you
Oh,
fishing
nice.
at the farm with him. Rick.
I know.
Look, I'm not giving you a cabinet position.
Two
if
words,
he-
Tony Evans.
If he was to win the election, okay?
Yeah.
I don't think there's a cabinet position coming your way, but I will say this. If this weekend you have an opportunity to have 5 or 10 more minutes, just you and him, then then there's a friendship there. I'll give you that for sure. And you know
What if
how
they
I'm about
ask you if
this.
you're-
I'm very brutally
You are,
honest on
you
these
are,
things.
you are.
But there was something there that went very well. There was a connection there, and if you play your cards right this weekend, I think that will turn into something.
But don't come in too hot.
No,
Don't come in too hot.
Don't love him too much.
Yeah.
I hope he looks
Adler,
at-
what have you got to say? What's that look on your
I
face?
think I'm afraid he's gonna walk up to you and be like, "Oh, hey, Bubba, where's Rick?"
Oh,
Yeah,
my-
one of those.
okay.
It's gonna
Or hey,
That happened to me at Publix yesterday.
hey, are you John Boy or Billy?
Okay.
What if he
Oh,
asks you?
hey,
It's
Jerry,
Bubba
well,
the
you
Love
got
Sponge.
Okay. What y'all doing right now is wise though, because now you see my expectations
Yeah, we
going
got you
down.
there.
No,
I'm trying to
hey,
have-
look. he's going to know who
Oh,
you
nice
are,
to
but
meet
act
you.
like it's not a big deal to you either. Just, hey, man, how you doing?
That's the hard part for
and
me.
then to ease into it.
Ask him where he was on January 6th.
All right.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Come back, much to do. Don't forget that number. You'll be part of that today, too. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Check the website this weekend. We got our very own Bill Bubba Bussy out representing the show.
Bowler.
Bill Bubba Bowling Bussy.
Baby, bowl on.
Go to upcoming events. Get all the details. Sunday afternoon, Auburn, Alabama, where you're here, so 992 WLWI. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
On the program today, I know that we had yesterday, and this looks like an update on the story of the man who said before his execution he wanted pig knuckles and pigtails to eat, pickled, and wanted the electric chair over injection.
Rick, did we decide how to say his last name? Edmund Zaworski? Is that right?
No,
Zaworski?
I'm not going to leave that G out. I think it's Zagorski.
Zagorski.
I'm not going to leave that.
Zagorski.
Zagorski.
Yeah, it might be silent. You never know, but I don't think it is. Edmund Zagorski, 63.
He was convicted of a double murder. He'd been on death row for 34 years, and he chose the electric chair over lethal injection, and he was executed last night by the state of Tennessee.
Now, what makes the story is bizarre, and of course it's sad and awful and dark and twisted. Now, keep in mind, this man has murdered people in cold blood, and we sentenced him to death based on the evidence that was presented, and he's been sitting around since 1984. 1984.
Oh, wow. 34 years?
Yeah,
It's a little slow, don't it?
Yeah, so anyway, I don't think anybody would say he didn't have opportunity to make his case over and over again. It didn't seem to change anything. So now the stories yesterday, the guy who made the electric chair, because once we finally got the story deciphered yesterday, they had somebody in 1960, then no one had been executed until 2007, and then no one has been executed by this electric chair since because they offer lethal injection. Zagorski said he wanted the electric chair because he thought it would be quicker than the 18 minutes it takes to die from lethal injection. Now, you said it yesterday, Bubba, and I agree. He conveniently left out that 18 minutes is slowly putting you to sleep, and then you just don't wake up again. The electric chair, it may be quick, but you're riding the lightning.
You are riding the lightning,
and then the person who made the chair, was concerned that it would not work smoothly. And then today, the update, Bubba, his last words on this side of eternity: "Let's rock."
That's what he left us with?
That's what he left us with.
They
let's rock?
Let's rock.
They locked him in.
Rolling on 3. Let's rock.
Let's rock.
They locked him in. He got 20 seconds of the juice of riding the lightning. His attorney said that he never moved
Roll
after
on
that,
3.
but it appeared that he might still be breathing. And then he got a second round for 15 seconds, and she said that was it.
Mm-hmm.
So the guy who made that particular chair, with his concerns, it actually worked. He thought it may not work.
Yeah, he's 2 for 2.
Mm. They said that when they put him in, they said he looked ahead, but then did glance around the death chamber in the minutes before his death, and then smiled at the witnesses, which did include members of the victims' families, as they stood behind the glass window.
Yeah, Rick basically was a drug deal that went bad. He ended up shooting and killing 2 people who had come to him to buy drugs, ended up slitting their throats. So he was a double murderer and a drug dealer.
Right. So, he had an opportunity to really clear things up on this side of eternity, and he gave us "Let's rock."
Not I'm sorry.
No.
Forgive me for what I've done.
No.
Let's rock.
I certainly don't know what happened between him and his creator, if he even believes what he believes about eternity and where we all came from. I certainly don't make that call, but I think we can say that based on what he did allow us to see, we didn't see anything there that would give us much hope.
No, and he had 34 years to get it right. So,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Again.
Let's rock.
I know.
That's it?
All right. So that.
that's not a good lesson for anything.
God doesn't give us free choice.
Well, it's either that or raise your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. He couldn't decide between the two.
Could. Yeah. So how about this, guys? When you're when you're sitting there, they said that when it got down to it, and Greg, we talk about the sponge that's important, as we found out in the Green Mile, said he alternated between grimacing and smiling as a large sea sponge soaked in saline was put on his shaved head.
Salted wet sponge.
Yep.
A salted wet sponge.
Yep, with saline in it.
You want a good connection.
Guards wiped his face clear of water before his face was shrouded with a large black cloth and a metal helmet placed on his head. At that time, hey, baby, she's real.
See, Rick, that's where Percy messed up Edward Delacroix.
I know.
Remember?
But he did it on purpose.
He did it on purpose.
Yeah, he did. Little payback.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. For a very terrible scene.
Boy, it was a horrible scene.
Good night.
Right. It was
My goodness.
Just sometimes
Let's get back to Mr. Jingle.
Hey, really? And HelloFresh isn't. Here we go, Dream Team. Rick and Bubba University students this hour. We'll get to your phone calls this hour. 866 We Be Big, Alapuca, and Cam Solo. Okay. All right. So Mike Pence was on last hour. Interview went well. The guy's now trying to get me to not do that thing I do, where I start thinking that because an interview went well, that I'm now best friends with the person. And I will see Mike Pence, unless, security won't let me near him, coming up this weekend at the Gridiron Conference. A couple things I need to tell you about the Gridiron Conference this weekend. A rumor started yesterday that it was sold out. We're talking about the Probst Arena. I don't know how many it seats, but I know it seats a lot. And yes, the tickets are I think last I heard they were somewhere around 4,800, something like that. So it's a lot of men coming. But it will hold more, so there are still tickets. So for some of you that thought, you know what, I think I'm going. It's a great lineup every year, but this year Pence will be speaking, David Jeremiah, Robert Jeffress, Phil Waldrop, Mike Whitson, and I'll be speaking as well. And Charles Billingsley will be leading worship. And I found out that my best friend Rich Wingo's going with me.
Oh,
Wingo's going. I can't embarrass myself in front of Wingo.
No.
Seat capacity 10,000.
Okay, so we're okay.
You're good.
Yeah, and so anyway, so they're going to sell tickets to we'll never get 10,000. So anyway, there'll be plenty of room for you. So looking forward to being with you. We will have the Man Church stuff in the lobby. I'll be there. The new 31-day devotional, Transformed. If you missed, and I had a guy yesterday. I don't know what to do with y'all. I really don't. I really don't. I try so hard. Yesterday, hey man, is it too late for me to get a signed copy from my dad? Yeah, you missed it. We talked about that for 8 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
And so anyway, we can't get them.
You talking about the 2-month campaign,
right? It was 8 weeks, wasn't it? It was too much. You have all the dates, you know them because it was sent out for the plan. So anyway, if you want a signed copy, but the good news is you could get it personalized too. If you could get one Friday or Saturday, I'll be there. Mm-hmm. And then I could sign it then. You could take it to your dad, or you could have it for yourself for Sunday. So anyway, we'll be there too, and we'll have some other of our resources there in the lobby. GridironMen.com if you have not gotten. And if you want to find out more about Mike Pence as far as him running for president, that's Mike Pence 2024.
I just thought of something.
Yeah.
Rich Wingo has a chance to steal Mike Pence from you. Because if Rich Wingo and Mike Pence start talking,
Rich is from Indiana.
Yeah, I could see him stealing everything.
Oh my goodness!
Hey, you might be in trouble here. I didn't think about that.
And we were just talking yesterday, Wingo and me, about whether we're going to ride together. Maybe I said, I'll just meet you there.
Yeah.
Because if I come in with Wingo and how the people of Indiana think about this
Yeah.
hero of theirs that went on to be this football star.
Oh, yeah.
And there I am. You know, I played little ball. You know, I'm all county and played a year at Troy. That's just not going to stand up.
It's not.
You
Sorry,
know,
buddy.
And
You
here's
gotta figure that out.
Here's Alabama. Here's the Green Bay Packers. That's not.
Indiana.
I'll be lost in that. Hey, you
Back
from
home in India.
You from Indiana? Me too, man. Then I'm out.
Yeah, that's it.
That'll be the end of it.
Yeah. Next thing you know, you're standing around like drinking some coffee by yourself, looking around.
I got to distract Wingo somehow.
They'll be making local jokes. you
Oh,
know.
Wow. Talking about local restaurants.
You know what else? Don't forget.
Hoosier?
Oh, you had to go through that intersection. Oh.
Oh yeah. So y'all's family had a place at that lake?
Yes.
All right. So,
yes.
but here's what else is going to happen. Wingo has served on the state level.
Oh, he's politics.
Oh, you're
you're
done.
sunk.
Oh,
You're
you're
done.
there. That's
Sunk.
it. You're
I'm just
done.
saying,
They
you're
can even
done.
talk politics. I'm out.
I don't know what you can
What
get.
about when he
Rick.
finds out that Wingo led the charge to get that abortion law done?
You're done, Rick.
You're
Sorry.
done, buddy.
You're done.
What am I going to bring to the table?
You're the friend.
What am I going to say? I can talk like I have helium. Oh,
I know you don't want to. I know
what
you
am
don't
I
want to be.
bringing?
You don't want to be.
I got nothing.
You don't want to be dishonest at the Gridiron Men's Conference.
No.
But you got to distract Rich doing something else until you get your love out of the way. You know.
Okay.
And y'all
Don't
make a
say it like
connection.
that. Yeah.
Did he say love?
Yeah.
He did. Get
Well,
it out of
thanks,
the way.
buddy.
He said.
Here's what.
Rich is a cool-looking guy too.
Yeah.
He is.
Well, I'm going to tell
That
you
doesn't
something.
help.
I have all these different categories in my life where these things have happened, and I'm still just a little bit skittish over what we call the Tony Evans incident.
Oh, no.
Are you
Rick.
gonna talk
I
about
didn't
this?
know about the
I didn't
Tony
either.
Evans.
I hid this from y'all,
I get secondhand hearing
I
it.
thought
hid
y'all
it.
were like tight.
and so did I.
Oh, but you're incorrect.
I want so much to be Tony Evans' friend, so much, and I connected with one of his sons, Jonathan, and I think we're acquaintances for sure, and we will even go back and forth on text, you know. So that I guess that gave me a false sense of connection.
Yeah, somehow,
you know,
that was
because
his dad,
Jonathan
too.
and Jonathan and I've done many things together, and Tony and I have spoke together twice.
Evidently, he didn't remember. Yeah.
And
He speaks a lot.
and his God has used him in my life so much, and so that got me kind of a little bit of emotional, and because I think he's one of the best Bible teachers and communicators, you know, that we have, and I was really fired. And then I thank you, Steve Farrar, and I know you're in the presence of the Lord right now, and thank you for all your influence on my life, and you were such a mentor, and still looking forward to. Matter of fact, I think we have an upcoming project with something that his wife Mary is doing that's going to be part of themanchurch.com. We're just working through the details right now. I'm really excited about that. I mean, he's the dean of men's ministry. So Steve actually embraced me, and we got kind of close, and he is friends with Tony. So I thought, well, I've got his son, I've got Steve Farrar,
Yeah.
and Tony, you know, we're all here together, speaking together. So this is my shot. I'm so excited, you know, to see Tony Evans, and you know, because there's when you're speaking at these conferences, there's a little bit of a hangout factor, you know, and you know,
Little backstage
Billingsley and I are cutting up. You know, we got our arena passes on for the weekend, and everybody gets back there, and there's a little food and some coffee, and we talk about life on the road, and if you're really fortunate, you get the Waffle House trip after the Friday night sessions, and so somebody says, well, you know, Tony's right down the hall. He's in that. You know, sometimes there'll be more than one room, you know. And I thought, oh man, this is my shot. We interviewed him on the show, you know, and all this, and I rounded the corner, and I come in, I come in wide open.
Oh,
I come in gregarious. You would have thought I was Greek. I mean, I come in.
You're greeting everyone.
Oh, here comes Big Beard, and I'm wide open, and I can't wait to tell him how much he means to me, and I honestly thought he would see me and light up like a light.
I mean, you were expecting the same response.
I thought he'd be like, "Hey, Rick, what's going on?
I've been looking for you."
And
I'm looking for you.
Yeah, and
many times this is the way I feel about Greg.
Yeah.
I wish he would look at me like that.
Right. And how about this? And he didn't do anything wrong at all. He just honestly didn't know me very well, and I thought that we had a connection.
Rick, when he said security, that
we didn't have, and he was like, and he starts nodding at me, hey, and I'm like, man, I just got to tell you, I'm reaching out for his hand, and
oh no,
the handler with him's kind of looking at me like, and I was like,
Oh my gosh,
man, it's so good to meet
So
you in
just-
person.
You didn't do a half hug, did you?
Yeah, and I went for the half hug, and it wasn't there, and he just kind of remained seated and said, "Hey, man, good, nice to meet you," and then kind of,
and that was it.
That was it.
So this is where I get secondhand. What'd you do after that? Was there like a like uncomfortable silence?
Can I ask you a question?
What'd you do? Did you start fidgeting around, looking down?
What'd
you
do? You don't want to know.
Did you go stand over the corner and be weird?
No, you don't want to know. I started pressing. I panicked.
You tried to
turn to the handler?
I tried to tell a funny story. Golly, you idiot! And I just panicked. I just.
You tried to tell a funny story.
I tried to see if I could make him laugh. That's what socially.
So you weren't gonna give up.
Well, let me tell you, some of us that use comedy as to overcompensate for the things that we don't feel confident about.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go to comedy in a minute.
Right.
I mean, and that's what we'll try to do.
You said no way he'll resist.
Greg, one of the ways I overcame social awkwardness my whole life was to be the funny guy.
That's true.
And so I panicked and I went to that, and he wasn't that. Rick, that was not the way to go. What you should have done is says, "Hey, man, looking forward to hearing you," and left.
Yeah, she should have left.
See you later, bud.
Rick.
So do you? So
What story?
Yeah,
I do have to know that.
I told him some of the dad stories that always work at Gridiron. On men's conferences, they love those stories.
You tried to treat him like you and Jonathan have the relationship,
Right.
didn't you? The son.
I did.
Yeah.
And
y'all-
Steve Farrar.
Well,
Yeah,
I know.
all of
but-
If I'm friends with Steve Farrar
You
when
thought
he was
you-
here, couldn't I have been friends with Tony?
Well,
You went
and
into
friends with Jonathan?
material? You went
Not
into
necessarily.
material?
I went into my. I did truckload of stupid people.
You did
No,
not.
you did.
Yes, I
Rick.
did.
Really?
And
Did
it
you
kills.
even look up?
No.
We get it. Let's get back to Mr. Jingles.
Right. We understand you're very upset about what happened with Mr. Jingles. I got it, but the my goodness. But it was successful.
Yes, it was.
And he
He eventually got where they wanted him.
right. But this time the sponge was wet, and it seems like you said what 18 seconds.
You get 20 seconds and then 15.
and then
again
15.
after
It
that.
seems like it all worked. So the guy who was worried about whether it was going to perform, I think it performed like it's supposed to.
Now, you know, they've had a falling out with the guy who designed it. They claim he is a denier of the massacre at World War II, the Holocaust.
What? Oh, is he one of those guys?
Well, he did something. Anyway, they broke ties with. He's not even allowed at the prison anymore. They have nothing.
That's why he's talking trash.
So that's why he talked trash. He's trying to throw some kind of, hey, I hope it works.
Yeah. Huh.
So what is it with people trying to get each other back through the electric chair? I mean,
I
the
know.
Green Mile covered it. I mean,
We have used that as a tool.
I know. But so it's interesting though that it's still available to you.
Yeah.
You would have thought they would have phased it out.
Well,
completely.
you look at the thing. They say it was the electric chair. They go, well, that's cruel, unusual. We want to be injected. We just want to go to sleep. Okay, well, we'll do that. Well,
it takes too long.
That
We're
takes
suing
too
over the
long,
chemical
and,
maker and-
yeah, we're trying to block that and do that. So, now I want the electric chair. It's always something.
Well,
I mean, we did away with hanging, firing squads, all that.
Well, really, somebody brought up the other day. I mean, it's horrible, and I hate to even think about it, but the guillotine, there seemed to be very little
It's clean
room,
and quick.
little room for error there, and it is a release the Kraken. It's over.
I don't know. Maybe there were incidents where it got off track a little. We
Maybe.
don't know. You know what I'm talking about? Maybe
You're
and
right.
then it hung up a half. I don't know.
Maybe we don't know.
I don't. It seems like
People didn't do the maintenance on it.
Yeah.
It hit somebody's neck and just kind of cut them real
Yeah,
bad.
you
I mean, I don't know. You don't, well, here's an idea. This is what we said on the air a gillion times, and it's even discussed in the Bible. The bottom line is don't get in that situation. Now I know people sometimes for reasons, and people, especially when you had kings and absolute power. I do understand. Doesn't happen so much in the system we have now, thankfully. But in the old system of you had one ultimate sovereign king.
They could get mad at anything.
They could just get mad at you, and suddenly you're in the guillotine. I understand that, but we don't really have that system, thank the Lord. And like I say, I believe we give a lot of time to everybody to be sure we got it right. And I'm sure that we have executed people that were innocent. I'm sure we have. But in most cases, the person is in this situation because of the harm they cause to others.
Yeah, it's not a mob rule situation. You have due process here. I mean, boy, you got it. To a fault almost.
You did it one time.
Yep.
Unless of course you're, trying to be on the Supreme Court. But let's at least give Supreme Court nominees the same opportunities as we give murderers. Wouldn't you think? Can we do that?
Just a little bit of time.
You're right. Yeah, just a little due process.
Just a little.
But you wanted to go. Everybody ready? 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Comments. Here we go. 30 seconds of pop. Bring it on. This is where we open up the phones to the largest number of people because of the troll format. Hello, buzzer. Hello, buzzer. The troll format, what it will do is it will give us an opportunity to limit how long people can talk. Meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, they're instant buzzer. But no baby predictions or anything like that. This is designed for you to make a comment, ask a question, or bring some information to the table that we may or may not expand on. Now, there are 2 timeouts available. I will tell you the indecisive Speedy is back with a timeout, as is Helmsy. So we'll see how that goes. James will get us started. He's out of Albertville, Alabama. If you'd like to join us, you can too. Here we go. James, welcome to Rick and Bubba. You got 30 seconds on the program. Go right ahead.
Great anchors, fellas.
Thanks for the call. Glad you're on the job. What's on your mind?
So, had a quick story with my son with the whole LGBT thing. He was 9 years old, and y'all know the whole controversy with the Buzz Lightyear movie that came out. Well, if you haven't seen it, the scene that everybody was freaking out about, it was a montage of 2 ladies in the movie that progressed through life. They were together, they got married, they had a kid. Well, we watched the movie, and I let my son watch it and was prepared to explain whatever was going on and talk to him after it. Well, I noticed as he was watching, now he's 9, his head kind of turned like a puppy dog.
Harsh room.
No time out there.
Yeah.
Okay, great. He agrees. All right,
I didn't want to give mine right out the gate.
All right, there you go. Let's go to Damien out of Gadsden, Z93. Damien, go right ahead.
Yeah, how's it going?
Good, buddy.
Yeah, I know Greg has a crazy routine in the mornings, like getting up, having to get up really early. I was just wondering what everybody else's routine was.
All right, so you know Greg's routine. You don't need a repeat on that one?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So routines, what do you do, Helms?
My alarm goes off at 3:55 a.m. I hit snooze one time. I usually don't sleep till that ends. I get up about 4:02, 4:03. I get a shower. I get in the car. It takes me 11 to 12 minutes to get here. I try to arrive by 4:30, 4:35, but many times it's 4:55 a.m. before I get here, about 10 minutes before we go on the air.
Okay. Speedy?
My alarm goes off at 3:15. I sometimes am a snooze guy at least once. If it's a bad day, I'm 2 snoozes.
Double snooze.
It depends on if I have to shave my head or not. Sometimes I'll go 2 snoozes if I have to shave. If I have to shave my head, it's 1 snooze because it evens out.
Sure.
And I'd go every other day. It depends on how smooth I want my head to be.
Understood.
And so then I'm leaving the house 4-ish or so, trying to get here at bottom of the hour to get ready for the show.
Okay, Adler.
See, around 2:35, I get up and help Ruby to the restroom.
Okay.
And then we go back to bed. And then around 4:50, 4:55, my alarm goes off, and I'll snooze it till about 5:45. Then I run to my car, speed here, and then start the show.
Pretty much get there.
Yeah, in your van. Let's not forget
in
that.
the van, in the gigantic van
that I saw you wash this past weekend.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, it's shining like something that shines. I take out the dogs in the morning, and Franklin makes me go. I have to go, so I go into the woods and get a dog out, and he looks at me like, "What?" I'm like, "Please stop eating that deer poop. I'm late for work."
Right. Yeah.
Let's see what else. I try to be quiet, try not to wake anybody up. And if I showered the night before, I don't shower in the morning. I'm just being real. And
no, we know that.
And if I didn't shower the night before, I'll think about showering.
None of us
morning.
thought that you came here freshly showered. Never.
Let's
no.
see.
I've seen homeless people look cleaner.
I
check just
my
may
watch.
happen.
Do I have time to brush my teeth? Do I not? Do I not? I don't know. Let's look at the time and find out.
Right, I got you. Yeah,
It's a little game you play.
That's good.
Yes,
So
yes.
my routine has one thing that's been altered this year.
Yeah.
So up to this year, the alarm goes off at 4:30. I get up and hit the shower. Come out of the shower. Of course, I go in there and take my relief factor and now doing my field of greens and this kind of stuff.
Oh, I did leave that out.
Then I have a little bit of a devotional time in prayer and then I head off and usually try to get to work somewhere around 30 minutes before the show starts. But since this year has started, Sherry and I made a commitment we're going to go through the Bible again together. So now she's in the mix now. So now I have to get her up. So I still do 4:30. Go in there when I'm done about at 5 and get her up, and then she comes in real sleepy. Gets her coffee going, and we sit down and we read whatever the assignment is for the Bible that day. You read something out of the Old Testament, you read something out of the New Testament, and then you read a Psalm and you read a proverb.
Right.
And so we do that. So that's now got me getting to work more like 20 till. And if she drags and we don't get started, sometimes 15 till. So that's this year's routine versus the one up to that point.
Right.
So there you go. Let's go to Alan out of Nashville, Tennessee. Alan, go ahead.
Good morning, brothers. I've got a little secondhand embarrassment story of my own meeting pastors. I'm a family life and outreach pastor at a church in the Nashville suburbs, and 2 years in a row, 2021-22, we had Jonathan Evans come the Sunday after Easter. And so our whole staff takes out guest speakers after the services when we have those. And we'd gone to a place called Puckett's Grocery to eat, nice little family kind of restaurant thing. And it's just the staff pastors and Jonathan. And the first year, done a little background on him. I love Tony Evans, and I've heard Jonathan speak before on social media and stuff. So, I, chatted him up about sports, played a little ball myself. And so, hey, how about your time at Baylor and all this other stuff and talking about his family and all this. And so for that 2 hours that we were there hanging out, eating and just chatting, there were about 9-10 of us there. And I really felt like, hey, man, and I knew he was coming back the next year. He had said, man, I'd love to come back. And our lead pastor is about his age, and so they had invited him back. So we get back the next year, and he shows up, and, I come walking up at the beginning of the service like, hey, man, how's good to see you? And he's like, yeah, good to be here. It's great to be back. It's totally forgot that we had sat for like 2, I was just like, oh, gosh, what an idiot.
Well, and the thing we have to remember, think about how many of those dinners and those lunches he's had.
Absolutely.
He's had hundreds and hundreds of them, and it's so hard for him to remember every little moment. And I know that's why everybody needs a Speedy. Because Speedy will tell me, and you do a lot of stuff for us. This may be one I'm most thankful for. Do not act like you don't know this person. You've met them before. When Speedy says that,
that
I'm
always
like,
makes me uncomfortable
man,
too.
But you know what? That's
that's why Speedy acts like he's met him whether he has or not.
Well, no, just don't say, "Hey, man, good to meet you."
Yeah,
no, I don't.
Rick, do not say that. Like, don't act like this first time you've met this person. Matter of fact, Rick, this person you've met, I can count 3 times.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
This one you should know. I can't believe you hadn't dialed it in yet.
Right. All right. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You wanted to ask us if we knew about it.
Yeah, it's just something that happened. It's in the news this week, and I didn't know this, but I just wanted to ask you guys if you knew this. Do you guys know? And I hate get your tail in here.
What how many cup of coffee is that already?
I don't know. It's game day for him, and he's all.
Well, you got check me. Oh, you got check. We got that. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't seen that.
Yeah,
well, the golden ticket.
It's a banner day.
Brought a lot of stuff today.
Again, this might be a stupid question. Y'all might know it and make fun of me, which I guess would be fine too.
Well,
do y'all know what the most watched program on television is?
Right now?
Yes.
All
Judge
networks,
Judy.
all times.
I know you of all time or just currently.
I just said it is the it is.
He'll give you half a question.
No, guys, I don't know how much clearer that can be.
And
What is
TV
the most watched
TV
program on television?
Can you give
right
us
now?
a time frame?
In TV history or just currently? Right now, more people watch this currently.
Yes, and it's been that way for a while.
Judge Judy.
And it's happening right now.
Yeah, Judge Judy's a good guess, by the way.
Because she makes more money than anybody.
I know why I'm eating.
I do not know.
The Weather Channel.
Wheel of Fortune, and I can't watch.
I hate that
can't
show.
stand it. Love Pat Sajak though.
I don't. His head's too big.
I don't.
I like him.
It's watched.
He's a good follow on Twitter, by the
Have
way.
y'all noticed his head's gotten bigger over the years?
Really?
His body's
Yeah.
gotten smaller.
He's funny.
Yeah, it's watched by more than 26 million viewers weekly.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. I get mad when it's on.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't
Do
even
you
like, I don't
really?
like to hear
I'm
the
saying
wheel.
I don't like spelling games.
It's
Yeah.
boring.
Yeah. Well, the reason I bring it
I
up
don't
is
either. It's
Not
because
exciting.
Pat Sajak and Vanna White, along with Alex Trebek with Jeopardy, they all just renewed their contracts until 2022, and it was earlier in the week. I didn't know that Pat made over $15 million a year.
Now,
And Alex makes $16.5 million.
Hey,
Well, how's he
isn't
make
that
more
awesome?
if Pat's got the show?
Well,
watch
I don't know. Now you go over
He
to
gotta split it with
Jeopardy.
Vanna.
Jeopardy is the top-rated quiz show on television, and it's had 34 Emmys. It's in the Guinness Book of World Records for the most Emmy awards. So it's got its own records that it's breaking.
And you know that's a great gig because, like we heard Steve Harvey that time we had him, they get together and film them in just bulk.
Yeah.
You get them done, you're done, you got your $15 million. I bet they get to go, they're all for more than they work.
Yeah, it says Jeopardy has about 24 million viewers each week. But I didn't know that
I
about
like Family
now,
Feud.
Now, my grandparents loved
With Steve Harvey.
Wheel of Fortune.
Very funny.
I mean, if you ever came to their house around dinner time, it was on. It was on, and I mean, here we go. I can't get into it.
If I had to watch that and Jeopardy back to back, I'd sit in a chair and say, "Let's rock."
Yeah, I will give Jeopardy a little bit. For some reason,
I will give Jeopardy more than I will Wheel of Fortune.
I've made this comment.
I
Y'all
don't-
realize
okay, I
y'all
don't
know
mind
who
Jeopardy.
owns Jeopardy? Serious business. Not making this up. Really should be on it. And y'all are gonna laugh at this.
Sony?
But it's very frustrating for me. My dad.
Really?
Mac Daddy owns.
Oh, I thought
Jeopardy.
you meant.
I would love to hear him.
I
thought you were talking about who the parent company was.
Yeah, I was about to say, well, he
I
actually
didn't
owns
mean-
it.
I mean, I'm talking guys will sit there and answer every other question like it's
Really?
nobody's business. Almost. So I think he's
But
seen it already.
Does
That
he
kind of
answer
thing.
it?
That's a good one.
Does he answer it in a question form?
Absolutely.
What is?
Which is also
Who
bothers
is?
me. Which is also
I know.
kind of a bit.
Well, it goes back to I hate that you have to answer a question.
If I looked on TV and Mac Daddy was standing up there behind that podium,
Yes.
with a
telling
Jack,
you, he owns it, guys.
with a
I'm telling
Jack State baseball hat on,
or a Rick and Bubba,
It was the
make
talk
him
of the
great
fire
again.
department.
make America.
Y'all know how
Talk of the fire
you. It
department.
was. Seriously, they thought that he would watch like reruns,
Oh,
and that's
thought
how
he
he
was
knew
setting
it.
them up.
And of course, Dad can't figure out how to do any of that.
I was
But he knows
He's
questions.
still in standard definition. For
I don't
crying
like
out loud.
either one of those shows.
Well, what if that was a question on Jeopardy?
I don't like either one of those shows, and it's more than just what the way they're designed doesn't play to me because Greg said a minute ago they're boring. They're monotone. They're slow. They're just it's quiet. They don't chant. They don't make a lot of noise. It's all very monotony. discussions of people that if you saw them coming and you didn't have to spend time with them, you'd sneak out and go the other way where they wouldn't see you. You know what I mean? It's like you would never call up and say, let's have lunch. It's just it's just one of those. There's everything about it. You know what I mean? All that's missing is in Make Me Do a Puzzle, and it really is kind of like puzzles.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I've got hung up in Jeopardy though. I don't really like it.
I'm the same way.
I can't get out of it.
Same way.
Click, click, and they'll
The
get
categories are always
Click, click.
key. If there's a couple up there and I have a chance of maybe answering it, I'll stick with it.
Now,
I'll answer maybe 1 out of every 4.
Do I laugh at Will Ferrell's Saturday
1 out
Night
of
Live
6.
parody of Jeopardy? I laugh my head off.
Yeah,
Celebrity Jeopardy is hilarious.
That is fun.
But
according to this story, how much do you think Vanna White makes a year?
Vanna makes $8 million a year.
All right, say Jack makes 15.
She makes 10, I bet.
Wow. Yeah, a little over 10.
Wow.
Right around
Good
10.
I would. That she doesn't do enough for that.
Rick.
Let's go. 35 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us. Are you listening to this program right now on Raycon earbuds? You're not? Well, you need to get some. And you're like, Rick, have you seen the price on premium audio brands? I have. But there's a dupe out there, that you're paying more just for the price, the name that's on it. When you go over to Raycons and go, wait a minute. So Raycons are just as good as the ones I'm paying double for? Yes, and better than some. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba, about half the price. You're not losing any quality here. It's got customizable sound profiles. Every purchase we're making in this economy is important. And let me tell you, this duplicate right now is about half the price. Then we get you another 15% off because you're now going to use our URL. Talking a little high-tech tongue for you. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. There's another 15%. So also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Some of the other big tech brands out there, man, they're charging you just because they think that you're going to fall for the fact that their name's on it. There's also an opportunity for you to set up different things like sound isolation if you want to. That mode's available for you. They're waterproof. The stories we're getting on the durability of these things. So get yours now. Raycon wireless earbuds by going to buyraycon.com/Bubba or just rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Okay, so a couple things I want to run down that have happened. I need something within the show. When we all were rolling out of here yesterday or leaving the studio, and I had kind of an active day yesterday dealing with things that need to be done here for the show, and so I didn't hang very long.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed that someone was coming in, and I even gave cash for this, that was supposed to fix these lights, and I haven't seen them blink. Was that handled?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
that was switched out?
Yeah, he said to me this will be an easy fix. Did it turn out to be an easy fix?
It was a problem with the switch that it was a fader switch that we switched out for a regular one, and it hopefully corrects the problem. He felt like it was the problem.
It seems like it has. I haven't seen
It
a
would
blink
have.
today.
I haven't either, and it would have done it by now.
Yeah, I think so.
He was very confident when he left.
Yeah. Oh, huge confidence from that guy.
Thank you, Mike.
Right. Yeah. And he seemed like, I mean, he looked. I liked his confidence when he came in.
Yeah.
He was like, yeah, this is a quick fix.
I don't know.
Exactly
Do all electricians do this, or those that wear tool belts? It's like he was holding his tool belt until we finished production, and then when I said "and go," he said, "All right, now we'll put it on." And he didn't lay it to the side. Right. He said, "No, I will put it on now."
Well, I noticed that. I
saw that,
and I did that.
Like I mean, business and now.
And and I walked over like I knew a little something about it, and I said, "I'm thinking it's a dimmer." And
he heard somebody talking.
And he looked at me. He goes, "Yeah, we'll look into that. This looks like it's acting like a bad dimmer."
Is that right?
I did say that.
While we're talking about house cleaning items,
I just wanted to do it.
I got a question, and this is for Adler and Greg. There's no sense in you saying something here, okay?
Okay.
I notice I never sit here. I'm always sitting here, so I'm facing here. But sitting here, I'm looking up, noticing a different area. There's 5, maybe 4
bulbs
we have some
that are
light.
out?
Yeah, I need to replace them.
Do you want me to do that for you?
It's okay. I got them.
I've heard Bubba mention it,
but I didn't know if it was too bright, and so we unplugged a few, or is this just the bulbs are out?
How about I stood on the other side of that line of lights for the first time yesterday in a while, and I was like, oh, wow, a lot of those are out, and then I forgot. But I'll get them, but thank you. You're right.
I've heard Bubba mention that a few times on that, too, about the lights being out. I'm like you. I didn't know if we want them out or not.
No.
Adler, we don't have a tall enough ladder for you to reach it.
That's good, Greg. That's good. You waited for that one.
Yeah.
We got a 6-foot ladder. That just isn't going to do
Is that why you're asking to help, Helmsy? Because you don't think he's tall enough?
I'm just saying, is there a reason that they haven't been changed? Maybe it was too bright.
We do have
get the ladder. Oh, I still can't.
We do have a really big ladder back
happen. there. I know we do.
Yes,
Adler, I just want you to know, if you need somebody to do that, I'll knock it out.
Right.
Well,
I got a 10-foot step ladder at the house. If you want me,
I don't mind at all.
I do need a ladder, but I can reach it.
Okay. You jump on my shoulders, we'd knock it out. Don't even need a ladder.
Oh, that'd be great.
Mm-hmm.
Then we can go walk around the park.
Yeah.
Right, because we're workplace best
and look
friends.
at birdies.
That's good. If you want me just to keep throwing you up there every time and you work on it, come back down and throw you up again.
That would be good.
I didn't mean for this.
Rick, one more time. It's not tight.
One more twist.
One more half twist.
Hey, that's fine.
No, which is
that's
fun.
fine.
It's a little fun.
Y'all don't know this, but I'm going to jiu-jitsu again, so y'all can cram it and be scared.
Have you started that back?
I'm back,
and
yes.
George Webby knows?
Webby knows. Yeah,
Rick,
yeah.
you need.
I had
what?
I had a conversation with Webby, and it was
there's some protocol.
How'd it go?
There's some protocol when it comes to it.
Wait, Greg's got something he wants to tell us so bad.
I'm gonna let Adler handle it.
I told Webby that just because of my life now with kids at night classes are not an option. I need to be around at night because I'm not around in the morning because we work at due to 2:00 in the morning, and so. I've been looking for a lunch class, and so I popped in a couple different places around town, and I've found a lunch class that works with my schedule. And before signing up, I called Webby and let him know. And it was not a good conversation, guys.
So it did not go well.
No, Webby's old school.
I would think Webby would want. It wouldn't matter where you are as long as you're doing this.
Wrong.
Look,
really,
he did say that.
Webby.
He did say that. But he's also old school, you guys. This is like competing teams. You're signing up with the enemy when you go to another place.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Helms, could you go and coach at? Well,
yes,
it's
could.
not even like that.
It's Cobra Kai.
It's more than it's Cobra Kai.
Is. I mean,
that's
versus
ridiculous.
The Cranes or whatever.
So wait, so Webby didn't like it.
No, he didn't.
Tell
like
him when you told him.
Don't hold this back. Greg's going to tell us if you want.
And also use your nervous voice you had, too.
Oh, of course I was nervous the whole time. He's a jiu-jitsu freak. Okay.
Right.
Phenom.
Sensei.
Phenom, yes.
Is he called a sensei?
And I respect him dearly.
Sensei?
And I didn't want to leave, but I was forced to leave with my life schedule. And so I'm talking to him. I'm like, and look, maybe later on in life.
Oh, you didn't.
Maybe later on in life when my kids get older, they can become part of it. And he goes, no, you're with them now, but it's fine.
Are you serious?
You're with them. You're not welcome back.
Don't throw me that charity around.
No,
you're with them now.
The door will always
He
be
actually
closed.
said that.
He's right though.
Followed by "You're dead to me."
He was glad. He was glad that I'm going
Literally.
to jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
He's glad, but he was also
He didn't like it.
I get it.
He didn't
The
like
statement "You're with them now"
That
owns
that's
me.
a little much.
You're with them now.
He's real.
Yeah, I know.
He is real as they come.
How about?
Real dangerous.
So you tried to do with Webby the "It's not you, it's me" breakup.
Yes.
And
he wasn't here.
He didn't receive it.
His attitude is, "You'll just overcome it if you want to be a part of this team."
Yeah.
Well,
you're with them now.
Being part of our team requires sacrifice.
You're with them now, pal.
You're with them now. Just raise your kids up in that place.
Did it hurt? Yes, it did.
Let's
Have I
talk.
been to jiu-jitsu twice in the last 10 days? Yes. Or 3 times in the last 10 days.
And why? Because it was convenient.
When are you competing again? Remember we had that video?
Please.
Hey, Webby was so
You'll
frustrated.
never know about it. Webby was so mad.
He was so mad.
Because I was just sucking. I mean, I was just being terrible.
I've never seen a coach give up on a player so fast.
I mean, y'all.
Good news, though,
I
you're
was
with them.
embarrassing the dude. I was embarrassing the academy.
He ought to be glad you're
I
not
was like
there.
screaming like, like screaming and
losing
stuff.
face.
He was like, this is embarrassing. I'm like, I know it is embarrassing. I'm the one that's embarrassing everybody.
How about when he said, "Dude,
What if you were me?
When he said,
let's talk colored
when
belt.
he said do something.
Let's talk belt.
Okay.
Okay. You said that when you went to this new one, you didn't know if you needed to start over with your belt or you going to bring in your belt.
That's a good question.
Right.
Where you
you're
were
with them
Webby.
now, so-
What did you end up doing?
You're with them now. Maybe different standards.
Yo, I shouldn't have told y'all that, but it was hilarious.
It's
and,
so great.
And he's
Thank
real.
you for unearthing that.
He's real. He's hardcore, and I don't blame him for anything he's ever done.
Now, Speedy's question.
Yeah. Did you go back to white?
So I know I've always been a white belt.
Okay.
Which is very embarrassing.
A little bit racist, though.
A
little bit racist.
I've been in this for like 5 years.
I thought you had a
almost.
different color.
No, you get stripes.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
stripes.
yeah,
Okay.
stripes.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you didn't know if you should bring your stripes in.
Yes. So I have 3 stripes on my white belt. Not trying to brag.
Right.
And I wasn't sure if those translated over, but they did. And y'all, for real, I'm not struggling with the white belts, and then all the blue belts I really struggle with them. So I still fit in. I still got it, and I'm still awesome. So it's good.
Webby told me.
holding on.
You know what Webby told me? Because we had to talk about this. He said, "Oh, I'm looking at you. You be blue belt first day."
Mm-hmm. Well, that's not true.
Are they still pairing you up with the females?
There's less girls at this academy.
That's a good thing.
It might be because it's the daytime class, the lunch class. It's a bunch of working professional dudes, a lot of construction workers and SWAT team members and spies, a lot of trained killers. They come there.
Like that.
John Wick is there. It's crazy. I handled him, no problem. And by the way, these bruises on my arm, it's not monkeypox. It's from jujitsu. Greg.
She's a woman.
She's the highest paid letter turner in the world.
You know it.
But if Pat is over there having to deal with the contestants, has to be frustrated at people that can't figure out, the word when all of it's there but 2 letters.
Mm-hmm.
He's having to deal with these people. He's having to spin that wheel. She's just standing there flipping letters.
Rick, she's walking back and forth.
It should be 15. She should be making 5.
And how about
But here's
Rick?
the thing.
Rick,
He pays her an extra
5 max.
5, Rick, just to put up with him.
Guys,
That's part of it. You know that.
And guys, in today's technology, you don't need a letter turner. You really
Guys,
don't. Come on.
y'all making a lot of people upset.
She's got her style. She brings
look,
people to the
look.
show.
Yeah, here's her style.
People love Vanna, guys. I'm telling you.
What is it again, Greg? But she's a household name.
She is.
Yeah, I mean, she is. I mean, she brings some ratings, right? I would guess. I don't know. I don't watch it. But, I mean, I would think that they're...
The fans love Vanna, y'all.
The big question is this. Do you really think, though, if they took her off and just put another woman there turning the letters, the show would tank?
But how about this, though? If it ain't broke,
yeah.
No, I got all that. I'm just saying, but do you really think that if you just put another...
Well, let's say what
there?
Greg said. What if you went all electronic? You didn't have anybody turn.
It wouldn't be the same.
Now
I mean, what if they just hit a button and the wheel spun?
Yeah.
Yeah, the big question, does the
bankrupt.
Does the audience love the Wheel of Fortune, or do they love Pat and Vanna?
It's a little both.
Yeah,
You know what? I'm gonna step out here. I don't like the show, but it would not be. If let's say I did like the show, let's pretend it wouldn't be the same with that old big head.
I'm that way. When I watch, even though I like Steve Harvey, when they started doing all the multiple Family Feud hosts, I don't think the Family Feud it didn't draw me like it did when you had like Richard Dawson do it.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I think Steve Harvey makes Family Feud.
He does now.
He's the best host they've ever had.
No I got a little
I
Harvey
used to
burnout.
didn't watch it, but I love to watch it now.
I don't really watch game shows in general.
I don't either. Like I say, I can't. Now the ones that come on prime time just every now and then. I got hung up in the wall. That was pretty good. They drop in balls.
Yeah,
y'all see that?
I haven't.
It was pretty good. At first, I was confused, and then I got to
No, I
watch
have
it.
seen that.
Oh, it's good. It's good because you got somebody and they asking questions. They don't know that. Oh, it's good.
All right, Donnie
I'm
said.
not going into. I realized it was going to take more to tell.
Hey,
it.
you
You
painted quite a picture there, pal.
I realized halfway in it was going to take a lot to say it, and nobody was going to care. So I just killed it.
Yeah,
Killed it.
Yeah, this guy's going to come back. He says this shows how little we're watching Wheel of Fortune. She doesn't turn letters anymore and hasn't in years.
No,
Really?
she goes and touches them like an iPad.
they just
or
lie
something.
to
Well,
her.
you
They
know
just
what?
see it.
What's the difference?
Does she have to do
That's the
that?
same
She
thing.
walks over
Hey,
there
buddy.
to it.
Yeah.
She walks over there to it.
Technicality, come on.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, in my mind, that's how little I've watched it. I didn't know whether she was turning.
I didn't
or not.
really think she.
I didn't know either.
Yeah.
See how fired up I got? I mean, there's something about the atmosphere of those shows that just if I find myself there,
all over that.
I'm usually in a room that I'm looking for a way to leave, or I always get this conviction comes over me. Rick, do something with your life right now. Go do something. Move around. Do something. If you're sitting here watching this is a problem.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Alrighty. We're talking about 10 minutes now to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us today. Bubba is still out. Hopefully, we'll return sooner than later. We'll keep you updated on that. So let's talk about some stuff that's coming up. I told you we got Gridiron coming up this weekend. Excited about that and joining all of you that are coming from all over to Huntsville, Alabama, coming up this weekend. And tickets are still available. I don't know how we got started on this somehow that it was had sold out. It has not sold out, but there's still, I think we're getting closer to 5,000 men coming, but there's still tickets available for that. Now, some other things going on involving themanchurch.com. And for those of you that for the first time you may be going, I hear y'all reference this manchurch.com. What in the world is this? Well, we launched this, you're going to laugh when you hear this, on March 1, 2020. What was going on then? But anyway, it is a men's discipleship strategy. We're a hub for men's ministry. We have curriculum designed for men, 40-week curriculum. Did you know that I told Bub this the other day, and I don't know if you were listening, that we researched, Adler and I researched this, and I didn't know how to say the plural of the word curriculum. It's curricula. Did y'all know that?
In there.
That doesn't sound
I thought it
right.
was curricula.
Curricula. So anyway, yeah, we have 4 of those, and we just had a new one that's just come out, and then we can help you. If you go there, we got videos inside the store, kind of explain all of them to you, what their topics are. But they're designed by men for men. But then we also have a part, and that's our high equipping. But we have another part called High Challenge, which has been around for a long time. That's what Gridiron will do this weekend, and others, Promise Keepers, all that. There, we've done real good in men's ministry on the challenge part. We haven't done so good on the equipping part. So we got a lot of frustrated men. So we tried to come in and say, let's stop talking about the problem and maybe provide tools to resolve the problem. And that's what hopefully we've done. And with the response out there all over the country, it's going quite well. So we're excited about that. Thank you, Lord. So anyway, but there's gatherings. You got Gridiron coming up this weekend. Also, we have a prayer breakfast for men before all the services on Father's Day coming up this Sunday. And Brian Gunn, one of our teachers, he was just down around Tampa Way doing a man church, and he'll be coming back to Birmingham, my home church, and will be speaking to us this coming Sunday morning. So if you want to plug into what we're doing at Valleydale there in Birmingham, we'll get you into one of our small groups after Brian is done. Coming up on Monday, Bones, who is works with Team Man Church, he helps keep our guys out on the road and organize all that. And his church, Spirit Walk Ministries in Prattville, Alabama, Bones has started teaching one of our curriculum, and I'll be there speaking at their first ever Man Church coming up on Monday night. So if you want to join us there in Prattville, Alabama. Coming up on June 25th, Lake Mississippi. Speedy, where's Lake Mississippi?
Lake?
Do you know where Lake Mississippi is?
Are you saying late or lake?
Lake, like water, Lake Mississippi. I'll be at First Baptist Church, Lake Mississippi. I've been interacting with them. They're going to kick off the men's discipleship strategy, and I'm excited to be with them on June the 25th as we'll kick it off. Also on June the 25th, guess who we've added to our list of speakers since he went into retirement now? And you talk about somebody, picture the things you're going to hear. Tony Cooper is now on our team. And Tony Cooper will be speaking for us for the first time at a man church in First Baptist Columbus, Mississippi. Now, they've been doing our strategy for years now, really from the beginning, from when we started. And this will be their next gathering, and they'll put you into the small groups on one of our curriculum they're doing now, too, on June the 25th. So all of that is happening. There's the month of June for you at themanchurch.com.
Rick, let me see that on Lake Mississippi.
You think I'm saying it wrong?
No, you're right. Because I thought the same thing when I was putting it in there.
I know if I bring up Mississippi, you have to be the Mississippi expert.
All right. East of Jackson.
Okay. I'm going Jackson. Okay, so I'm looking forward to it. You ever been there before?
No, I have not. Well, I might have driven past it, but I've never stopped.
I'm looking forward to that. All right.
Is there a big lake there?
I don't know.
Is that why they call it?
If I'm going to call somewhere, if I'm going to name my town Lake,
there better be a substantial body of water.
Shouldn't I be by a lake?
Yeah, you'd think.
You should.
I'm going to Jackson.
Now, somebody's last name could be. Yeah.
Old Bobby Lake.
Oh, there's Old Lake.
I look forward to being
I don't know. I don't see any blue around it.
Yeah, ain't no lake there.
I'd like to see
Vineville National Forest.
A little further driving, I thought.
Yeah.
Okay,
between Meridian and Jackson.
I still don't see any blue. There is a little river, creek, something runs in
driving that, huh?
It'd be called
That was my plan. Could be changing.
That's good,
I'm going to Jackson.
Really
It's a long, flat drive.
Well,
no water.
I love it.
Ain't a lake
Hey,
nowhere.
let me just say P in Meridian.
I will. I'm peeing in Jackson. All right, so the insanity continues. Speaking of pandemic, I don't understand it. I'm going to Jackson. The White House tells all unvaccinated athletes to mask up during visit for College Athlete Day.
Did we mask up the team the other day?
Let's, Greg, the insanity of this. Now, don't miss all of it.
What are we doing?
This is not even
we're
a
flashing people on the lawn.
This is not even a discussion about masks. Okay, because that discussion is some of you with your mask. God love you. And maybe you have an issue that I don't understand that the mask is actually helping, and I sure hope that's the case. I hate you have the situation, but I hope that you're wearing the mask for a reason that actually has been proven to be helpful, as opposed to wearing one for something that's been proven not to be helpful. Now think about what you're saying. Do we not know that this, what I'm about to say next, is a fact? Okay? It is a fact that if you have been vaccinated, boosted, stood on your head, popped a pill, whatever, no matter what you've done, that people who have been vaccinated still get COVID and still pass COVID.
That's right.
That is a fact, right?
So to me, I know where you're going.
That's a fact. So why would only if let's say you think, hey, he's masked, I just don't like a lot of people around anymore. Let's cut down on germs. Let's all put a mask on. Well, then everybody should wear it, because the unvaccinated and the vaccinated, their
mask up, they can pass it.
Their potential for catching it and passing it is exactly the same.
Yes.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. So I don't.
It makes no sense.
This makes no. And then we're starting.
Why?
I'll tell you, if I was somebody out there right now, and some of the side effects that we're seeing with the vaccinated, I would be terrified to force anybody to take any of these vaccines or boosters.
Mm-hmm.
I would not want to be the person saying those kind of things. But they're saying that they're sending out to all those that are coming to the White House grounds on this College Athlete Day, you must wear a mask at all times and maintain at least 6 feet from others while on the grounds. Now, some people are saying they think that it's possible this email may be outdated.
I would think.
Surely.
And they need to update it. That this is not. This was something that's old and needs to be updated. A spokesperson told Fox News they're planning on sending an updated email to college athletes ahead of their Monday visit, but did not indicate what guidance will be required. All they said is, we're going to update this. So maybe that was a mistake to send that out, because it would be absolutely insane.
Yeah.
To send that out.
Of course.
So, but they're not clarifying. They said, all right, when you said updated, so you're going to admit that this is old stuff you need to remove. They wouldn't say.
Well, maybe, and again, this was the doctor, but my recent visit to the doctor, they sent an email saying you must wear a mask, and I was like, that's weird. So I didn't, and when the elevator opened, it said, if you're sick, have a mask on.
Right.
If you're sick, which is, whatever, common sense, I guess. Just figure that
Well,
out. But the email portrayed it as though everybody
I
had
think,
to.
like you said, it's an outdated email.
Yes,
I think so.
And I think there's a lot of
so.
things outdated too, even though I do know that some of this is still going on. But I went to a hospital to visit somebody not long ago, and it had those same stupid signs still up, and nobody had masks on, nor did I wear one, and no one said anything.
There's still one at the gas pump where I stop in the mornings that says if you're going inside to wear a mask, but it's just stuck out there. They just forgot to take it down.
Yeah, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And right now, if you become a subscriber, we're going to get you free shipping. We're going to get you $20 off any order. Plus, here it comes. Under the sponsors button. Bacon just makes you feel so good. Like I say, I give Jim Gaffigan the applause he deserves, and he even said that. Everybody should love bacon. I mean, even when you cook it, it sounds like applause.
That's
Yay, bacon.
Let me ask you this: do you prefer yours real crispy, or do you like it a little bit chewy?
Crispy.
I'm a crispy guy myself.
Crispy here.
Crispy. Crispy. To the phones we go.
I know those people that like undercooked. You ever seen them?
I like most things crispy.
I do too. I like stuff overcooked. I don't like it. But I know people who like bacon undercooked.
I'll take my toast a little burnt too.
I
Don't
do.
watch me.
I like burnt
I want my
toast.
biscuits extremely brown.
Yes, we've made that clear.
Pizza crust, a little more crispy.
Crust, if it's doughy, I'm out.
I asked for that yesterday, and y'all made fun of me.
You did?
You ever got a sandwich and or burger or something, and they go to put bacon on it, and the bacon just flops around?
There's no worse feeling.
Worst
I
excuse
want
for
when
bacon.
they put the lid on it and push it down on here at Crunch.
Thank you, Bubba.
Yes, Mr. B.
What about when you go to a breakfast buffet at the hotel you're staying at, and you open up that gigantic silver thing full of bacon, and it's perfect?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You can't believe it.
Let me tell you who puts the perfect when we do the Regions golf thing.
Yeah,
the
man.
bacon in there.
Yeah.
I eat like 4 pounds.
To the phones we go. 30 seconds a pop. Trolling.
Get them phones are trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling.
Phone troll.
John in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Go ahead, John.
Hey guys, I was listening to Kickoff the other day, and Speedy's so cheap. Even y'all sponsors, him and his wife fights over socks because I guess
Great point.
to go buy her a pair of socks. And Walt Maddox is going to add over 1 million people to Alabama's Medicare. How's that going to work? Where's he getting money?
Yeah, well, remember, he's a Democrat. Democrats don't really understand how taxation and money actually works. And I even have talked to some business guys that have sat down and had some meetings, and they'll say the same thing. When you're talking to a Democrat, it's surprising how little they know about where money comes from and how it all works.
Well, I think initially in that there was a lump sum payment from the federal government to set it up. The problem is they got you started, then they left you. So then you had to fund it, and that's one reason we didn't do it in our state.
It's going to be real simple for me on Tuesday. Real simple.
Yeah.
It'll take me about 10 seconds to vote because I'm just going to put all Republican on the front and all Republican on the back, and I'm going to put it in the little deal, and I'm going to roll on to lunch. It's going to be real simple to me. I wouldn't vote for a Democrat. No way, no how. We continue. 866 We Be Big. James in Hartselle. James, welcome to the program. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
A few months ago, I auditioned for Jeopardy. They taught us a few behind-the-scenes things, like a code phrase to use if Alex gets some of your information wrong in the interview section. The correct response is always, "That's right, Alex."
Oh, really? Yeah, so they teach you that.
Also, yeah, and everybody always says they're going to use the money to travel. That's because they tell you, don't say you're going to pay bills.
Oh.
It's too boring for TV.
Okay.
They're like, come up with something interesting that you're going to do.
Well, it's like,
Are you trying to tell me reality TV's not real?
No, we talked about
Shocker.
this even when those daytime talk shows were coming on and all the drama. At the end of the day, every single show that goes on to television, they're trying to put on a good show, and I'm glad. Now they
It's
haven't
called show business.
In my opinion, whatever they're trying to do to make Jeopardy and the Wheel of Fortune less boring, we're not done yet.
You still got a little work.
So he just said, if Alex gets your bio wrong, just go with it.
Right.
Exactly.
Greg, we understand you're an orthopedic surgeon. That's right, Alex. Yep. Yeah, I am.
Correct, sir.
You are all over it.
It says here you're really nice. You care about others. Very thoughtful. That's
You're right, Alex.
That's right, Alex. Rick, it says here that that you are a huge fan of wide open offenses and hate the triple option. That is right, Alex.
That's right, Alex.
Rick, you say that it's a misnomer that defense wins championships. That's right, Alex.
Greg, it says one of your favorite things is puppet-human interaction. Yes, Alex. That's right. I love Alf.
Rick, I understand you like giant food. You are right, Alex.
The bigger the better.
Love that pumpkin picture you just popped up, Alex. Fantastic. That's from our family farm.
Yeah, we made an apartment out of it.
I say here you're a tennis pro.
Yeah.
Wow, that's right.
Believe it or not, you're right, Alex.
Bubba, they say you're a yoga instructor. Yep, that's right, Alex.
That's right, Alex.
Bubba, I understand you have a fitness app. That is correct, Alex.
Should have seen me before that.
We continue.
Speedy, they say you love to pick up the tab. That's right, Alex. That's right, Alex.
Speedy, I understand you paid your own way to get here. That's right, Alex. We continue at 866 We Be Big. Let's go to the anonymous caller. Anonymous, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, first time caller.
Thanks for the call. Go right ahead. What's on your mind?
I just drove for about 2 hours across state on 278, and it amazes me the people that are still running past these school buses with these little kids getting plowed over almost daily now. It happened so many times this week, and these little 7, 8-year-old kids are running across the street and just getting plowed over by these cars because people won't stop.
Yeah, and I think, I started thinking about that. I saw a story on it. Did we come to the conclusion that this last one was just somebody that just didn't stop?
Yeah.
In
Indiana?
The 24-year-old.
Obviously wasn't paying.
Well, here we go. 866 We Be Big is our number. Come on. All right, so as we work our way back, it's a brand new hour, and we will be taking some phone calls here momentarily. Stand by. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready for another day. So, and then we got the interns, and they're about to be in play here. Alapuka and Cam Solo, they're all here and ready for a brand new hour. And guys, we do this a good bit. Especially if you got a man down, but because Bubba's not here today, and we usually look for other things. So far, things have run. I mean, the show, if it's missing any member, it's never. It's like a car that not all cylinders are hitting, but you do the best show you can because there's a reason we like the team. It's better when the team is here, but we look for other things that we can do. You can say because you miss that person. So one of the things we're going to do, and we have this contest. It really goes back. Speaking of Bubba, we used to do something called the Giant Game of Knowledge. Well, some of the knowledge got outdated and whatever, and people like that format, and we're like, well, let's don't get rid of it.
Yeah.
So now that we're 29 years and 6 months into this thing, what if we did the same thing, but we called it the Giant Game of Rick and Bubba knowledge?
There you go.
And what that is we try to find out how much knowledge you have about the show, and if you have the most knowledge, you can win. So we'll start this hour, and we'll do a round of the Giant Game of Rick and Bubba knowledge. It's the Giant Game of Rick and Bubba knowledge.
Way to help, Greg.
How much knowledge do you have concerning Rick and Bubba? We will have two callers and they will face off.
Not 3.
Can I give an advice to some of you who just like you're kind of a person that says, "Oh, somebody said call, so I'm gonna be a first caller." If you're calling and you get in for the game, but you don't know much about the show, that's probably not a good idea because you're just
Step one is: do you actually have a chance, maybe, to know an answer?
Because you'll probably lose. So you need to have a substantial amount of Rick and Bubba knowledge.
Let's say you started listening yesterday.
Right.
You probably wouldn't want to call in.
No. So here's how it works.
Mike Pence would have a better chance of winning.
Yes, Greg. And Mike knew something about the show.
He did.
All right, so let's see what we got going here. We'll find out how well these callers know Rick and Bubba history and Rick and Bubba knowledge. So Huntsville, Alabama. Oh, I got to remember how to put 2 different calls on.
Oh,
too.
you good?
Go.
Yeah, I think you've seen it.
No,
I do.
click that now.
I do know what to do.
You click that in there, and then I want you to pan down.
So glad you picked up on that.
Let's go to Fisher.
And they win a puppy.
Hey, Fisher. Fisher, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you, buddy?
Pretty good.
Hey, Greg, thanks for calling.
Yeah. So, Fisher, how long have you been listening to the show?
Since I was about 4 years old, so about 14 years.
Okay. All right. I feel pretty good about that. All right. So then if I remember, Speedy, I jump over here. Yep, that's right. All right. I got it. And nobody panic.
I know, but you got that.
There's not a reason.
And that.
There's not a reason to panic.
I got to feel like
there's no reason to panic.
Listening, he won't know.
Yeah. All right. So you'll be taking on Kyle from Mobile, Alabama. Kyle, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are y'all, fellas?
Well, I'm good. Kyle, can I just tell you my only concern is that we ran out on a rail from Mobile, and now Mobile, the only way to get us there really is on all the different streaming options. But how long have you been listening to the show?
Well, on and off for about 18 years.
Okay. All right. Well,
I'm actually from Thomasville.
Okay. That may be different.
So it's a little north.
All right, so we've got Kyle versus Fisher. All right, so guys, the first question I'll pick myself, and that'll be a lightning round. Okay, and the lightning round, that means that either one of you can answer. Now, what you do to get control is you shout your name. Now, whoever's name we hear, and y'all got to help me with this, that's the person that gets a shot at it. If that person misses it, then the next person gets a chance. If you both miss it, then we'll throw that question out and do a lightning round again. If you get it right, you then control the board until you miss. It is the best out of 5, and a bonus question if needed. Okay, so best out of 5, a bonus question if needed. Once somebody gets best out of 5, even if we still have questions left, it doesn't matter. The game is over.
Greg, you keeping up with it?
I got it.
Greg, seriously, you need to pay
Where's
attention.
a pen? I need a pen.
By the way, if you don't pay attention over there, Greg, it's going to hurt us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rick, I'm struggling because
no, don't do it. Don't
look
do
at the screen.
Rick's already trying to do this.
Okay. All right. Should I just
don't look at the TV.
At this point, I'm cutting Greg and Helmsy's mic off.
Okay.
You get punished for hanging out with Greg. I saw you were cutting up with him.
Mine off.
Okay. There
I
we go.
didn't do anything.
All right, here we go, guys. Here's the first question. Here are our categories. Let's hear those first. Categories are this: celebrity sightings, interns, Hey Buddy, we are broadcasting, Know Your Greg Burgess, and former Rick and Bubba bosses. Okay, so there's our 5. Okay, so I will draw out of the first thing I'm going to do is I'll just start with the first category, celebrity sightings. Now, this is a lightning round, so all you do is shout your name if you know the answer to this. And if you've been listening lately, you should know this answer. It is multiple choice, so if you want to wait on the answers, you can. What celebrity called me on my birthday? Was it A, Brett Favre? Was it B, Will Ferrell? Was it C, Tom Petty? Fisher, go ahead.
Was it Will Ferrell?
Will Ferrell is the right answer. So there's 1 point for Fisher.
Fisher.
So it was Will Ferrell.
Mark that down.
All right, so Fisher, you are leading 1-0, and you control the board. So Kyle, stand by. If Fisher misses one, then you get a chance to steal. Okay. Fisher, do you want your question to come from Which category? Interns, interns, interns. Hey, buddy, we are broadcasting. Know Your Greg Burgess are past Rick and Bubba bosses.
Let's do Know Your Greg Burgess.
Know Your Greg Burgess. You sound confident on this one. Are you ready? Which of these isn't a Greg Burgess grandchild name? Which one of these isn't one of his grandchildren? Okay. So you ready? Is it A, Mary Hollis? Is it B, Pace? Is it C, Ruby? Or D, Ellis?
B.
What'd you say?
He said B.
B.
B, Pace? No, I'm sorry. One of his grandchildren is actually named Pace, so that's incorrect. All right, so a chance to steal, Kyle. Which one of these is not a name of one of Greg's grandchildren? Mary Hollis, A, C, Ruby, D, Ellis.
Gonna be C.
That is correct. Ruby is not Greg.
Come on, Kyle.
That little trick question there, because Ruby is Adler's daughter's name. So now you get a point, my friend, and you're now in control of the board.
How about that?
So Kyle, you take control of the board with these categories left. Fisher, stand by to steal. Here we go. Here is our categories that are still left on the board. Oh, by the way, I missed one. I'm sorry.
Messed it up.
We've got it, but that'll be our bonus question.
Yeah,
if we
bonus,
need.
Rick.
Is it interns, interns, interns? Hey, buddy, we're broadcasting. Our past Rick and Bubba bosses.
Let's do Hey Buddy, we're broadcasting.
All right, so here we go. Which one of these isn't a former or current studio name? All right, are you ready? Meaning you're looking for the one that it has never been one of our studio names. A, The Closet. B, Red Velvet Lounge. C, The Mothership. Or D, The Broadcast Mall.
Let's go D.
D is correct. The Broadcast Mall is close. It's Broadcast Plaza.
The Lab.
You're up 2-1. If you get this one right, you win the giant game of Rick and Bubba knowledge. Okay, and here we go. So it's 2-1. Here are your final two categories. Interns, interns, interns are former Rick and Bubba bosses.
Let's do intern.
Interns. Which Rick and Bubba intern was named after a famous Tennessee Titan? Is it A, Eddie George, B, Steve McNair, C, Frank Wycheck, or D, Al Del Greco?
Oh, I don't know. Let's go D.
D, Al Del Greco is incorrect.
Come on!
I'm so sorry. A chance to steal and tie the game now goes to Fisher. Fisher, what Rick and Bubba intern was named after a famous Tennessee Titan? Is it A, Eddie George, B, Steve McNair, or C, Frank Wycheck?
Is it Eddie George?
Eddie George is correct.
Yes, correct.
How about that? That is correct. We are now tied.
Oh, got us a ball game.
We are tied
Sudden
2-2.
death.
You control the board, Fisher, and this is for the win. Are you ready? Or for the win for Kyle if he can steal it. Name the former Rick and Bubba boss. Mark Bass had a nickname. Which one was Mark Bass's nickname? A, the Enforcer. B, Mussolini. C, the Hammer. D, Dark Lord of the Sith.
The Hammer.
That is correct. Hey, you have won the giant game of Rick and Bubba knowledge. Fisher, you came back, got in a bind, and came back. And congratulations to you. You will get your very own Rick and Bubba coffee mug. Look at this baby.
No way.
Yeah, this is the one. We send this right to Fisher. So, Fisher, congratulations. Let me put you on hold. And Kyle, great work today, buddy, but it just didn't work out for you. So, Fisher, the winner. And we'll come back and continue.
Boy, Fisher!
866 We Be Big. Fisher takes the win. And a Rick and Bubba coffee mug. Would anybody like the bonus question?
I'd like it.
What is it? The bonus question was, what position did Bubba play on the undefeated Rick and Bubba softball team?
I got that. Stocky Stop.
Stocky Stop is correct.
That's it.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Of course, I was on the team. I should have known that.
Right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
Right. Well, the thing that I'm thinking, and certainly because I've been observing this on my own, I don't know what the deal is. I want to believe that nobody has gotten to the point that they see the lights, they see the stop, and then they just try to hurry, because that's highly, highly dangerous, and we've seen terrible results for that. I tend to think it's more likely that we have so many distracted drivers now. Yeah. Guys, I'm telling you, if you want to be terrified, just be in traffic and look around at the cars and see everybody looking at their phone and holding their phones up and looking at it like this. I was sitting there. I guess it was on Wednesday, and Sherry and I, how you can do let's say that you need to be on traffic going the other way. You're going west. You need to go east, and so because where we were going was on the east side of the road to get into that parking lot. So there's opportunities they allow you to turn and then do a U-turn and come back. Oh yeah. Well, it was afternoon traffic. So when Sherry did the U-turn, she's now turned going the other way, but she's kind of not completely lined up straight, but she's already in the lane she needs to be in. And then as traffic moves through the red light, then she'll get in line and go, trying to get into the turn lane. Well, we're sitting there, and I look up, and this car is just coming right at us. And I'm just looking, the person's got their phone just like this. And finally, I just started waving my hands. And the person looks up, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" She didn't see us. And she's coming up on traffic that's already sitting still. You know what I mean? Because it's crowded. Yeah. Everybody's crowded, and we're kind of coming out. When we're allowed and they move, we're going to go. Well, she's about to plow right into the door, just sitting there staring at her phone. Hey, how about this? None of us are that important. None of us are that important.
And the school bus thing, there's nothing more obvious than that's a school bus. I mean, it ain't like, that's a school bus. They didn't notice it. They got flashing lights. It's giant and yellow.
But that's why.
I mean, I don't understand. I'll start putting my brakes on before I see anything.
That's to Rick's point. They're not looking.
That's crazy.
Yeah. They don't see
that's
it
my point.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it if you miss a car. Still bad.
No, that's what I'm saying.
But how do you not see?
That's why I think it's
flashing
likely.
lights and gigantic buses.
Well, that's why I think it's likely they're not looking ahead.
Yeah,
they're not in their car looking out the front windshield for whatever's coming.
Can I ask you a school bus rule? Mm-hmm. If you're on a 2-lane road, obviously, and the school bus stops, both lanes stop. What if it is a 4-lane and there's a divider or a space of grass between that and the other side of the highway? Are you supposed to stop over there too?
That is a good question.
I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't think so because I don't think they let the kids.
Because you wouldn't cross that, or the bus would be on that road.
Right. They would. Yeah, they're all going one way.
Yeah, the bus is not going to let kids out where they have to go across a median and then across another side. I don't think.
No.
We'll take more of your phone calls. Apologies that we didn't get to many of those there, but we'll do that when we come back. We got a full bank in Birmingham. 23 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is our number as we make our way back. Congratulations to Fisher. Picked up a Rick and Bubba coffee mug, winning the giant game of Rick and Bubba Knowledge today. Well done, my friend. All right, so as we come back, a little update. We just heard from Bubba. So it looks like he'll be going home later today. And they're going to focus, they think, on blood pressure.
Yeah.
And so he will not be with us tomorrow, but looks like, Lord willing, and everything else goes smoothly, he'll be back with us Thursday. So there we go.
That's what it looks like.
That's what it looks like. So there's the update on that. All right, so I know that profit stars are handed out here so often, it's like we don't even have room for them anymore. So this one, you remember when we started talking about the AI stuff, and it was cool, and people started sending pictures of look what AI does when you see like the Bible and some of the pictures it's drawing of things in the Bible, and look how cool that is and all that, and it certainly was. But one of the things that we brought up on the show, and I was like, when AI starts playing games with Scripture, that may not be something to celebrate, because that means that AI could be cranking out its own version of the Bible, and since it's only as good as what people are putting in it, people could say that they wanted the Bible to be printed again, but they want to put these things in it they would like for that to be the angle. Well, it didn't take long. We now have the World Economic Forum, and we have a person, and Adler, you did some research on this. Who is this person?
This guy is a senior advisor for the WEF, the World Economic Forum.
Mm-hmm.
He has close ties to Chairman Klaus Schwab, who we've played on the show many times before.
Creepy accent scares all of us.
You will eat the bugs. He's the guy that has suggested humans eating bugs. They're globalists. They are anti-population growth, which makes no sense.
Right.
Scientifically, that doesn't make...
No, it doesn't.
Societies continue by continuing to reproduce.
We do not. We are not overpopulated. That's total hogwash. Total hogwash.
And so he is trying to make the point that AI could create a better religion, a true religion.
Here we go.
A perfect religion.
Here we go.
And this is not in the clip, but he talked about how the Gutenberg press in the 15th century. It printed all these Bibles, but it didn't create one. Mm-hmm. So AI is even better than that. Which that's a bad comparison. But here he is, and he's Israeli, so he does have a hard accent. Okay. But anywho,
AI can create new ideas, can even write a new Bible. Throughout history, religions dreamt about having a book written by a superhuman intelligence, by a non-human entity. Every religion claims our book, all the other books of the other religions, humans wrote them. But our book, no. It came from some superhuman intelligence. In a few years, there might be religions that are actually correct. That just think about a religion whose holy book is written by an AI. That could be a reality in a few years.
Anybody? Is that creepy? Anybody else?
Yeah. First of all, he's creepy.
Is that creepy enough for everybody?
Creep City right here.
Prophet Star, ding.
Yeah.
You can see this coming.
Hit that bell, Greg.
So did you hear what he said? He's basically saying this far-fetched garbage of thinking that God inspired this book. If we really want something that doesn't come from humans, let AI write it. Now, Bubba would say right here, and he would say it correctly, well, that guy's wrong because AI can't do anything that humans don't program it to do. But if you went to AI and said, here's the tenets that I would like to have in I'm putting quotes around, holy book from you. This is how the world should be, and this is what people should be taught, and this is produce me something that has these pillars. Mm-hmm. Well, then it would.
Yeah.
And he goes, and then it would actually be something that was not human then at that point. Of course, he's playing with words a little bit because there's still humans involved in it.
Yeah.
You're giving AI,
but then if you use
the foundation to build on, now it will build it, and that is remarkable. But it's also, like everything else, can be very dangerous when it falls into the wrong hands. And you couldn't have heard it any clearer than right there. And like Adler correctly said, the World Economic Forum. I mean, these are a bunch of globalists. We're studying the Revelation in the Wednesday Bible study right now, and we all know that this thing has to head to a one world government. And one thing that you'll need in order to get everybody in line, especially when the Antichrist comes on the scene, is you're going to have everybody kind of on the same page on spiritual matters as well. So one way that would happen is for AI to create a, again, quotes, holy book that everybody adheres to. Yeah. That this is the world religion. So there you go. Phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. Love to chat with you. Find out what's on your mind. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We got Alapuca and Cam Solo ready to get you lined up, ready to go. And we'll take your phone calls when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Standing by, we are getting a lot of emails on this, but Big D, go ahead and clarify on the school bus involving multiple lane roads. Big D, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Good morning.
Hey.
Law states if there is a divider, a medium of grass, walls, the oncoming traffic does not have to stop. But if it is a solid highway all the way across, all lanes have to stop.
I got you. Okay, so if it's
divided,
you don't have to on the far side that does not have the school bus. If it isn't divided by any sort of median, it's just lines painted, and you have to stop.
That makes
Correct.
sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I just thought it was a good time to review our school bus rules.
Yeah. Is that the same rule for a funeral? Have you ever noticed that? Sometimes people get confused on when to pull over for those too. I know there's not a law, but it's etiquette more, I guess.
Yeah, but there is confusion, and that seems to give problems when some people are, some are not.
I know.
Ronnie's. All right, so this Saturday night, the biggest game in college football, all eyes will be on Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge. You come on down here and have some time with us. Alabama goes to Baton Rouge. They'll kick it off on a Saturday night. What most believe the two best teams in the SEC will battle. And Coach Nick Saban, obviously, I mean, like I said a minute ago, somebody told me he was even being interviewed today by the Weather Channel, which I don't
Jim Cantore.
I don't know what that's about. But like we said, well, we thought to ourselves, they're both the same size.
Okay.
And then secondly, we thought Saban may have said, look, the forecasting numbers are not good enough.
He may have gone over there to whoop them into shape.
Y'all got to get the weather right. And,
he's into weather. Did you know that?
Well, obviously. I didn't know
I just made that up.
I think he is. He just had a birthday. I know that.
Yeah.
Yep. So anyway, Saban was being asked different questions. One of them included, if they won the toss, what would they elect to do?
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
And that's the caller. The audio is kind of faint on the caller, but not on him. Mm-hmm. He was asked.
Should we let everybody know he's going to say a word that is in the Bible?
Right, that Greg says a lot in the kitchen.
It's a slang word for donkey.
That refers to a donkey. Mm-hmm. And I mean, he is going to say that word right now. Mm-hmm. So if you don't want to hear that word, Coach Saban is about to say it.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are you going to call on coin toss?
If y'all win the toss, which way you think you might go on that deal, Coach?
Well, to be honest with you, I hope we elect to kick ass is what I hope we do. But
that is hilarious.
That's a great answer, by the way.
By the way,
matter of fact, too.
By the way, to the Nick Saban, what is it called? Hey, Coach.
Yeah.
Is that what the show's called?
Used to be, yeah.
How many callers that call? how many callers that call that show sound exactly like that call?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Hey, Coach Roll Tide. Hey,
Rick.
This is Gary down here in Chilton County. I was wondering, if we win the toss, we gonna kick or receive?
Well, that's like a Gary and Dickie Nadmeyer together.
Yeah, that was, and it evolved. It evolved during the conversation.
That guy was a combination of those two people.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, what a great answer, though.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what Saban's going to elect. They kick somebody's ass. So how about this? I hope the team elects to do that.
That is funny.
What if Dickie Nadmeyer bumped into Coach O in pregame?
Oh my gosh! You couldn't understand the conversation. I tell you, I ain't got no respect. Hey, Coach Armstrong, I hope y'all ready to take a little butt whooping.
Hey, I'm Tigers, father. We've been playing good. We're ready to go after Go Tigers.
Y'all can go Tigers right out of Tiger Stadium with your hind in your hand. Rotate.
Well, we're ready to throw that ball around. You get out. You kick out. Go Tigers.
To the phones.
He does sound like the coach on Waterboy.
He does. I mean, a lot. Lee's in Huntsville, Alabama, 100.3 The River. Lee, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, Bubba, how y'all boys doing today?
Great,
And
great.
the gang?
Hey, thank you.
Got a question for you, Rick. Now, let me say first, I got kind of a weird sense of humor in the first place, but have you ever been reading through the Bible and find something that just cracks you up?
Yeah, I have. You know, and there are some things there that you definitely see that we have a sense of humor, and it may have come from our Creator at times. There's been some, there definitely has been.
My point is like Adam trying to blame everything on God was like when God asked him, who told you were naked? He goes, well, the woman that you gave me.
Yeah, he immediately tries to really say in a roundabout way, God, you caused this. You're the one who put her down here. And so, yeah, that. Looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook, pest control. They're part of the Rick and Bubba show, and they'll do great work for you, too. Put them to work for you right now by going to cookspest.com. They'll give an evaluation of your property, tell you what they would do, and no obligation to use them. But we would, because we love them. They do a great job in their termite protection with Centricon. It's the best out there. Mosquito treatments, those are great. Especially this time of year if you want to enjoy the outdoors. Don't you hate to go out there and then the bugs are everywhere. Boy, the bugs are awful right now. Good night. So put them to work for you by going to cookspest.com and get that free, thorough inspection. Hey, builders, they do new home construction too. That's cookspest.com, or you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, phone calls coming in, and they're available for you now. You can join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Alapuca or Cam Solo will get you lined up and ready to go. Let's start with Taylor. Taylor's out of Panama City. Taylor, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good. Hey, boys. How's it going?
Good.
Greg, could you do me a favor? Every time you get a little email about them little puppies, will you just reach over and slap that bell for me?
Boy, that's a lot of bell ringing.
Greg, do we have a puppy update?
Well, we're moving through. We like I said yesterday, we delivered two.
Mm-hmm. Look at the puppies.
There they are. I call that the octagon.
I like volume on this, Rick.
Yeah. They can all get out of it when they want to. When they were little, I could trap them in there, but now this is where they get together and fight.
So they will get in there even without you putting them in there?
Oh, yeah. They like to get in there and fight. They get in there and do this. So look at here.
Well, they really do get after it.
Aggressive dog.
All right, so.
Which one's Tom Petty? Which one's Tom Petty?
Tom's one of the white ones.
Okay.
That's him right there on his butt.
Yeah.
When it was tackling everybody.
Yeah.
That was him.
He's a truck dog.
See, there's
Elvis.
That's Elvis.
Elvis is the black one.
Yeah, Elvis is the black one.
And what's the solid brown one?
He's actually a gray.
Gray. Okay.
That's Bob Seeger, and that's who we're probably tomorrow. He will be delivered to someone.
Okay.
Really? So Bob Seeger's going out tomorrow?
Yes, Bob Seeger.
Mm-hmm.
You delivering him tomorrow?
I'm delivering.
And which
Bob
one's
tomorrow.
Georgie?
Georgie is the right up top. Right
Up
there
top?
with the two black
Okay.
spots on him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, look at that.
There they are. Are they all spoken for now?
Not quite, but close.
Close.
I wish I was laying in the middle of them.
We've had we had a lot of people inquiring, and we ended up we've already talked to gave two to the same people. We've done that twice. Hadn't delivered the second round yet, but we're not being selfish. But it's better for the dogs if they have a friend with them. You know what I mean?
Here you go.
Well, I'm just. But anyway,
right.
So if anybody's like, "Hey, well, that ain't fair," there's a lot of people wanting them, and you gave two different people two. Well, they requested two, and the dogs. That's good for them to have a buddy.
No, if people want to, they can have to.
That's
So
right.
they run
I
out.
don't think you need to apologize for
them to
that.
have a buddy.
Looking back, the fact that the only black dog in there, y'all named him Elvis, shouldn't he have been Little Richard?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I know.
You know?
I didn't think about that.
Right.
Y'all keeping Elvis.
Oh, yeah.
Well, anyway, we're down.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think.
Elvis ain't
anyway,
going nowhere.
But we're working through it, and it's been. The response has been great, and we just got to get them delivered.
Eric in Columbus, Mississippi. Eric, how you doing, buddy?
Get them delivered.
Biggins, how are y'all?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, I think Bubba needs one of Greg's puppies. You know, he's not feeling that well. He just had one of his dogs pass. I think that'd be a good idea.
You're probably right.
Bubba's going through a rough patch right now. Greg, that would be a nice gesture.
That's true.
That would be a nice gesture.
Yeah, I may send him Georgie.
Corey, Scottsboro, 1017. Corey, go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you loud and clear. Go right. Well, I wouldn't say clear, but pretty good. Go ahead, Corey.
Well, good deal. Well, I love you guys. I listen every morning.
Thank you.
You know, they say with age comes wisdom. The older I get, the more our beliefs and opinions align. So I love you guys. But I want to say about that AI app, I'm not very familiar with it, but my boyfriend did download it just out of curiosity. And you can ask it certain questions, biblical questions, and it will not give you an answer. It'll just start talking to you, depending on how deep you get.
Yeah, so
No, it'll tell him it's exhausted or done discussing or something. It'll cut him off. But to me, it's like, this is an opinion. Don't think I'm crazy, but it's like basically the Ouija board of electronics or something. I don't like it.
Yeah, it feels creepy to me, too. I don't want to sound like a crotchety old man, but it really does.
Yeah.
That's why I'm just 42, and I just don't really care for technology that much, but I just didn't get a good feeling about it, so I don't even want it on my phone. But we just did it out of curiosity, and it's not a good thing. I don't agree with it.
Thanks, Corey. I appreciate you calling. If you want to join us, you can at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
The Ouija board.
Yeah, talking about that, because it was this time yesterday, leading into that on the spiritual thing, I understand, but I want to clarify something yesterday. You know, when we started talking about Church International, that's kind of come into Warrior, and we got all the story background on Robin and all that, and some of you, which I found hilarious, begin to take issue with us talking about the things that concerned us and the things that we disagreed with. And some of you said things like, well, I don't know, you shouldn't be judging a book by its cover. You need to take this on based on content. That's all. That's the main thing we were talking about.
Yeah.
No, I heard their content and I heard their doctrine and I heard their interpretation of Scripture loud and clear, and that's why I opposed them.
Yeah.
Look, there's a lot of people out there that are different styles, and they may not be my cup of tea, but they're biblically sound and they're good Bible teachers, and they're shepherding the flock correctly. It's not about long hair and leather jackets and Beatles T-shirts.
Not at all.
All that we can have some fun with, but that's not the concern. Because I said there's people with different presentations and everything. I mean, even this weekend, Charles Billingsley and I will probably be addressed differently. But what I'm saying, I'm kidding. But what I'm talking about, I've seen some presentations that gift set that person has doesn't appeal to me. But as long as they're theologically sound and their doctrine is solid and they're teaching from the Bible, then more power to them. That's Jesus talking to his disciples when he said, "Hey, we saw some people over there, and they were casting out demons, and they're not one of us." And Jesus said, "Well, are they talking about me correctly?" And they said, "Yeah." And he said, "Well, then leave them alone." But I take issue with their doctrine, with their theology, and with the things that they're singing in their songs. It has nothing to do with, hey, they're just different and wear different clothing. That wasn't my concern at all. So those of you that claim that our statements weren't based on content, no, they were absolutely based on content. 866-WE-BE-BIG, Bobby out of Mobile, Alabama. Bobby, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I got a dog question for you. What's your preference, male or female dog? I prefer a female dog because I don't really like the accidental weenie touching.
Okay, Bobby.
Okay, well, that's a good way to base it.
That's, you know what? That's a good point. My preference is no dog. That's my preference.
Right.
My preference is 0 dogs.
Yeah.
That's mine. But
had both. We have 2 boys now.
Right. Right.
We got one of each.
Yeah.
If you get a girl, just get her fixed.
And I'll.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Trust me on that. Unless you're a breeder
and
you're into that.
Yeah. Trust Greg on that one.
Even if a stray decides to stay.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Joyful Millie.
Tony in Mississippi. Tony, go ahead.
Hey guys, first time caller.
Thank
Enjoy
you.
your show. This is something that I've been trying to get in and never
never been able to do it. But is there a way? We've talked about term limits before on the national level for our congressional people. They're not going to do it. There's no way. But is there any way that through the internet that we've got today that a petition could be formed, circulated across the people that wanted to sign it, and force our congressional people to put that to a vote to amend the Constitution, whatever it would take, that we could have, term limits on, because these career politicians, that's what's wrong with this country. And I hate to say it, but it's true.
Well, yeah, but the problem is you can do a petition and you can make noise and rattle the sabers and say the people demand term limits, but that won't force anything. It might force because it's pressure, on the voting block. But what you need to do, the way that would operate, and Bubba said this the last time this was brought up by someone who sounded a lot like you, but is that the vote ends everybody's term, and you can also vote for candidates that say, now a lot of times they get in there and change their mind, can say that they're going to go for term limits and that they believe in term limits. The best way to limit somebody's term is by voting them out and voting for people that are for term limits. That's really the only way you're ever going to get it done. A petition makes some noise, and you can do an online petition, but it's not going to force anything. Grant in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Grant, go ahead.
Yeah, I hate to change pace here, but I just want to see what y'all thoughts were on Texas and Oklahoma joining the SEC in a couple of years, and how y'all think the SEC football is going to play out from there, how they're going to do all the divisions and stuff. Is they going to do the pods? Are they going to stick with the East and West format, stuff like that?
I love that we're getting away from the East and West thing. I'm really fired up about the two best teams from the conference play. We don't get stuck with these same old schedules every year with it changing every blue moon. I like that everybody's going to start playing each other more, and I like that we're keeping some of the rivalries. I think Texas and Oklahoma coming into the mix is going to make Texas and Oklahoma better. I think Oklahoma will start playing better defense. I think Texas will get better because they'll be refined by the competition, and they'll also be able to tell recruits you're going to be in the SEC now if you play for us, and I think that'll help them. So I think it's going to be good all the way around. I'm for it, and I'm for moving to another SEC game too.
Yeah,
I think all that's good from a fan standpoint. Now, if I was a coach, I might be like, wow, that's going to be a grind. But for a fan, I just want to see good football games and great matchups.
Yeah,
that's what I want to see. Yeah. And the SEC provides most of that anyway. So to have more of the teams there and them being forced to play each other more, I'm all about it. Yeah. We'll be back 14 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And keep in mind,
there's some humor there. You have to have a little humor.
Sure, yeah. And
I can't remember verse and line, but there is a verse in the early books of the Old Testament that was written by Moses when he is describing himself, and he talks about how humble he is. And I thought that was funny.
Yeah,
because Moses wrote it.
Right. Yeah, I know the writer of Hebrews refers back to that as well, but yeah, I think there's a time, I believe you may be right, that he said that about himself. But how about?
And it's just kind of funny.
Yeah,
it doesn't pull any legs out from anything, but it was kind of funny to me.
Well, the conversation Jesus has with the woman who was a Gentile, when he turns around to her and says, "Why should I give to the dogs what's intended for the children?" This is that whole, we're the chosen people, the Gentiles are dogs. Now, you have to believe that Jesus is being very mean, and he's actually calling the woman a dog, or he's making light of that assumption by the people. And then she catches his comment and says, but even the dogs eat the crumbs that fall off the children's table. And he said, you are a woman of great faith.
Yep.
And you're healed. So that, to me, is a tongue-in-cheek conversation.
It was kind of a setup. It was a setup for her to give that answer.
Right. And for him to make a comment to everybody watching. Point. Yeah. Saying, well, wait a minute. Now, why would I do this? What you see now, that's him already showing her and showing the world that the wild branch is about to be grafted in through
through the new covenant between God.
And I've always said that the verse, it's not funny to me, but it is concerning. When the snake started talking to Eve, she wasn't startled.
Yeah.
If it had just been one verse, and she was startled.
Right. I think
it's almost like she'd been talking to him before.
I think the whole deal when the angel is blocking the road and the donkey's getting beat and the donkey starts talking to the to the person that right there's got a lot of humor to it.
Yeah, it does.
If your donkey starts telling you to quit beating the crap out of him, you know what I mean? Hey, there's an angel in the road. Can you not see it?
Talking animals are always an issue.
Yeah, you never know.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We got it. Thank you for being with us again today. All right, so a couple things we need to hit before we wrap up this hour. And we might get in some more phone calls, so if you're holding or you're trying to get in, go ahead. Let's start with everybody's favorite press secretary. I can't imagine the job that she has to do. That is Karine Jean-Pierre. And she wants us to know, with all the thing going on with Hunter Biden, with the Biden family, all these things with the Department of Justice, and she wants us to be reassured that our current president respects the rule of law.
He sure does.
So here we go. Here is Karine Jean-Pierre in her own words.
And you've heard us say this over and over again. This is a president that respects the rule of law. This is the president that wants to make sure and has proven that to be in his actions, to make sure that the Department of Justice is truly independent. And, and he said that during the campaign. He's restoring certainly the integrity of the Department of Justice.
Yeah, I said I wasn't going to eat any more sausage balls, but if you follow me around, I'm still doing it. Just because he says these things, what we're asking is why aren't we seeing these things? Okay, but he's not implementing this. The politicians say all kinds of things. Next, even CNN is saying the Department of Justice, their criminal investigation into Hunter Biden, how long it's taking is outrageous. So here's CNN even talking about this.
Sarah makes a great point about the Hunter Biden investigation at DOJ. This is preposterous. This has been pending, according to our reporting at CNN, since 2018. 5 years. And this, by the way, this investigation is not the laptop. This investigation is a tax issue. Did Hunter Biden declare his income? And a sort of obscure gun law. Did he possess a gun while he was addicted to drugs, which you're not allowed to do under federal law? Did he lie about that? But 5 years, I mean, that's a 5-week investigation. Somebody, and this spans the Trump administration and the Biden administration. Someone's got to make a call on this case. I don't know what is going on, but it's beyond anything I've seen before.
Even CNN is saying 5 years, and you know, and I mean, we've seen pictures. We've seen. I mean, it's the whole. It's not really his laptop. Oh, yes, it is. Mm-hmm. And then we get into Grassley.
Now look, you're gonna have to sit through. He'll get to it. Okay.
Can we get on to it? This is like it's a. It looks like it's a minute 53.
Give it like 15, 20 seconds, and he gets.
Can we not fast? Can we fast forward through that?
Well, at first we're gonna have to.
Okay. Now this is going to be talking about all the stuff dealing with foreign nationals bribing Joe and Hunter Biden and 17 audio recordings of conversations and kept as an insurance policy.
I just realized I can play stuff on Twitter at 1.5 speed, so this is him at 1.5 speed.
Oh,
should we try it?
Yeah, let's try it.
Okay, here we go.
Let me assist for the purposes of more transparency on this subject. The 1023 produced to the House committees redacted reference that the foreign national who allegedly bribed Joe and Hunter Biden allegedly has audio recordings of his conversation with them. 17 such recordings. According to the 1023, the foreign national possesses 15 audio recordings of phone calls between him and Hunter Biden. According to the 1023, the foreign national possesses 2 audio recordings of phone calls between him and then Vice President Joe Biden. These recordings were allegedly kept as a sort of insurance policy for the foreign national in case that he got into a tight spot. The 1023 also indicates that then Vice President Joe Biden may have been involved in bereavement employing Hunter Biden. Based on the facts known to the Congress and the public, it's clear that the Justice Department, the FBI, haven't nearly had the same laser focus on the Biden family. Special Counsel Jack Smith has used a recording against former President Trump. Well, what is U.S. Attorney Weiss doing with respect to these alleged Joe and Hunter Biden recordings that are apparently relevant to the high-stakes bribery scheme?
I got to tell you,
that was tremendous. What a great idea that was.
That's a game changer.
That was a game changer. Bottom line, all kinds of evidence, and the Justice Department's hanging on to it, not letting us have it like some sort of security blanket. Why? We know these things, so they're protecting the Bidens, and we know that. Or it looks that way, I should say. It's a better way to say it. All right, so remember also we talked about how the true fascists that we have in power will always say those that oppose them are the fascists. I know I am, but what are you? I mean, it's this kind of stuff. Are you familiar with fascists and how they operate? Well, California has just, they're proposing AB 957. This is a parent could lose custody for not affirming what their child believes about their gender as children, not as adults.
Come on.
And they're going to use an example of a 7-year-old. 7-year-old.
7.
As I saw Babylon Bee say, it showed a couple and the wife was pregnant, and someone asked the couple, so what are y'all having, a boy or a girl? And they said, we're going to wait till the kindergarten teacher decides. All right, so
that's a good one.
What a great one. All right,
this is really scary.
All right, here it is. This is California, modern day.
This is crazy.
So this particular bill adds the very important factor that affirming a child's gender identity is in their best interest, which is what your question is about. Why does it actually say that in an affirmative way? And it really is because if you have a 7-year-old who's talking about having a potential to say, being able to articulate that they believe that they are not the same gender as they are biologically, then it should be affirmed. And through care, it should be determined. And that's what we did with our own child. And that would give the ability for a parent who wasn't sure to affirm and get their child the care that they need to make that, so they can begin to articulate that determination. But by saying and rejecting it in wholesale, then you're essentially rejecting your child. And that is not in the best interests of a child. We should be affirming our children in every possible way and getting them whatever appropriate care they need, whether it's based on their gender, whether it's based on how their studies are in school. It doesn't matter. Our children should be affirmed. And this is saying that you have to include gender affirmation as a part of that.
No. If your child is confused about the gender that they are biologically, you help them work through that. That's what's in the best interest of the child. You get them some help, some counseling, and you start working through that. If this was applied to children and parenting, first of all, I thought I could be a cowboy.
Right. Kids say stupid stuff all the time.
And if my parents went on board on that, it would have been a disaster for cowboying everywhere.
And you can lose custody of your kid.
I'm not a cowboy.
That's crazy.
Right, I was
I'd have
never
been Raggedy Andy.
Yeah, I mean that's unbelievable.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba to the